A monastery stands on a lonely shore. Peaceful chants rise with the dawn. But suddenly, the air is shattered by war cries. Long wooden ships have landed, dragons at the helm, and from them leap tall, wild warriors with axes in hand. To the terrified monks of 9th century Europe, it must have felt like doomsday had arrived. In fact, the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle reports that in 793, strange people appeared in Northumbria. Immense sheets of light rushing through the air, and whirlwinds, fiery dragons flying across the firmament, omens that soon followed by the harrowing inroads of heathen men who made lamentable havoc in the Church of God in Holy Island by rapine and slaughter. A Northumbrian scholar, Alcuin of York, wrote in horror, "Never before has such terror appeared in Britain as we have suffered from a pagan race. The heathens poured out the blood of saints around the altar, and trampled on the bodies of saints in the temple of God like dung in the streets." These contemporary words are quite vivid. They cement the image of the Vikings as an almost supernatural scourge, heathen pirates, so fearsome that even the skies foretold their coming. The tough guys are here, but it's easy to be tough when you're slaughtering a handful of unarmed priests. But were the Vikings really as fearsome and as invincible as their legend and reputation and perhaps stereotype suggests? Maybe, maybe not. That's what we're here to find out. We're going to go on a journey through the Viking Age, from its origins to its decline, and along the way we'll critically assess their reputation as an unstoppable force. We'll hear voices from the Viking side, the sagas, the archaeology, and also from their foes, those Anglo-Saxon chroniclers, along with Frankish annalists, monks, and even observers in the Middle East. We'll get into how these Norse seafarers actually fought, what tactics they used, and whether they really deserved this terrifying renown. And by the end, you may find that the all-conquering Viking is a little more of a overstatement than it is a reality. But the truth, while it is no less fascinating, is far more nuanced. But where are my manners? Welcome to the channel, everyone. For those not subscribed, you better click the subscribe if you feel the need to do so. And thank you to those supporting on the Patreon and those who checked out the merch store. Now, without further ado, let's get nice and comfortable. And as usual, we're going to go slowly and try and understand the topic in the best way we can. Enjoy. Every story has a beginning, and for the Vikings that's no different. It starts in the cold seas and the deep fjords of Scandinavia in the late 8th century. The people who would become infamous as Vikings, as we call them, were not initially united by any king or empire, so to speak. Rather, they were fishermen, farmers, petty chieftains at the top end of things, and of course plenty of traders from what is now Norway, Denmark, and Sweden, give or take for some variation in borders. For centuries they had largely fought each other. Local feuds and power struggles between the Scandinavian clans. Fighting was a way of life. But around the 790s, something changed. Why did bands of Norsemen suddenly begin sailing out to raid foreign shores? It's a combination of factors. Overpopulation in their marginal farmlands, political pressure from emerging monarchies. You see, some warriors were exiles or rebels. Economic ambition. hearing tales of wealthy monasteries ripe for plunder, and even climate shifts. One factor was technological. By the 8th century, the Norse had perfected the design of the longship, a swift, sturdy vessel with a shallow draft. They could cross open oceans, but they could also sail up shallow rivers. Now, this effectively gave them the supreme naval technology at the time, giving them a permanent edge and the ability to strike wherever they liked without warning. Armed with such equipment, a small crew of raiders found that they could outsail, outmaneuver, and outrun any local defense. Of course, if you are somewhat familiar with Viking history or Anglo-Saxon history, you will notice that in the introduction of the video I was, of course, referring to Lindisfarne. Now, the raid on Lindisfarne in 793, that attack on a Northumbrian holy island, is often cited as the start of the Viking Age, and they're certainly starting off with a bang. It was so shocking because it struck at the heart of Christian Britain's sense of security. Monasteries like Lindisfarne were completely unprepared. There were spiritual sanctuaries. There were not fortresses. And the Vikings brilliantly exploited it. They showed up without any warning on a completely undefended shore, stormed the priory, killed or enslaved the monks, and loaded their ships with treasure, illuminated manuscripts, golden altarpieces, holy relics, whatever they could get their hands on. All of this happened before anyone could mount a rescue attempt. Now, to the Christian world, the heathen had arrived, and their cruelty seemed like nothing before ever seen, perhaps not seen for a long time either. Alcuin scolded the Northumbrian king, blaming moral failings for incurring God's wrath in the form of pagan invaders. But the truth was, from the Viking perspective, Lindisfarne was simply an easy target of opportunity. One might even say that it was just a good business decision, a rich store of valuables guarded only by unarmed monks. From the Viking perspective, it was basically there for the taking, fish in a barrel. Or if the Anglo-Saxons felt so dearly about it, perhaps they should have set some guards. I'm sure that they were quite surprised with how easy it was. The risk to reward was very skewed in their favor. And of course, this set quite a precedent. As one account notes, news of Lindisfarne showed Viking warriors that wealth, slaves, and glory were easily found across the sea. You just have to go and take it. Word spread, and from a small band that randomly landed on the shore, more longships soon followed in its wake. Early Viking raids were typically small-scale, seasonal, hit-and-run affairs. A few dozen men would land, plunder a coastal site, and depart before the local lords could gather a defensive army. This guerrilla-style raiding contributed hugely to their fearsome reputation. They seemed to materialize out of thin air and vanish just as quickly, pockets heavy with loot. In these early decades, 793 through the early 800s, the Norse raiders had an element of surprise and terror on their side. Medieval Christian writers describe Vikings as wolf or dragon-like, descending on the flock of the faithful. A Frankish chronicler compared Northmen to stinging hornets swarming out of a beehive, and lamented that a number of Viking ships was so large that it could not be counted. No doubt, a little bit of hyperbole, but reflective of the panic that they inspired. But we really have to ask, were the Vikings inherently more brutal and warlike than anybody else of their era. Early medieval Europe was no stranger to violence, surely. Franks, Avars, Saxons, Bulgars, Arabs, they all had their share of fierce raiders. So what set the Vikings apart initially? It was where and who they attacked. They struck at wealthy but defenseless places, especially monasteries and churches, and there were outsiders, pagans. They didn't follow the moral constraints of Christian warfare. To the monks writing the chronicles, this made the Vikings' deeds loom large and appear even more evil. The very word Viking in Old Norse means a pirate or raider, suggesting it was an activity, rather a doing word, rather than an ethnicity. Not all Scandinavians went a Viking, as they would call it, but those who did quickly learned that raiding was a pretty good career move. Now let's step back from the fearful perspective of the victims for a moment, and consider the Vikings themselves. How exactly did they fight, and why was their technique so effective? At least, for a time, but we'll get to that. Of course, far from being mindless berserkers, though we'll get to those tales in a moment too. Viking warbands were organized and shrewd. The greatest advantage was mobility and surprise. With their longships, they could strike almost anywhere near water, coasts, riverbanks, inland via estuaries, and withdraw swiftly. Kingdoms like England or Carolingian France, lacking fast communications or standing navies, often could not respond in time. The Vikings chose the time and place of the fight, a huge tactical edge. In the battle itself, Vikings typically fought on foot as heavy infantry. Despite popular images of fur-clad barbarians, many Viking raiders wore sturdy linen or woolen tunics, carried wooden round shields, and were armed with iron weapons common to the age. Spears, swords, and don't forget the iconic Danish battle axe, a two-handed axe with a long haft and broad blade that could cleave a skull or limb with terrifying efficiency at that. More high-ranking or wealthy Vikings might wear a shirt of mail, that is chainmail armor, and an iron helmet, and not with horns, by the way. I hope I don't have to mention it. Sorry for all the Minnesota football fans listening, but the actual Viking helmets were conical and rounded and sometimes had a simple nose guard. In fact, wearing those horns into battle, just think of the impracticality of it. It might have been a little bit intimidating, sure, but well, it mainly came from old opera depictions, things like this. It's a bit of a myth. In fact, only one of the only intact Viking helmets discovered, the Gjermundbu helmet from Norway, has a spectacled eye guard and no horns at all. Axes, swords, and Sikhs' knives were their close combat tools, while bows and arrows could be used to pepper an enemy from a distance, if required. Now they did not, in the pagan era, generally fight on horseback, though they sometimes stole horses to ride off after a raid. In pitched battle, they usually formed a shield wall, much like their Anglo-Saxon or Frankish foes, a formation where warriors stood shoulder to shoulder, shields overlapping in front, creating a wall of wood and iron. From behind this wall, they would thrust spears and hack with swords or axes. The clash of two shield walls was a brutal hand-to-hand combat. It was a test of cohesion and courage all at once. So were the Vikings better fighters than others? Well, they were certainly experienced, and often highly motivated by the prospects of plunder or glory. In many cases, especially early on, they had the advantage of the battle-hardened leaders, Many legendary Viking captains had spent years raiding around Europe, honing their tactics. They also benefited from a psychological edge. Their ferocity and the fear that they generated could certainly weaken the resolve of anyone they attacked. The reputation of the Vikings sometimes fought for them, you see. Defenders who had heard tales of churches burned and innocents violently slaughtered might break and flee rather than face the same treatment. The Vikings, for their part, sometimes cultivated this fearsome image. Old Norse sagas speak of the berserkers, warriors who fought in a trance-like state, a kind of blood-drunk fury, said to be mad as wolves or dogs, biting their shields even, and completely immune to pain. These berserkers, from the actual word berserker, perhaps meaning bare shirt or bare shirt as in B-A-R-E, implying wild warriors who fought without armor. They're semi-legendary, but likely some Viking warriors did work themselves into a frenzy through ritual, intoxicants, or perhaps sheer will, intimidating enemies and to ignore wounds. In fact, an Icelandic saga recounts such warrior. One such warrior, Egil Skallagrimsson, who in a duel threw aside his sword and, I quote, went at his opponent with his teeth, biting through his throat. Good Lord. Well, whether or not such moments are embellished, they contributed to the mythos of the Viking invincibility. Wow. However, let's not idealize it too much in terms of their prowess. Viking tactics are highly effective for raiding and skirmishing, sure, but in set-piece battles against disciplined armies, they weren't always so tough. They had no monopoly on the shield wall or the axe. Anglo-Saxon housecarls, the royal bodyguards, also wielded huge axes to deadly effect, for instance. If anything, one could argue Vikings were conventional fighters of their age in battle, distinguished more by their mobility and boldness than by radically different military technique. One advantage they often enjoyed was leadership and unity of purpose in their war bands, being mostly volunteer or semi-volunteer forces bound by loyalty to a charismatic chieftain. They often had high morale and camaraderie, and the shared identity of being a Norseman, and often far from home, meant that each man relied on the others for success and survival. We should also mention the naval warfare aspect. Vikings could indeed fight on water. There are accounts of Viking fleets battling local navies, or just other Vikings. They would lash their long ships together to create a stable fighting platform, and then engage in archery duels or boarding actions. Their experience as sailors made them confident in amphibious operations, something their opponents rarely matched early on. Of course, all these elements combined certainly make them seem unstoppable, don't you think? At least during the 9th century. But as we shall see, the further the Vikings ventured, and the longer they stayed, the more their weaknesses became apparent. Cracks were beginning to show. They were humans after all, cunning and courageous, sure, but they weren't magical demons from hell. As other societies adapted to the Viking threat, the playing field suddenly began to level out. From the 790s through the 9th century, Viking raids expanded in their scope, and therefore ambition. No longer content with the smash-and-grab raids, larger Viking armies began to form and set their sights on major kingdoms. Nowhere was this more dramatic than in the British Isles, Anglo-Saxon England in the mid-9th century was a patchwork of kingdoms: Mercia, East Anglia, Northumbria, Wessex, and they were often at odds with each other. The Vikings knew this very well, and they exploited this political division. In 890, or 865 rather, a coalition of Danish Viking chiefs, the legendary Great Heathen Army. Well, you've got to give them that. It's a cool name for an army, isn't it? Landed in East Anglia, but not just to raid. This time, they were there to conquer and settle. They came in force, perhaps a few thousand strong, and methodically went about defeating Anglo-Saxon kingdoms, picking them off one by one. Northumbria fell, with its capital, York, in those days called Jorvik, becoming a Viking stronghold. East Anglia's king, Edmund, famously met a grisly end. Later narratives said that the Vikings tied him to a tree and shot him full of arrows when he refused to renounce his faith. Thus, he became St. Edmund the Martyr. Mercia was destabilized. By 870, only Wessex, under the young King Alfred, remained as a bulwark against the complete Norse domination of England. Something had to be done. Alfred, after some desperate guerrilla resistance, including a legendary winter hiding in the marshes and nearly being defeated, managed to rally the West Saxons. He reorganized defenses, building fortified towns called burhs, and a mobile army that could respond quickly. In 878, at the Battle of Edington, Alfred won a decisive victory against Guthrum, one of the Viking kings. The defeated Vikings were compelled to make peace and even accept Christian baptism. England would thereafter be divided between the Danelaw, areas of the north and east under Viking control, and the Anglo-Saxon south and west. This period shows Vikings at both their most dominant, but also their most challenged. Sure, they overran entire kingdoms, and that's pretty terrifying, but Alfred's successes demonstrate that when the leaders adapted to Viking tactics, those invaders could indeed be beaten. Alfred wisely avoided open field battles, unless conditions favored him completely, and he used a network of fortresses to deny the Vikings easy plunder. The myth of Viking invincibility began to crack. By the early 900s, Alfred's descendants were on the offensive, slowly reconquering the Danelaw. Far from always being dominant, some Viking armies were essentially bottled up, and some were bribed to leave. In fact, that happened in France repeatedly, those days called Francia. Now, speaking of Francia, by the way, the Vikings ravaged the Frankish or Carolingian Empire throughout the 9th century too. Dozens of Norse fleets prowled the rivers, the Seine, the Loire, the Rhine, striking at cities like Rouen, Nantes, Hamburg, and even Paris itself. Frankish chronicles bitterly record year after year after year of Viking attacks. In 845, a fleet led by the notorious Viking chieftain Regenerus, Ragnar, perhaps semi-legendary, sailed up the Seine and laid siege to Paris itself. Just imagine the shock in the court of the refined Frankish King Charles the Bold. These barbarians had penetrated the very heart of his empire. Well, Charles was unable to dislodge them, and there was only one way to get them to leave: paying them about 7,000 livres of silver. That made them eventually go away. An event that introduced the word Danegeld, literally Dane payment, into history. While the Vikings left with their silver, such payoffs only emboldened them to return to more. In 885 to 886, Vikings besieged Paris again. a massive onslaught, famously described by a monk named Arbo. The city's garrison, led by Count Odo, withstood months of attacks. The Parisians even dumped burning oil and wax on the Vikings, scalding their walls. Ultimately, the siege lifted, not purely by force, but again by negotiation and payoff, and by the arrival of Charles the Fat's army. Frankish policy vacillated between fighting and buying off the Vikings. The Viking leader, Rollo, was such a thorn in northwestern Francia that in 911 the Frankish king Charles the Simple made a deal. He granted Rollo and his men land in Neustria, that is the region around Rouen, in exchange for protecting it from other raiders. Thus was born Normandy, the land of the Northmen, with the Viking warlord becoming duke and owing nominal loyalty to the king. In the long run, this quieting by settlement strategy proved to be effective. Rollo and his descendants went from pagan raiders to Christian lords, founders of a principality that would in time produce the Normans, who ironically would launch their own invasion of England in 1066, but hey, that's another story for another time, I suppose. So during the height of their raids in the west, Vikings indeed seemed to be pretty much everywhere. Monastic writers in France wrote of towns burned, abbeys looted, and people carried off into slavery. They often emphasized the Vikings' cruelty, killing clergy, ravaging women, desecrating churches. Some of this is undoubtedly true, sure. Vikings were certainly not gentle house guests, though some of it might be embellished as typical of war narratives. But the fear, that was real. You wouldn't make that up. The coastal village sometimes just emptied at the sight of the Viking ships. The Vikings exploited rivers as highways deep inland, reaching even far-off places, like cities within Germany, and attacking as far south as northern Italy. In 844, a Viking fleet even sacked Lisbon. At that time, an Islamic-ruled city in Al-Andalus, by the way, and in 859 another Viking group purportedly reached the gates of Rome, though in fact they raided a town in Italy thinking it was Rome. The psychological impact of such wide-ranging attacks was, of course, immense. Yet not every Viking raid was successful. For example, in Ireland, the Vikings, called Dubgail and Fingail by the Irish, meaning dark and fair foreigners, established bases like Dublin, but they met stiff resistance from Irish kings. The Irish annals recorded battles where Viking forces were defeated as often as they won. In 1014, the Battle of Clontarf near Dublin saw the Irish king Brian Boru fight an alliance of Dublin Norse and their Irish allies. The battle was bloody, thousands falling on each side, including Brian himself. But by most accounts, the North side was shattered, and Viking power in Ireland afterwards began to wane. While Clontarf didn't end the Vikings in Ireland, if we're going to use that terminology, as Norse communities in Dublin and coastal towns persisted and assimilated, it certainly showed that the Vikings could be decisively beaten by local rulers who mustered an equal force. The fearsome fighters had their share of failures too. So in Western Europe, the Vikings were a scourge, yes, but over time, their narrative shifts from relentless conquest to integration or defeat. England by 950 was largely back under English kings, albeit with a strong Viking influence in culture and bloodline in the Danelaw. In Francia by the 940s, the worst was pretty much over, and the Northmen had either been bought off, killed, or absorbed, Normandy's rulers being vassals rather than foes. The monastic chroniclers, who in 841 wrote, "The Viking ships are without number," in despair, by the late 10th century wrote more about the new problem of other invaders or internal wars. The Vikings have been fearsome, sure, but not invincibly, not uniformly, and not forever. But the Vikings didn't only plague the Christian north. With typical audacity, they also thrust into the heart of the south, into Muslim-ruled Spain, Al-Andalus, and the Mediterranean Sea, regions that likely never expected to see Norse raiders. In 844, a Viking fleet of perhaps 50 ships sailed from their bases in Francia down the Atlantic coast to Iberia. They raided the coasts of what is now Portugal and Spain, sacking cities like Lisbon and Cadiz, and then boldly sailed up the Guadalquivir River to Seville, one of the richest cities in the Emirates of Cordoba. The Arabic Chronicles was astonished, as the Christians had been in 793. The Vikings, who the Muslims called al-Majus, fire worshippers or pagans, actually captured Seville for a short time in October 844. The city had no walls and was caught completely off guard. So imagine the blonde, armored-up northerners rampaging in the marketplaces of Seville. It must have been somewhat bewildering for the locals of Al-Andalus. But the Arab response was swift and formidable. The Emir Abd al-Rahman II gathered an army, including elite cavalry, and counterattacked. In a pitched battle outside of Seville, the Andalusian forces absolutely mopped the floor with the Vikings, inflicting heavy losses on them, many of whom were executed in full view of their retreating compatriots. The Vikings were killed, captured, or driven back to their boats. Reportedly, scores of Vikings were beheaded or hung from the city walls as a grim warning. The few who survived fled, some sources say even converting to Islam to be spared, and then serving as mercenaries for the emir. The people of Seville were traumatized by the raid, but they certainly learned from it. Might be time to build that wall. The emirate built up a navy and improved coastal defenses after 844, determined to never let the Vikings catch them unprepared again. Indeed, when the Vikings returned in later years, they were often repulsed by the new Muslim fleet in the Strait of Gibraltar. And one could actually argue the Iberian and North African powers responded to Vikings faster and more effectively than many Christian realms did, likely because they had experience dealing with seaborne forces and could mobilize resources quicker under a centralized state. Nevertheless, some Vikings did continue to prowl the Mediterranean. In 859 to 861, a large Viking expedition led by chieftains Hastin and Bjorn Ironside sailed from West Francia through Gibraltar, raiding as they went, and into the western Mediterranean. They plundered the Balearic Islands, attacked the coasts of North Africa, and then turned north to what is now France and Italy. We have a colourful tale, perhaps apocryphal. In the sagas and chronicles, it tells us how Hastin, coveting the glory of sacking Rome, led his Vikings to attack a city in Italy. Unsure of how to breach its walls, the crafty Hastin feigned illness and death, even staging a funeral procession to get his men inside the gates, only to leap from his coffin and help his men sack the town. Unfortunately for Hastin, the town was not Rome at all. Some say it was actually the city of Luna. Now this anecdote, true or not, it captures a combination of audacity and cunning in Viking raid behavior. If anything, it's creative, we'll give them that. These Mediterranean forays show Vikings as far-ranging freebooters. But interestingly, they didn't establish lasting colonies in the south, with one exception actually being a short-lived settlement in Carmagé in France, and later the Normans in Italy who were descendants of the Vikings rather than new arrivals, sure. The climate, stronger states, and naval patrols made the Mediterranean less hospitable to repeat Viking incursions. By the 10th century, the heyday of Viking activity in the south was all but over, but they'd certainly left a mark. In fact, you may find a few Norse coins scattered around, but the fear they instilled was fleeting compared to the generations of fear in the north. While Viking raids pounded Western Europe, another stream of Norse adventurers went eastward into the rivers of modern-day Russia, Ukraine, and beyond. These were mainly Swedes, often called Varangians or Rus, and their purpose was often more trade than raid, though the line could blur. They traveled down the great waterways like the Volga and the Dnieper, navigating the river and portage, linking to the Baltic and the Black and Caspian seas. In the process, they founded trading settlements that would eventually grow into cities, Novgorod, Kiev, and interacted with the Slavic, Finnic, and Turkic peoples. The indigenous chronicles of the Eastern Slavs even credit a group of Norse called the Rus with founding the polity of Kievan Rus, basically the beginnings of Russia and Ukraine, under a leader named Rurik, around 862. To the Byzantine Greeks and the Muslim Arabs, these northern visitors were somewhat of a curiosity. They were known to be tall, fair-haired, heavily armed men coming to trade amber, furs, honey, and even slaves for silver and fine goods. But occasionally, they too came as raiders. The city of Constantinople was attacked by Rus Vikings in 860, a daring strike on the world's richest metropolis. Well, it ultimately failed, as the Vikings withdrew, perhaps satisfied with some plunder from the surrounding suburbs. Later Rus attacks on Constantinople in the 10th century were repelled by the Byzantium war machine, which famously included Greek fire, by the way, a kind of ancient/medieval napalm. Eventually, the Byzantines found it more useful to employ the Norse warriors than to fight them, giving rise to the Varangian Guard, an elite corps of Scandinavian and later Anglo-Saxon mercenaries who served as the personal guard of the Byzantine emperors. These Varangians earned a reputation in the East for being fiercely loyal as hired hands, and just as ferocious in battle, often wielding those huge, threatening axes. One Byzantine princess, Anna Komnena, writing later, described the Varangians as fearsome, gigantic men, their axes gleaming. The mystique of the Viking warrior persisted long after their age, transplanted into imperial service. Even further east, Norse explorers reached the Muslim world of the Middle East. The most famous account comes from Ahmad ibn Fadlan, a 10th century Arab envoy, who encountered a group of Viking Rus on the Volga River in 922. His detailed observations provide a rare outsider perspective on the Vikings. He was simultaneously impressed, but also disgusted. On one hand, he noted, "I've never seen more perfect physiques than theirs, like palm trees, fair and reddish. They were tall, blonde or red-haired, heavily tattooed and armed to the teeth, a striking sight for a scholar from Baghdad." But then he also calls them the filthiest of all Allah's creature, appalled by their hygiene, going on to say, "They do not purify themselves after excreting or urinating, nor do they wash after coitus. They do not even wash their hands after meals." He describes how Rus Vikings would wash their faces and blow their noses into a communal basin of water, one after another each morning, without even changing the water. Oh, good Lord. A practice that made the clean-loving Muslim wretch. Yeah, that's not good. We certainly have an intriguing contrast, don't we? To the Arabs, the Northmen were physically formidable but culturally completely barbaric. Ibn Fadlan also famously records a Viking funeral of a chieftain. The dead lord's ship was pulled aside, his body placed inside with treasures, and a slave girl, voluntarily or perhaps under influence, sacrificed to join him in the afterlife. Her body burned with him on the ship. Such accounts confirmed the Vikings' reputation for savagery, but also showed a side of ritual and honor, albeit through a pretty gruesome lens. In terms of fighting, when Vikings clashed with powers in the east, the outcomes were mixed. The Khazar Kaganet, a Turkic state in the Caucasus, and the Volga Bulgars at times blocked Rus' expansion or extracted tolls from them. The mighty Abbasid Caliphate, centered in Baghdad, was largely beyond the reach of these northern raiders except via trade. Indeed, the flow of Arab silver coins into Scandinavia during the Viking Age shows that many Norse were more interested in commerce than combat in the east. But the Vikings did manage some dramatic raids. For instance, a group of Rus Vikings sailed all the way across the Caspian Sea and attacked present-day parts of Azerbaijan and Iran in the 10th century, believe it or not. Of course, they met with quite a harsh fate. The local Muslim armies trapped and annihilated many of them. Another reminder that when far from their element or facing strong forces, Vikings could and would be wiped out. So across northern Europe into North Africa and the Middle East, Vikings made their presence felt. Fearsome, sure. If you were a merchant on the Volga seeing these wild Norse raiders, or a Spanish villager seeing a dragon-prowed ship on the horizon, you'd be terrified. But in each theater, the Vikings eventually met their match, or melted into the local fabric. In the east, many Viking Rus became Slavicized, embracing Slavic language and culture and founding dynasties, the ancestors of the Russian princes. In the Islamic world, the Vikings either met a quick defeat or settled into roles as traders and guards. The world reacted to the Viking threat, sometimes with brutal force, sometimes with assimilation. And the Vikings, for all their ferocity, in the end had no choice but to adapt or perish. So we've talked about a broad range of Viking exploits. But for a moment pause and consider the battle effectiveness in hindsight. The Viking reputation as universally dominant warriors, it doesn't perfectly square up with the historical record. They were exceptional in some ways. Ships and seafaring skills were second to none in that era, allowing them to project force in ways that others could not, at least for the time being. Early on, this gave them an almost unfair advantage. Coastal and riverside targets were simply low-hanging fruit. Their courage and aggression meant they could often take the initiative in combat, dictating terms. A Viking raider band fresh off a longship, fighting on its own terms, was indeed a terror to militia and villagers. However, when the Vikings faced organized, prepared military opposition, the results could really go either way. They often won if they caught the enemies by surprise or if morale broke, psychological impacts of their onslaught again. But if the enemy stood firm, as for example, the Anglo-Saxon feared army, that's FYRD by the way, did at the Battle of Ashdown in 871 under Alfred's brother, or as the Irish did at Clontarf in 1014, the Vikings could and did lose on the battlefield. Consider one legendary example at the end of the Viking Age, the Battle of Stamford Bridge, 1066 in England. Here the famed Norwegian king Harald Hardrada, often called the last great Viking, invaded England with a sizable force. Initially he defeated an English northern army at Fulford, but then King Harold Godwinson of England himself somewhat ironically of mixed Anglo-Danish blood, rushed his army north and caught Hardrada's Vikings by surprise at Stamford Bridge. The Norse, many not even wearing armor due to a warm day, suddenly saw a well-armed English force bearing down. According to the chronicles, as the Vikings attempted to retreat across a narrow bridge, one giant-like Norse axeman stayed behind to single-handedly delay the English army. This lone warrior allegedly cut down up to 40 Saxons by himself, holding the choke point so effectively that the English had to use trickery. One soldier floated under the bridge in a barrel and thrust his spear up through the planks, killing the Viking from beneath. Seems like some sort of Donkey Kong sort of thing, doesn't it? What's going on there? Well, either way, it's a testament to individual Viking bravery, and the English admired it too, but also a prelude to what happened next. Once across the bridge, Harold's English housecarls formed their own shield wall and charged Hardrada's host. The Vikings formed a line and they forced fiercely. Hardrada himself reportedly went berserk too, wielding a two-handed sword and singing war songs, until an arrow struck him in the throat. The battle raged for hours, but ultimately the English broke the Viking shield wall, and they were utterly routed. Of an invasion force that had arrived in 300 ships, so many Norse died that only 24 ships were needed to carry the survivors back to Norway. Stamford Bridge was a bloody affair that showed even the mightiest of Vikings could be outmaneuvered and outmatched under the right circumstance. But of course, if you know the history, fate had a twist. Harold Godwinson had won this battle, but then he had to race south and was defeated by the Normans at Hastings just a few weeks later. So the Viking Age eventually gave way to a new era of Norman kings. Of course, if Godwinson had not had to fight Hardrada up in the north, who knows how the Battle of Hastings would have went. Now the point is, the Vikings were not unbeatable superhumans. They bled and died, just like any other mortal warrior. Their victories often came from exploiting weaknesses, surprise, dividing opponents, undefended targets, intimidation, rather from an overwhelming superiority in arms, tactics, or numbers. But I suppose that is just the art of war. But as their enemies learned and adapted, Viking advantages began to dwindle. Fortified towns denied them easy plunder. Standing armies and fleets denied them freedom of movement. And even culturally, once the Vikings began settling in lands, England, Normandy, Ireland, Russia, they tended to assimilate and just lose that taste, the wanderlust that fueled their raiding for so many years. A settled Viking farmer in York or Dublin was less likely to launch a raid on his neighbors, especially after converting to Christianity, which removed that ideological us versus them aspect that originally made monasteries fair game. And so, by the mid-11th century, the Viking Age was winding down. There's a few factors that contributed to the decline. First is the Christianization of Scandinavia. During the 900s, the kings of Denmark, Norway, and Sweden gradually adopted Christianity. You've seen the flags. With this came new alliances and a new world view. When Christian Danes and Norwegians certainly fought wars, of course, Sweyn Forkbeard and his son Canute conquered England in 1013 to 1016, but as would-be kings, not hit-and-run raiders. The old pattern of raiding monastic sites purely for pagan glory had faded. It's harder to justify plundering a monastery when you share the same faith, or when you know the neighboring Christian kings will retaliate in force. The church also likely worked to pacify and integrate warrior elites into more respectable forms of warfare, feudal service, crusades, royal armies, that sort of thing. And then we have the formation of strong kingdoms. In Scandinavia itself, centralized kingdoms emerged. In Denmark under Harald Bluetooth and Svein Forkbeard. In Norway under Harald Fairhair and later Olaf Tryggvason and Olaf Haraldsson. In Sweden under Olaf Skotkonung. These kings realized that maintaining internal stability and profiting from taxation and trade could be far more rewarding than the risky business of raiding. Well, as we've detailed, countries that have been victims also toughened up. England under kings like Aethelstan, and later the resolute Anglo-Saxon kings of the 10th century, became capable of repelling Viking forces, until a new wave of Danish kings took over. But even that became a dynastic union rather than a devastation. After Canute the Great, a Danish king, ruled England, Denmark, and Norway in the 1020s, the idea of a Viking conquering England was not frightening but rather politically normalized. In 1066, when Hardrada tried to conquer England in the old Viking way, he failed. And ironically, the successful conqueror of England that year was William of Normandy, a descendant of Vikings who fought in the feudal style with knights and castles all along. Europe's age of castle building had begun, and medieval castles was something a band of Vikings in longships really couldn't do much against. Coastal defenses and local militias also improved. The element of surprise had diminished. People knew what to watch out for, and beacons were set up and could be lit to warn of the Viking sails. So did the Vikings really deserve their fearsome reputation? In the eyes of their contemporaries, absolutely. The trauma and destruction they inflicted was very real. Monks writing in the annals of 800 or 850 were not exaggerating when they described the Vikings as a cruel scourge. In their experience, they certainly were. I mean, imagine being a peaceful monk or peasant and seeing your entire home burned, your friends and family killed or enslaved. You'd certainly spread the story of those nightmarish invaders too, wouldn't you? Their broad geographical scope of operations was unprecedented. From Newfoundland in the west, yes, they briefly settled in North America around 1000 AD too, though fighting with the indigenous people who they called Skreelings caused them to retreat. To the Caspian Sea in the east, from the Arctic Circle down to North Africa, the Vikings ranged farther, and perhaps any other pre-modern European people did. This fueled stories and rumors that enhanced the ferocious image. To Western Christians, they were pagan devils. To Muslims of Spain, they were a strange, wild people from the north. To the Byzantines, hardy barbarians, useful as guards. Each viewed them with a lens of fear and utility. However, with our view in hindsight, we see the Vikings as people, a dynamic, exploratory, opportunistic people at that. In battle they had their share of brilliant victories and ignoble defeats. We've seen them triumph, capture kingdoms, besiege great cities, and we've seen them vanquished, cut down by cavalry in Spain, outsmarted in England, absorbed in France. They were not immortal, invulnerable titans. Their dominance was not always or everywhere. It was situational and often temporary. The Vikings met stronger opponents in the Arab armies and the Byzantine legions, and even their most triumphant arena, Britain and Ireland, they eventually met their match, merged with locals sometimes too. By 1100, Scandinavians were Christianized, and Europe no longer feared Viking raids. Instead, Scandinavian kings were just another part of European politics. In fact, by the 12th century, some former Vikings, the Normans, were ironically crusading against other pagans or Muslims, seeing themselves now as civilized Christians. So to answer the question, were the Vikings really as fearsome, as tough as people think they are? Yes and no. Yes, in terms of the terror they struck into the hearts of the monks and the peasants with their sudden raids, and in the saga's portrayal of the mighty warriors who laughed at death, and that's earned them a reputation as ferocious fighters, that's for sure. They leveraged their technology, bold tactics, and sheer cunning to leave an outsized mark on history. But, no, they were not an all-conquering master race that rolled over every opponent with ease. They had weaknesses, a lack of cavalry, limited siege capability. They weren't great at taking fortified cities by force. Relatively small numbers compared to large armies of established kingdoms. Sometimes lacked a strategic long-term plan. Many just came for the loot, not to build an empire. Once their initial edge was blunted, the Vikings could be, and were, defeated by determined foes. Their dominance in battle was real, sure, but not uniform. It shone brightly in surprise raids and early incursions, but then dimmed as the element of surprise faded. The steady rhythm of oars and the glint of morning light on seawater. A long, sleek Viking ship emerges from the mist. In 787, the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle records the first arrival of 3 ships on English shores, an event so unprecedented that the local official who rode out to meet them knew not what they were. And when he did meet them, he was promptly slain. A few years later, in 793, the same chronicle tells of heathen men ravaging the holy island of Lindisfarne, presaged by fiery dragons seen in the sky. These dragons, they were both an omen and a metaphor, and it reflects how closely Viking longboats were associated with dread. Yet beyond the fear they instilled in their distant victims, the ships were a source of pride for their makers, innovation, and even identity. They were vehicles of not only war but trade, instruments of exploration and colonization, and of course potent symbols woven into myths and sagas. So let's learn all about Viking longboats today. That's an interesting topic. There's a lot of little details and eccentricities that you might not know. So over the next hour, I think you're going to learn quite a lot about them. But let me welcome you to the channel first. If you're new here, I invite you to click that subscribe button and leave your thoughts in the comments. Also, we are 100% ad-free on this channel, and quite proudly so. But we are only able to do this because of the generous support on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the occasional donation, and those who decided to check out the merch store. So thank you so much for anybody choosing to check out those avenues. Now, without further ado, let's begin this very long video. Well, let's start by saying that Viking longboats certainly did not emerge in a vacuum, but rather were the product of a long-standing Scandinavian boat-building tradition, one refined over hundreds of years. In fact, archaeological finds reveal that by the early Viking Age, that is, the 8th century, the dates that we have already mentioned, the Lindisfarne raid, and so on, Norse shipwrights had already mastered a distinctive construction technique. This is known as clinker building. Let me explain. In clinker-built ships, the hull is formed from long oak planks that actually overlap one another like the scales of a fish, fastened with tens of thousands of iron rivets. This method produced a hull that was both strong and flexible, able to twist and flex in heavy seas, rather than shatter like other boats would. Contemporary descriptions emphasize the elegant symmetry and lightness of the vessels. They were slender and flexible, with symmetrical ends and a true keel. Ultimately, crafted for speed, the ends of the ship rose in graceful curves, often terminating in upturned prows. And some of those prows may have been carved with animal heads, hence the terms like dreki or dragon ship in later sagas, though this detail is known mainly from later literary sources. But what we can know for certain is that by the Viking Age, these ships featured a sturdy keel running along the base for stability, and a mast to carry a sizable woolen sail, another crucial innovation that, combined with oars, gave the longboat its famous versatility. Now, in terms of structure, a typical Viking longboat had a long and narrow hull, with a ratio of length of around 6:1 or greater, and that enabled it to cut swiftly through water. A well-preserved example is the Gutenburg ship, a 9th century vessel excavated from a burial mound in Norway. It's about 22 meters in length and 5 meters wide, and the elegant lines and carvings demonstrate the craftsmanship of a Viking shipwright. Its shallow draft, only about a meter, by the way, meant it could navigate waters that were mere shallows and even land directly on beaches, a feature that astonished those accustomed to deep-keel ships of the south. The Anglo-Saxon monk Alcuin, writing after the Lindisfarne raid, marveled at how the Viking ships could suddenly appear, quote, and sail back on the sea like phantoms, another testament to their speed and the Norse advantage of mobility. It was the light weight that meant that they could even be carried over portages when necessary. That's right, just taken out of the water and carried over. It's hard to imagine that with a ship, but that's what they were doing. Not the first instance of this, certainly not the last. But this portability also allowed Vikings to drag ships over land between rivers or even around fortifications, literally bringing their navy across continents. The basic design of the longboat was time-tested. It drew from earlier Germanic vessels, for instance the 4th century Naval boat found in present-day Denmark. It shows many features that Vikings would later perfect. Except for one thing, the Naval boat lacked a sail. By the 8th century, sails had been adopted pretty much universally, greatly extending the range of Scandinavian ships. With a single square sail of wool, sometimes up to 100 square meters on larger ships, mounted on a mast amidships, a Viking longboat could harness the North Atlantic winds. But when the wind failed, or precision maneuvering was needed, crews would take up the oars. Oar ports along the gunwales, or the sides of the boat, indicate typical crews of anywhere from a dozen rowers on smaller boats to 30 or more on the bigger ones. For example, let's take the Gutenburg ship that we've mentioned. It has 15 oar ports on each side, for 30 rowers in total. And saga sources speak of even larger ships. Now, every detail of the design balanced speed, agility, and seaworthiness. The longboat's hull, wide amidships, and tapering to pointed bow and stern, gave it stability in rough seas while preserving a shallow draft. Its double-ended shape, symmetrical bow and stern, meant it could reverse direction easily, without having to turn around. A handy trait for quick beach landings and, of course, retreats. even the steering oar, that being the rudder in naval terminology. And yes, I'll try to do my best with the naval terminology and explain everything. The steering oar was innovatively mounted on the starboard, that being the right side on a pivot, and that would allow the helmsman to take fine control and make these fine movements. But the Vikings were also not prone to writing treatises about their ships, but later medieval saga writers convey a sense of universal admiration for the design. No matter what happened and all of the wars, they certainly had to admit that they had pretty good boats. One saga writer explains that a true king's ship could be the finest blend of form and function, long and slender as a serpent, yet strong-timbered and high-sided. And indeed, the very term long ship, that is langskip in Old Norse, by the way, came to denote these war cruisers par excellence, in contrast to broader cargo ships. Still, the underlying design principles, clinker hull, keel, shallow draft, single mast with a square sail, they were common across different types of Viking vessels. It was a modular design that shipbuilders could scale up or down as needed, producing boats fit for fishing and local ferrying, all the way to grand royal longboats that could carry hundreds of warriors. But building a Viking longboat, that was pretty difficult. In fact, it was a community endeavor, not to mention an act of expert craftsmanship. It's not just like smacking together a small raft or barge to go down the river. Norse shipbuilders, often working near wooded shores or fjords, knew how to extract the best work from their materials. Quite ahead of their time, actually. Now, in terms of the wood of choice, that was oak. For the hull, mainly. It was tough, rot-resistant, and pretty abundant in Scandinavia. Shipwrights would fell tall, straight oaks and split them lengthwise to create the strakes or planks for the hull. Using the natural curve of the tree branches, they fashioned ribs and frames that would support the planking. The construction was done hull first. Builders laid the keel, and then raised the stem and stern posts, and then attached plank after plank, each overlapping the last in that clinker style. As one plank was secured to the next with iron rivets, the ship slowly took shape like a giant wooden shell. It was only after the hull was complete that the internal frames and crossbeams would be fitted, a technique that produced a very fair hull shape and allowed for a bit of flexibility, which is very important when you're being thrashed about in the sea. Rivers not so bad, but the sea between, well, up near the North Sea, between that passage of Scandinavia and England, that can be quite a bumpy ride. Contemporary accounts from the sagas give a vivid sense of the labor involved. For example, in Snorri Sturluson's Heimskringla, the saga of Olag Tryggvason, we read of how King Olaf commissioned the greatest longship of his time. Many hands were put to work, and quote from the text, some to fell wood, some to shape it, some to make nails, some to carry timber, and all that was used was of the best. And yeah, this matches what archaeology suggests, that building a longboat was a highly organized process. Skilled craftsmen called shipsmiths oversaw the shaping of each plank, so it would fit snugly along to its neighbor. Iron rivets, referred to as nails in the saga, though they were actually clenched rivets with a row of plate, were forged in quantity. The Heimskringla account even describes an incident where the master builder, displeased with the shape of the hull, secretly went along one side of the unfinished ship and carved a series of notches. The next day the workers were horrified to find the hull seemingly ruined. but the builder calmly shaved down the planks to remove the notches, thereby fairing the hull to a more graceful form. I mean, he could have just told them, but well, that wouldn't make for a very good story, wouldn't it? This is why, as well, a lot of these stories from sagas and everything, sometimes you can't take them exactly as a historical fact. You can take them more as a parable, a kind of moral story, this kind of thing. Not dismissing it, just adding that little pinch of salt that we need with these sorts of things. Anyway, King Olaf and his men concluded that the ship was a lot better looking for this adjustment, showing the artistry involved in achieving an optimal hull shape. Now, the raw materials required to build a large longship, they were quite considerable in themselves. One reconstruction, the Sea Stallion of Glendalough, that is a modern replica of a 30-meter Viking warship, illuminates this scale. You see, the builders roughly needed 150 cubic meters of wood, primarily fresh oak for planking and naturally curved oak limbs for the frames. Approximately 400 kilograms of iron were required to forge the rivets and bolts holding the ship together. Kilograms, of course. 1 kilogram is like 2 pounds, so think about 800 pounds of iron. And then around 3,000 meters of hemp rope were made for the rigging. Everything from the thick stay that held the mast to halyards, sheets for the sail, and mooring lines. Now, as for the sail itself, it was woven from wool, and it could be 100 square meters in area for a big warship. Producing such a sail, of course, is a massive task, usually involving the Viking Age women experts in spinning and weaving. A single sail might consume the wool of hundreds of sheep and require several man-years of labor to produce by hand. All these materials were assembled using simple tools, axes, draw knives, augers. Yet the precision achieved is evidenced by the ships that we do have surviving. The planks of the Gokstad and Oseberg ships, for example, they're so finely jointed that even after 1,000 years in the earth, the hulls held together when excavated. Now, if that's not built to last, I don't know what is. But it is important to note that Viking shipwrights built without detailed blueprints, at least as we know them. Knowledge was rather passed down orally and through apprenticeship. The proportions were likely laid out by eye and experience alone, perhaps guided by simple measuring rods or templates for curves. In the sagas, exceptional builders were admired almost like sorcerers of their time. Their craft seemed to be magical. But underlying their skill was a deep empirical understanding of wood's properties and the sea's demands. They shaped each plank to meet the next at just the right angle, forming a watertight lap joint sealed with tarred animal hair or moss. They drove rivets through the pre-drilled holes and pinned them over iron roves, that is, washers, to clinch the planks tight. They then fashioned sturdy oak ribs and beams to brace the hull interior, yet often left the hull planking itself as the main strength, a kind of natural monocoque design that could flex in the waves. Got to have a bit of give, that's for sure. This is also a technique that they use in making housing and buildings in general a little bit more earthquake-proof. If we look at the Japanese building traditions, especially the pagodas and all the rest, there's no actual nails in them. Rather, everything fits together in a way that it can slide around and react to any external disturbances. A little bit different from the Viking tradition, of course, but it's just another example of having this necessary movement within building and construction, whether that be stationary structures or boats or anything else. Well, anyway, when all the woodwork was done, the longboat would be finished with more practical details. A steering oar mounted on the starboard side towards the stern, rowers' benches or thwarts, which were often removable, by the way, and sometimes decking at bow and stern to serve as fighting platforms or cargo space. The hull was typically coated with a mixture of pine tar and oil to make it waterproof, giving the ships a dark, glossy finish, and also a distinctive, resiny smell. Some ships may have featured colorful painted shields hung over the gunwales when going into battle. One image made iconic by the later artwork in the Bayeux Tapestry, which, though depicting 11th century Normans, does show similar ships. Normans, of course, being descendants of Vikings. Yes. Now, the result of this building process was a longboat that could be both lightweight and incredibly durable. For example, the Gokstad ship, which is from around 890 and found in Norway, had a keelplank nearly 18 meters long and a broad, sturdy hull. Tests with replicas show that such a ship could endure oceanic voyages and even surf down large waves. The Gokstad's builders inserted removable oar plugs so the oar ports could be closed at sea, and that prevented water ingress. A small design element, but a very crucial one. And indeed, many such clever touches appear in Viking longships, and this proves that they were not crude barbarian crafts, but rather very sophisticated vessels honed for performance. It was science. You don't think of the Vikings doing science, but what else would you call this? It's pure science, practical, for the purpose and for the time. But in economic terms, a large longship was an expensive investment. It certainly did not come cheap. It required contributions of iron, which in the Viking Age meant laborious smelting of bog iron ore, and skilled labor over many months. Kings and earls sponsored shipbuilding, and laws in some Scandinavian kingdoms stipulated that communities must collectively outfit ships for defense. Thus, the longboat was a communal achievement. When a new ship was launched, it represented the manpower, material, and ambition of an entire village or clan. So you can imagine the scene. After those years of weaving that sail, all those months of getting the wood and the iron and everything, certainly imagine on that maiden voyage, the whole village coming out to wave as the warriors go off to war. Maybe to their doom. Who knows? But the important part is they go together on that ship that everybody built. Now, I'm sure you've got an image in your head. One from the images you've already seen, and two from what we've just discussed over the last 20 minutes. But not all Viking ships were the same. It's just like how the modern navy has specialized vessels. The Norsemen had different ship types, some optimized for war, some for trade, and other purposes. But broadly, Viking ships can be divided into two categories in the literature side of things, that is, warships, often called longships, and merchant vessels. However, this is a bit of a simplification. There is a bit of an overlap. A sturdy cargo ship might join a war fleet, and a warship certainly carried trade goods or settlers at times. Nevertheless, understanding the ideal types helps us shed a bit of light on the Viking naval capabilities. So let's start with the warships. These are the iconic Viking raiding vessels. Long, narrow, fast. The Norse called them various names. Snake, swift cutter, drekki or dragon, if they were adorned with a dragon-head prow, which of course would be quite threatening to see come out in the early morning. A typical war longship, like a snekja or a snake, might be around 17 to 20 meters long, and carrying perhaps 20 pairs of oars, even 40 rowers, and additional crew. It had a sleek profile and a shallow draft, enabling quick movement in coastal or rivers. Sagas and chronicles highlight the speed and movement and striking power of these ships. For example, the annals of St. Bertin record that in 845 a Viking force of 120 ships sailed up the Seine River to besiege none other than Paris. The Frankish chronicler marvels at how swiftly they moved and how unstoppable they seemed to be on the river. Warships were light enough that their crews could drag them onto a beach or even across a strip of land to bypass defenses. This was not just theoretical. In Eastern Europe, the Norse Rus adventurers reportedly portaged their longboats between river systems to reach the Black Sea. The primary chronicle of the Eastern Slavs, not cited here but well known, describes Viking Rus hauling their boats around rapids on the Dnieper. At the high end of warship design were the great ships of kings. They were longer, and of course carried quite a few more men. The most famous is perhaps Olag Tryggvason's longship, the Ormur Inlangi, or Long Serpent. According to Snorri's account, which we have mentioned, that saga, the Long Serpent had 34 rowing benches, and that implies 68 oarsmen, plus additional crew, easily over 100 men in total. It was said to be 43 meters in length, and lavishly decorated with gilded dragon heads and tails. While saga figures might be exaggerated, archaeological evidence confirms Vikings did build some very large warships, especially by the late Viking Age. The discovery of the Roskilde 6 longship in Denmark, which is dated to around 1025, revealed a vessel about 37 meters long, a true leviathan of its day. These great warships, sometimes called drekar, were prestige objects, intended for the retinues of kings. They could outpace smaller ships, and overwhelm by sheer capacity. Saxo Grammaticus, in the Gesta Danorum, even mentions legendary fleets of 150 ships, and a fantastical armada of 3,000 vessels under King Canute. But hold your horses, these are likely exaggerations, and probably wildly exaggerated. But they are indicative of the psychological impact of a Viking navy. What unified the warship class was their emphasis on speed and maneuverability over cargo space. Their hulls were narrower, and beams were relatively slim. They often had higher freeboard than merchant ships, that is, side height, by the way, to allow fighting from the decks and to handle the rough waters. But they ultimately remained open boats, without full decks. Warriors in battle would station themselves along the gunwales, sometimes lashing ships together to create a stable fighting platform, as described in accounts of naval battles. One example of that, by the way, is the Battle of Svolder around year 1000, where Olav Tryggvason's ships were tied together to resist boarding. It's tactics like that show the Viking warships were effectively extensions of land armies onto water. Long, stable platforms for hand-to-hand combat, yet quite capable of swift movement and rapid retreats when needed. So let's talk about the merchant ships. Slightly less exciting than the warships. But don't worry, they've got some eccentricities of their own. Now, they were called Nar, and that's spelled Knarr. In contrast to the lean warships, the Viking merchant vessels, also known as kaupskip or buying ship, were built for capacity and open ocean sailing. A Nar was typically shorter and much broader in beam, and we do have one well-studied example, Skjoldelev I, a wreck found in Roskilde Fjord in Denmark. It's about 16 meters long and nearly 5 meters wide. With its deep hull, it could carry up to 24 tons of cargo, far more than a longship could. The hull of a Nar was fuller and deeper, giving it a draft of around 1.5 meter when loaded. This greater depth and a shorter length made it slower under oar, and indeed Nars had few oar positions, often just for harbor maneuvering, but they were optimized for sailing on the high seas. A single large square sail propelled these ships in their hull form and allowed them to ride out the ocean waves with heavy loads. I suppose you could say the Nars were the workhorses of Viking trade and colonization. They're the kinds of ships that would have carried timber, furs, iron, wool, all the other trade goods that were needed. And they would carry them from Scandinavia to ports as far as the British Isles, the Baltic, and Francia. One historical account from the late 9th century describes a Norwegian trader, Othere, who sailed his cargo ship from Norway around England, and even up to the White Sea in the Arctic. Journeys only feasible in a stout sailing Nar. The longships were tough, but not quite built for that purpose. Now these ships, the Nars, were also likely the ones used to transport families and livestock to new settlements. The sagas of the Norse settlement of Iceland and Greenland, such as the saga of Eric the Red, describe how groups of settlers loaded their belongings, livestock, and kin into the great Nar. And indeed, Nars routinely crossed the North Atlantic, ferrying sheep, cattle, and horses to Greenland, returning with walrus ivory, hides, and exotic goods. In 1000, Leif Erikson's voyage to Vinland, that is Newfoundland, was almost certainly in a Nar, a ship capable of handling the open Atlantic and carrying bulky provisions and any trade acquisitions, think of timber and grapes as the legend holds, back to Greenland. One hallmark of Nar design was the small crew requirement. You see, a Nar might only have 6 to 8 crew members, relying mostly on sail power rather than the brute strength of the oarsmen. And this was sufficient for long voyages, leaving more room for cargo and reducing the need to carry food for large numbers of rowers. In contrast, a warship required a big crew of rowers who were essentially its engine. I suppose we can use those modern terminologies. We get away with it once or twice. Well, this difference meant that a Viking chieftain planning a trading expedition could do so with a fraction of the manpower needed for a raid. A practical distinction when considering the economics of Viking ventures. So between these two ends of the spectrum, the longship and the Nar, lay many intermediate types. There were smaller coastal and fishing boats, like the feria or ferry boat, and the feiring, a 4-oared small boat. But there were also hybrid ships too, sometimes referred to as karvi, which might carry 10 to 20 oars per side, usable for both raids and general transport. One interesting variant, though, was the byrding, mentioned in some sources, a small cargo boat, perhaps used for coastal trade or supplying larger fleets. The Vikings adapted their boat designs to particular needs: narrow, shallow draft boats for navigating the twisting rivers of Russia, broader, stable vessels for the North Sea trade, and so on. Everything was always built for purpose, whether that be war or trade. The Norse also continued to innovate. There was no one-and-done option when it came to ships. By the end of the Viking era, the 11th century, some warships began to incorporate features for even greater speed under sail, such as lowering the weight aloft. The Bayeux Tapestry famously depicts a Norman longship with striped sails and animal head prows, direct descendants of the Viking longboat, carrying William the Conqueror's invasion force, a reminder that the ship technology did not vanish with the Viking Age, but rather evolved into medieval navies. Well, Viking maritime culture certainly produced a diverse fleet. No one can argue that. Each type played a role in the Norse expansion. The longboat, in a narrow sense, was the raider's razor, meant to strike fast and hard, and the gnar was the settler's and trader's wagon, built to endure long hauls and heavy loads. But both of these ships were the expressions of the same underlying nautical genius, just calibrated for different priorities. And together they enabled the multifaceted nature of the Viking enterprise. Not only swift raids and daring battles, but also long-distance trade networks, and the founding of new communities across the sea. But let's talk more in particular about raiding and war. From the Loire to Lindisfarne, the Mediterranean to the Volga, the appearance of a Viking longship, or even more of them, often heralded sudden violence and upheaval. In warfare, the longboat gave the Norse a strategic and tactical edge that left contemporaries panically scrambling to adapt. Medieval chroniclers, often on the receiving end of Viking attacks, remark frequently on the speed, mobility, and surprise afforded by these ships, with a mix of admiration and terror. The Frankish scholar Ermentarius, describing a Viking raid, lamented how the Northmen's ships could penetrate every river like serpents and strike deep inland where no enemy had been seen before. The historical record is replete with such accounts, which when analyzed shows how revolutionary the Viking use of longboats really was in an era when most European powers had, minimal naval capabilities. War was about fighting on land in those days. Here's a case in point. The raid on Paris in 845. In the Annals of Saint Bertin, recorded in March of that year, quote, 120 ships of the Northmen sailed up the Seine to Paris, laying waste everything on either side. The West Frankish king, Charles the Bold, hastily mustered forces, but realized he could not easily catch or defeat these river-borne raiders. In the end, he paid them off with a heavy ransom. 7,000 pounds of silver, by the way. That's pretty damn heavy. But it did make them go away. Well, this illustrates how Viking longships in war functioned like a fast-moving attack craft, able to exploit waterways as highways into the heart of enemy territories, bypassing all of those beach outposts. The same annals mention that elsewhere, a Viking fleet of 600 ships attacked along the Elbe, likely an exaggeration in number, but clearly reflecting a multiple squadron force operating simultaneously. Terrifying prospect of the time. Even if it's only 100 ships, still not good. But what made them so effective in war? It was all about the speed and shallow draft. A Viking longship under a skilled crew could average 5 to 10 knots under oar, and perhaps 10 to 15 under sail with a good wind. Enemy coast guards or militias rarely had any time to make an effective response before the Vikings had landed. plundered, and departed. The show was all over by the time they had their mail on. These ships could navigate shallow estuaries and rivers that were impassable to larger ships or to cavalry by land. In England, Vikings famously sailed up the Ouse, the Trent, and the Thames, parking their ships near towns and monasteries that thought themselves to be well and truly safe so far away from the coast. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle entry for the year 866 describes a great heathen army of Danes landing from a fleet in East Anglia, then proceeding overland to capture York in the next year, 867. The Chronicle doesn't detail the ships, but earlier it notes the shock of the first incursions in 1789. The first 3 ships of the Northmen arrived and killed the local reeve, as mentioned before. Well, by the late 9th century, Vikings were arriving with scores of ships, essentially a sea-borne army. Tactically, Vikings often chose moments of chaos, bad weather, religious feast days. Those were their times to strike, when people would least expect it, or on the feast days where people were just really drunk. And these were their time to strike, leveraging the all-terrain capability of their vessels. The longbows could be dragged into hiding up narrow creeks, or even across land to adjacent waterways, confounding pursuers. Frankish sources describe Vikings hauling ships up on the riverbanks to form temporary fortified camps, by arranging ships and digging ditches. The ships themselves could serve as fortifications in a pinch, turned on their side or propped as a barrier. They shielded the camps, kind of like circling the wagons in the old Gallic tradition. In set-piece battles at sea, Viking longboats allowed for highly mobile engagements. Battles often resembled land combat once the ships had closed in. Warriors threw grapnels to bind ships together and fought with swords, axes, and spears, and arrows, of course, when they were at close quarters too. And a vivid example of that is the Battle of Svolder, around the year 1000, described in multiple sagas. King Olav Tryggvason of Norway, sailing with only 11 ships, including his aforementioned Long Serpent, was ambushed by a coalition of Danish and Swedish Vikings with perhaps 70 ships. But rather than flee, Olaf formed his ships in a tight defensive ring. The sagas recount how the enemy boarded the outer ships one by one. Olaf's men fiercely defended the Long Serpent. Its high sides made boarding difficult, and its crew were picked warriors. But sheer numbers overwhelmed them. Olaf, facing capture, had no choice but to leap overboard, and he was never seen again. Though a saga account, this tale shows the features of a Viking naval warfare situation, the use of shield walls on decks, the binding of ships into larger platforms, and the value of a superior ship in battle, i.e., Olaf's Long Serpent held off many lesser ships for a long time. But it also shows that Vikings did not shy away from naval combat. They didn't have any castles or secure bases when on the move, so to survive they had to fight well at sea, as well as on land. Longbows also enabled the raiding lifestyle logistically. They could carry not just warriors, but also horses for cavalry raids inland. There are accounts too, in the Frankish chronicles for example, of Vikings bringing horses across the sea, something only possible because the ships could be beached and the animals offloaded. In 865, the great heathen army in England likely brought horses or acquired them soon after landing, facilitating rapid movement across England. A combined arms approach made possible by ship transport. The shallow draft meant that if threatened, Vikings could quickly re-embark and push off into water too shallow for enemy ships or too distant for arrows, and as a result defending armies found themselves perpetually frustrated. You see, if they marched to meet the invaders, the Viking ships could slip away by sea. But if they stayed put, the Vikings could strike elsewhere. A rock and a hard place. And then there's the psychological aspect. That image of the dragon-prowed longship striking fear. Some chronicles speak of the dragon ships appearing suddenly out of nowhere, and Vikings sometimes exaggerated this effect by mounting carved heads on the prows, though interestingly, Norse custom and Icelandic law dictated that when returning home, they must remove the fearsome ornaments, quote, lest the land spirits be frightened. This legal tidbit shows that Vikings understood the psychological warfare aspect of their ships. The same dragon prow, meant to terrify enemies, could offend the spirits of one's own land if it wasn't covered up. Now, that's a revealing glimpse of how they really took the aura of their vessels quite seriously. But it has to be said, we shouldn't romanticize Viking raiders. These were not heroic in any real sense of the word. Their incursions brought much suffering. From a military history standpoint, the longboat was a revolutionary force multiplier. With relatively small numbers, Viking bands could strike almost anywhere along coasts and navigable rivers. The Frankish Emperor Charlemagne and his successors, despite commanding vast realms, struggled to counter this. Eventually, the Franks started building bridge forts on rivers and a few coastal defenses, and the English kings created a navy of their own. King Alfred actually built a fleet of longship-like vessels to patrol against the Danes. These were direct responses to the Viking threat, and of course a tacit acknowledgement that without similar ships, one was just fighting a losing battle. And here's a pretty illustrative anecdote that comes from the Annals of St. Bertin again, in 859. Viking raiders sailed up the Rhone in Francia, even dragging ships past perilous stretches. And one group portaged ships from the Loire River to the Vistula in Poland, effectively conducting an amphibious invasion across Europe's watershed. The ability to appear in such unexpected places earned some Vikings nicknames like the Grey Viking, because they were said to strike like wolves out of the mist. In Eastern Europe, Swedish Norsemen, also known as Varangians, used longboats to create riverine trade empires, establish fortified bases like Kiev, which began as a Viking stronghold controlling the Dnieper River trade. It was here that longboats were not just instruments of raiding, but also power projection to dominate trade routes between the Baltic and Byzantine Empire. The military versatility of the longboat shone on the east as well. Byzantine sources note the Rus attacking Constantinople in 941 with a fleet of what they called monoxyla, just their word for longboats. And though their attack failed, the emperor subsequently recruited Norse warriors as his Varangian guard, valuing their maritime skill among other qualities. But of course, while the Viking longboat is often remembered for war, and I suppose the Vikings in general, it was equally the vehicle of discovery, cultural exchange, and commerce too. The same oceans that carried those axe-wielding raiders also carried enterprising traders and brave explorers to those new lands. And it's within this arena that the more capricious Viking ships, the Nars and trade vessels, take center stage. These ships enabled those far-flung trade networks of the Viking Age, linking disparate worlds from the Arctic Circle to the Middle East. And they also allowed the Norse to become the first Europeans to reach North America, centuries before Columbus. In trading missions, Vikings loaded their ships with goods that were abundant in their homelands, or newly acquired through raids, and sailed to foreign ports to barter. Walrus ivory, furs, whale oil, woolen cloth, fine swords, just a few of the goods that they carried out. And in return they brought back silver, often in coin form or ingots, along with spices, glassware, wine, and other luxuries from the south. A remarkable account from 921 comes from an Arab diplomat by the name of Ahmad ibn Fadlan, who met Viking raiders on the Volga River. He describes them as keen traders in slaves and furs, and notes their willingness to travel great distances for profit. These Rus, as they were called, traveled by river systems in longboats, showing how Viking trade routes penetrated deep into Eastern Europe. They could sail from the Baltic Sea upriver, then portage or navigate through the river networks to reach the Black or Caspian Seas, connecting to the Islamic caliphates and the Byzantine Empire. The Volga trade route saw Norse traders exchanging northern goods for Arabic silver, and that's evidenced by the tens of thousands of Arab coins, also called dirhams, by the way, found in Scandinavian hoards. Certainly a testament and evidence of active commerce. Seagoing merchants, especially from Denmark and Norway, focused on the west and south. Viking merchants became common sights in the markets of Frisia and Francia, being the Low Countries, and Francia being France and Germany, where they sometimes enjoyed peaceful trade even when other bands were raiding. There is evidence, too, that Vikings founded or developed trade emporia, such as Dublin in Ireland and York in England. And these places initially were raiding bases, of course, but as soon as they go into bustling towns where commerce flourished under Viking rule. Well, the ships that facilitated this were stout gnars that could carry bulk goods. For example, the Kaupang market in Norway and Birka in Sweden. They were both trading hubs where ships arrived with loads of luxury items, like wine and pottery from the continent, and then departed with cargoes of Arctic belts and Scandinavian amber. But perhaps the most ambitious trading and exploratory voyages were those that went westward into the Atlantic. In the late 9th century, Norwegian Vikings began seeking new lands, driven by a mix of ambition, overpopulation, and a bit of exile, too. Some chieftains were actually fleeing the unification efforts of King Harald Fairhair. Not everybody was keen on having a big, happy family, I suppose. Using their ocean-going ships, they discovered and settled Iceland, traditionally in the 870s. And from Iceland, they sighted the barren coast of Greenland. And by the 980s, Eric the Red had led colonists to settle Greenland's fjords. These were extraordinary voyages, too, crossing 1,500 miles of open ocean, and not very calm ocean at that. But they succeeded, because the Viking ships were built for the task. The Greenland voyages were largely one-way trips with loaded ships. They carried colonists, livestock, timber, grain, everything you'd need to start a farm in an unknown land. The sagas say that 14 ships set out on one early Greenland expedition, though only 11 arrived. That indicates the bit of peril involved in the task. Yet once established, Greenland remained tied to the wider world by these ships. Gnars would sail roughly every few years back to Iceland or directly to Norway, exporting walrus ivory, seal skins, and polar bear hides from Greenland, which, by the way, at that time they were highly valued in medieval Europe, a real luxury product, and with kind of a end of the world kind of thing, the being so far away. You couldn't just get them from anywhere. It was certainly the ends of the earth. But it was likely on one of these trade routes that North America was first encountered. According to the Greenlander's saga and Eric the Red's saga, around the year 1000, Leif Erikson sailed west from Greenland and landed in a place named Vinland, likely Newfoundland or Labrador. He travelled on a Nar or similar vessel, described as large and sturdy. The sagas recount that earlier, another mariner, Bjarni Herjolfsson, had sighted unknown lands to the west when blown off course. A rather interesting, surprise discovery. Leif's voyage was deliberate exploration. His ship found regions he called Heluland, that is, flat rock land. It's possibly a modern-day Baffin Island. Look that up on Google Maps, it's quite out there. Also Markland, which is forest land, likely Labrador, and Vinland, or the land of wine, somewhere on the Northeast American coast with a more temperate climate. While these sagas mix fact with legend, archaeological proof of a Viking presence in North America was found at Lansay or Meadows in Newfoundland, a temporary camp or settlement dating to around 1000, when Norse-style buildings and artifacts had been excavated en masse. It bears a silent witness to Viking longboat voyages across the Atlantic well before any other Europeans. The ships that achieved this were not war longships, but solid ocean traders. They carried fewer crew and more supplies for survival on such a risky adventure. Maybe most of them thought they were never going to return, or even make it. I suppose it's astonishing to imagine a single-masted open ship, perhaps only 20 meters long, with a handful of Norse sailors scanning the horizon for new continents. But that's just what they did. Back in those days, the spirit of adventure outweighed the fear of death. Put it that way. But even in more regional exploration, Viking longboats played a key role. Norwegian Vikings explored the White Sea and the Arctic coast of Russia. One named Orther, or Otar, visited the court of King Alfred in England around 890, and told of sailing north beyond Norway to hunt walrus and trade with Finns. Alfred's scribes recorded Other's account, one of the earliest geographical descriptions of the Arctic, made possible by Other's robust ship that took him beyond the North Cape. The Vikings also settled in the Faroe Islands and ventured to Shetland and Orkney. Settlements in those islands were established around the 8th and 9th centuries, also quite early. Their ships also allowed entire families to relocate. The Book of Settlements of Iceland lists 300 to 400 settler vessels coming to Iceland over several decades, each laden with goods and passengers looking for a new home. But on the flip side, Viking longboats in trade meant cultural exchange. Vikings brought back not only material wealth, but also ideas and technologies. The presence of Arab coins in Scandinavia, Byzantine silks in Viking graves, or Frankish glassware in remote Norwegian farms indicates an interconnected world. The longboat was the physical means of that connection. In bustling trade ports like Hedeby in Denmark or Novgorod in Russia, you could find a diverse mix of people: Slavs, Frisians, Arabs, Norsemen, all enabled by seafaring trade. The Vikings often acted as middlemen, for instance, carrying silk and spices obtained by the Russians downriver, trade up to the Scandinavian regions, or moving furs and amber west into Europe. An interesting anecdote in trade is this: the Volga Vikings were known for selling slaves too, captured in Eastern Europe and sold off to the Islamic Caliphate. Ibn Fadlan, while horrified by some Viking customs, described their brisk trade. They would bring boatloads of slaves and pelts, exchanging them for silver dirhams and fine fabrics, and then return north. This human and economic movement would have been impossible without reliable ships. Likewise, in the West, Vikings who settled in Normandy from 911 onwards eventually integrated into Frankish society and even embraced Christianity. Yet they maintained their maritime connections. The Norman conquerors of 1066 had Viking ancestors, and they used many derived vessels to cross the channel. We see that in the Bayeux Tapestry, of course. And thus we can see that the Viking longboat was a bridge between worlds. In exploration, it took the Norse to lands unimagined by their contemporaries. In trade, it carried goods and cultural influence across continents, and importantly, these peaceful or enterprising uses of ships were two sides of the same coin with raiding. Often the very same ship that traded could raid if the opportunity or necessity dictated. The versatility of the longboat made the Viking expansion a mosaic of activities. Some voyages were purely predatory, others purely mercantile, and many likely a mix of both. A crew might trade at one port and take a little detour and sack another on the way home. I mean, you're already there. May as well not waste the trip. The archaeological finds of cargo ships like Skalderev I and others give us concrete evidence of ships used for commerce. For example, Skalderev I's construction, heavy pine planks, a broader form, shows a vessel built to endure the North Atlantic's fury with a full load. And it's no accident that such a ship was found scuttled in Denmark. It had done its duty, ended its life, plugging a defensive blockade in a channel. The Danes, by the way, sunk several old ships to block a waterway in the 11th century, which is why we have these Skalderev wrecks. Let's take a look at a different kind of approach. In the Norse mythic cosmos, ships were not only practical vessels, but they were deeply symbolic and at sometimes even sacred objects. One of the most famous mythical ships is the Skidbladnir, often described in the Prose Edda by Snorri Sturluson. Skidbladnir was said to have been the best ship ever made. Crafted by dwarfs, nonetheless, for the god Freyr. And it had magical properties too. It always had a favorable wind whenever the sail was hoisted, and astonishingly, it could be, quote, folded up like a cloth and put into one's pocket when not needed. Now that's handy, isn't it? This detail conveys the idea of a perfect, portable ship, and pretty interesting to see the Viking imagination. Of course, it's clearly a myth. Well, I suppose you can't prove them wrong, but we're going to err on the side of reality and say that it probably does not exist. But it does reflect how much the Norse culture valued a ship which could be taken anywhere and deployed at will, that ultimate symbol of freedom and movement. The Prose Edda explains that Skidbladnir was large enough to carry all the gods fully armed, yet through magic craftsmanship completely collapsible. In mythic terms, the ship represents both the pinnacle of craft and the limitless accessibility of the world via a good ship. And it's pretty telling that such a super ship is given to Freyr, a god associated with fertility and prosperity. Ships were seen as bringers of prosperity, you see, and necessities for a fruitful life in Norse society. And then we have another prominent mythic ship, Naglfar. Far from benevolent, Naglfar is described in the poetic Edda, and Snorri's other work as called Gylfaginning. I think I'm pronouncing that right. You'll have to excuse me with some of the Norse pronunciations. Well, it's presented in this poetic Edda of Snorri as the vessel that will carry the forces of chaos at Ragnarok, that being the end of the world. And what a gruesome vessel indeed. Naglfar is made entirely from the nails of dead men. What a concept. This mythology warns that whenever someone dies with untrimmed nails, those nails add to the ship's construction, so quite morbidly people were to keep their nails trimmed to slow Naglfar's completion. At Ragnarok, Naglfar will break loose from its moorings. We have a passage from the saga of Snorri. Naglfar is loosed, says Voluspa. The ship fares from the east, and Loki steers out of Muspel, the realm of fire giants, come hosts over the sea. Snorri adds that a giant named Hrym will pilot it, and it will carry the giants into battle against the gods. Now this terrifying image of a ship of the dead emphasizes the ship's role of a conveyor of souls or forces to the other world. It's as if the ultimate threat comes by sea, and that's intriguing, that Naglfar is called the largest of all ships in myth. Even the cosmos envisions the mightiest ship for the final conflict. The ship's composition, dead men's nails, also hints at the conception of the ship as made of humanity itself, a kind of collective vessel of doom. To the Norse, who routinely sent their dead out to sea, either in ship burials or burning boats, as we'll discuss, Naglfar is a dark inversion, a ship born of death, delivering destruction. It underscores that in Norse thought, ships could symbolize the journey to destruction or ferrying of the damned souls, not unlike the fairy in Greek myth, one of Charon, but on a bit more of an epic scale. And of course, I always think of the band Naglfar whenever I hear that. Maybe you want to look them up, or maybe you don't. It depends on your personal taste. Well, mythology also, of course, had, no surprise, seafaring gods. The god Njord, father of Freya, was a deity of the sea and wealth, often invoked by seafarers for safe passages. While no specific magical ship is ascribed to Njord in surviving myths, his patronage of sailors shows a divinity linked to ships. The goddess Ran was said to catch drowned sailors in her net, a somber reflection of how those lost at sea were thought to be claimed by the sea's deity. And in a different vein, the heroic legends sometimes have magic ships that can sail on land or need no crew. For example, in Gongu Hrolf's saga, a hero receives a ship that sails itself wherever commanded. These tales, fanciful as they are, again project that ideal of a perfect ship. But moving from myth to ritual, the archaeological record in Scandinavia reveals the practice of ship burials. High-status individuals, chieftains, kings, and in one notable case, 2 women of evidently great importance, were interred on actual ships and buried under earth mounds. The famous excavations at Osberg and Gokstad ships in Norway, as well as the Sutton Hoo ship burial in England, is in East Anglia, 7th century, likely related to Norse or related to Germanic customs. All attest to this. We've seen them plenty of times. In the Osberg burial, 834 AD, a richly ornamented ship was pulled ashore and used as a burial chamber for 2 women, along with an astounding array of grave goods, fine tapestries, sledges, a cart, animal sacrifices, that is, horses and dogs, personal items, and more. And in fact, the ship was 21 meters long and quite well decorated. Clearly not a mundane vessel, but perhaps one used ceremonially. Some argue that the Osberg ship, by the way, being somewhat less robust, might have been a royal yacht for more calm waters. The intention was likely symbolic, to provide the deceased with a means of transportation to the afterlife. As the saying goes, a Viking needs a ship even in death. The graves were often oriented toward water. The concept might be that the dead would sail to the land of the dead, for example, the Hall of Odin or the realms beyond the horizon. In Baldur's funeral in Norse myth, the gods placed the dead god Baldur on his ship and set it aflame and adrift, a scene mirrored in literary accounts like the Old English poem Beowulf, where a king is given a send-off on a burning ship at sea. But such send-offs were rarely done in reality. Burning ship burials would leave little trace, which might explain their rarity in archaeology. But at least one eyewitness account exists of something similar. Ahmad ibn Fahlan's description of a Rus chieftain's cremation on the Volga in 922. He provides a detailed and rather harrowing account of a Viking Rus funeral among the Volga Bulgars. He notes that first, if the deceased was poor, they would make a little boat, which they would lay him in and burn. But if he was rich or noble, a whole ship was used. In the observed funeral, the dead chieftain's body was placed on his riverboat, which was hauled onto shore. Over 10 days, they prepared a great funeral with rituals, including the sacrifice of animals and ultimately a slave girl who volunteered to join her master in death. The ship was made into a pyre. They placed the body in a wooden pavilion on deck with treasures, weapons, slaughtered animals, and finally, the girl, who was ritually killed and laid by her master. And then, the ship was set on fire. According to Ibn Fahlan, thereupon the flames engulfed the wood, then the ship, the pavilion, the man, the girl, and everything in the ship. In a short time, they were all turned to ashes. Ibn Fahlan's astonished narrative confirms that the burning ship ritual was not just a legend, but an actual practice. Well, at least among the Swedish Rus in the east. But he also observed the belief behind it. The Rus told him that the fire would carry the dead to paradise, and that ship would serve as a vehicle for the journey. The use of a ship in a funerary context, whether buried whole or burnt, shows a spiritual metaphor that death itself was seen as just another voyage. The deceased sets sail from the world of the living. Well, ships also appear in ritual landscapes in Scandinavia. Archaeologists have found stone ship settings, arrangements of standing stones outlining the shape of a ship, often at grave sites from the Bronze and Iron Ages, so we're going quite far back with this. The stone ships likely symbolize the same notion, the grave as a ship for the soul's final voyage. And though not actual boats, they show how ingrained the ship's symbol was in funerary iconography. On a simpler level, many Viking graves, even without ship burials, included a boat or part of one, sometimes just a few planks or a boat keel, perhaps to invoke the same context. And Norse mythology even envisions the sky itself as a great ship, carrying the sun. In some Bronze Age rock carvings, solar symbols are on ships, while by Viking times the cosmology had shifted to personified sun and moon riding in chariots. The older idea of a solar bark, akin to Egyptians' Ra boat, is found on stone carvings in Scandinavia, hinting at quite a long tradition of seeing ships as cosmic vessels. But we should also mention the removal of dragon heads here again, now in a more ritual context. The earliest Icelandic law code opens by saying no one should land a ship with a dragon head attached, and if they have such a proud decoration at sea, they must take it down before approaching land, lest the land spirits be frightened. Quite fascinating, isn't it? It does imply that the Vikings recognized local spirits, and thought the fierce visage of their warships could scare or offend those entities. Therefore, a religious ritual or observance, they removed their heads as a sign of respect, This shows that even the appearance of a ship had a more spiritual dimension. The war prow was like a mask of terror for enemy ships. Of course, you would have to take that mask off in friendly territory. The law, dated traditionally to 930 AD in Iceland, codifies what was likely a wider custom in Scandinavia. It also subtly acknowledges that ships carried spiritual power, enough to necessitate regulation in law. Finally, ships figured in Norse festivals and ceremonies. There is some evidence that miniature ships could be used as votive offerings to the gods too. The Vikings also erected rune stones that mention voyagers, and a few depict ships. One famous rune stone from Sweden, the Rook stone, possibly mentions a great longship among its inscrutable poetic inscriptions. In essence, Viking longboats carried immense symbolic weight. In myth, they were owned by the gods and carried the forces of chaos, or perhaps salvation. And in ritual, they escorted the dead to the afterlife and formed part of sacred lore and custom. The sea, the ship, and the journey, they are a recurring triad in the Norse spiritual conception. The longboat was not just a physical craft, but a metaphysical symbol of safe passage, transition, and maybe ventures into the unknown, whether that be this world or the next. A Viking might call his coffin a last ship, or see his life as a voyage across waters under the protection of divine powers like Njord or Aegir, a sea giant who hosted the gods in his hall far beneath the ocean. It is the year 821, and we find in an Irish chronicle a terse record of a Viking raid on a coastal settlement known as Howth, which, quote, carried off great treasure of women. This entry from the Annals of Ulster is just one reminder that the Viking Age was not only about raids for gold and silver, it was also about the capture and sale of human beings. From the late 8th to the 11th centuries, Norse seafarers carried out far-reaching slave trade operations that spanned much of the known world. Viking longships ferried their terrified captives from the monasteries of Britain, the villages of Ireland, the coast of Francia, and even as far as the forests of the Slavic lands, all the way to bustling markets where humans were bought and sold. The Viking slave trade. It was a cornerstone of the Viking economy, and just one other dark undercurrent of their era. But it doesn't get as much attention as their battles, their ships and voyages of discovery. They're certainly not remembered for their slaving operations. So today, let's have a peek at this under-examined aspect of the Viking world. How did the Vikings acquire their slaves? Through violent raiding, commerce, tribute from subjugated peoples, perhaps a little bit of all of them. And what roles did these enslaved men and women play in Norse society? And how were they treated by their captors and owners? They're all questions that we're going to answer eventually over the next hour together. And we'll also have a look at the slave markets of Dublin, Hedeby, Novgorod, and even as far as Constantinople, following trade routes that carried thralls, as they called them, from the cold north to the wealthiest centers of the medieval world. But we'll also have a look at the Norse law codes and sagas. That's a good peek into Viking culture, and they tell us about social attitudes towards slavery, and eventually how the conversion of Scandinavia to Christianity and the rise of centralized monarchies eventually led to a gradual decline and abolition of the Viking slave trade. But before we begin, allow me to give you a warm welcome. As is tradition on the channel, if you're yet to click that subscribe button, well, it's right there. Why don't you click it? And leave your thoughts in the comments too about what you think about Vikings and anything else related to the slave trade. Now, you will get 0 ads on this. The channel is proudly ad-free. We are sustained by the generous contributions of those on Patreon, YouTube memberships, those who check out the merch store, even out of curiosity, and those who choose to donate. So thank you very much for those who are engaging in that. And if you would like to join their ranks, you will find where you need to go in the description or the pinned comment, unless I've forgotten to do the pinned comment. If I have, please remind me and I will do it. Anyway, let's get down to business then, and we can dive in to that Viking world. Well, the primary way that Vikings acquired slaves, of course, was through the persistent raiding. After all, that's the Viking ethos. During the Viking Age, coastal and riverside communities from the British Isles to the Baltic lived in constant fear of attack by Norse marauders appearing seemingly out of nowhere. These incursions were not only looting treasure, of course, but opportunities to capture people. Accounts from the time frequently mention Vikings seizing men, women, and children, monasteries and villages. They were in particular quite lucrative targets, not just for gold and cattle, but for human captives that hardly had the strength nor the weapons to fight back. Easy pickings to be carried off in chains. Of course, we can't go past Viking raids without mentioning the famous one at Lindisfarne in 793. Let's take that as an example. Sure, they certainly filled their pockets with the monastery's riches, but some of the unlucky monks were likely dragged to ships, kicking and screaming, let off as slaves in a foreign land. Both Frankish and Anglo-Saxon annals likewise refer to Vikings, quote, leading away entire populations after storming a terrified settlement. In Ireland, the annals record numerous raids where Vikings would show up and round up droves of captives. Those who could not be ransomed by their communities were destined for the slave blocks. Now let's take the one notable account, the Vita Sancti Findani, that is, the life of St. Findan. It tells of an Irish nobleman who went to negotiate for his sister's ransom from Vikings, only to be seized himself and sold into slavery. That's bad luck, isn't it? And I suppose, if anything, we can look at it as a somewhat rare personal glimpse into the more human cost behind the raids. But beyond direct raiding, Vikings also acquired slaves through trade and exchange. You see, not every thrall under Norse control was captured by Vikings themselves. In some cases, they were actually purchased from other traders. Of course, back in those days in terms of slavery, well, it wasn't just one party doing it. Everyone was doing it, really. Well, not everyone, but the majority of people. Well, the saga literature provides illustrative examples of that. The Laxdœla saga, a 10th century Icelandic chieftain named Hoskuld buys a slave woman from a merchant in a market in Norway. This woman, Melkorka, had been a captive from Ireland, showing how Vikings could obtain slaves as commodities in a trading setting. Major trading centers in Scandinavia, such as Birka in Sweden or Hedeby in Denmark, hosted markets where slaves were among the goods exchanged. Vikings might buy slaves captured by others. Let's take, for instance, Finnic or Slavic war captives offered up by traders from the Baltic regions. and then of course take those slaves home or resell them elsewhere. In the East, Norse merchants sometimes bartered for slaves along the Volga trade routes, obtaining Central Asian or Caucasian captives to bring back Scandinavian markets. It was in this way that Vikings were not just raiders, but also slave brokers, integrating the human trafficking network that crisscrossed the early medieval Eurasian area. But occasionally, slaves were acquired as tribute or payment, and that is a little bit of a different situation. When Vikings extorted protection money, for example, the infamous Dane Guild, or struck deals with defeated peoples, primarily the demand was silver. And usually, if there wasn't enough silver, well, the value had to be made up for somehow. Throw in a few human tributes, and sometimes even if there was enough silver, they might have just demanded a few human tributes just on top to sweeten the deal. A local king under Viking pressure might hand over a group of slaves, often taken from lower status folk or rival tribes, as part of a peace agreement. In the Eastern Baltic and Russian lands, the chronicles imply that subject tribes under the Rus Vikings had to deliver periodic tribute. Now this was mainly furs and goods, but it is possible that people were in this mix too. Even within Norse society, there were a few pathways into slavery. An indebted person, or perhaps a criminal, might fall into temporary servitude. But this was less common than the mass enslavement of foreign captives, but it was there and does need to be mentioned. Either way, however obtained, slaves quickly became a profitable export commodity for the Vikings. They realized early on that human lives could be converted into wealth, just like stolen gold could, or silver, or any other commodity. In fact, and I'm sure you already know it, but for the people who don't, the very word slave in English and the French esclave derives from the word Slav, referring to the countless Slavic people sold into slavery in the early Middle Ages, many by Viking and other Norse-connected traders. The Vikings operated within this economy of human trafficking at an unprecedented scale for Northern Europe, and they fed a demand for forced labor that stretched far beyond their homelands. But once the Vikings had gotten all the slaves, where did they take them? Well, the slave markets of the Viking world stretched across Europe and into Asia. In the West, the main place was Dublin. That's right, the modern-day Dublin in Ireland. It was actually founded by Norse Vikings around 841. Viking Age Dublin grew into a bustling port where slaves were a major trade item. Irish annals and later records indicate that Dublin's Norse kings made quite a fortune selling captives taken from across Ireland and Britain. These enslaved Picts, Gaels, Anglo-Saxons, and others were held in pens around Dublin until slave ships could transport them to buyers. Some of them were actually sent to Norse colonies in the North Atlantic, the Orkneys, for example, or newly settled Iceland. And, a large population of early Icelanders had Gaelic slave mothers. As for the others, they were sold to visiting merchants from Scandinavia or further abroad. There was evidence that some English slaves even shipped from Bristol to Dublin for resale during the 11th century. But Dublin, as a city, or town rather, essentially served as a clearinghouse of the Irish sea slave trade. Within Scandinavia, slaves were traded at major emporia. Hedeby, Denmark's principal trading town in the 9th and 10th centuries, hosted traders from all over Europe. Slaves taken on Viking raids in Saxony or Frisia could be brought to Hedeby and sold to merchants from Frankish lands. And of course, then likewise the captives from Slavic territories, obtained either by Viking raids along the Baltic coast or traded from Slavic intermediaries. They might be sold in Hedeby's marketplace to people who would carry them into Germany, or even back down south. The trade, of course, was opportunistic. Any place where merchants gathered could become an impromptu slave market. Just gotta bring out the product. Archaeological finds of iron neck rings and shackles in Scandinavian trading centers show that human chattel was indeed part of the stock in trade. Kind of grim evidence of that. But it was in the East, however, that Viking slave trading truly took on an international form. Swedish Vikings, known as the Rus, opened up long-distance routes connecting northern Europe with the Byzantine Empire and the Islamic Caliphate. The great rivers, the Volga and Dnieper, they became highways of commerce, along with furs and amber, and slaves were of course among the most lucrative of goods. One key destination was the kingdom of the Volga Bulgars. Now that is near the modern-day city of Kazan. It was here where Viking Rus traders met merchants from Muslim Central Asia, and of course the Middle East. In 922, an Arab emissary named Ahmad ibn Fadlan visited the Bulgar capital and described the Rus he encountered there. Well, Fadlan notes that these Norsemen had brought slave girls to trade, along with furs, pelts, swords, and they were selling them to Muslim merchants from lands like Khwarezm. In exchange, the Rus eagerly took payment in silver coins, along with fine fabrics. Another Arab geographer, Ibn Rusta, though he was writing a few years earlier, circa 910 that is, explains how the Rus obtained these slaves. According to him, they would, quote, raid the Slavs, take prisoners, and bring them to the markets of Khazaria. Now, that is the Khazar Khaganate, and Bulgar to sell. Slave raiding and trading was essentially the business model of the Rus in Eastern Europe, and it was big business, so they weren't stopping anytime soon. Large numbers of enslaved Slavs, which were, by the way, in Arabic called Sakaliba, were funneled through these routes into the heart of the Muslim world. Many of them ended up in Central Asia and the Middle East, whether in harems or as domestic servants, and sometimes even as soldiers. So many European slaves flowed into the Caliphate that accounts mention slave markets in cities like Samarkand and Baghdad, stocked with fair-haired Sakaliba youths. The Vikings were critical suppliers in this pipeline, and their reward was the heaps of Islamic silver coins. As a matter of fact, archaeologists just keep on finding them, buried in hoards in Sweden of our modern day. There's still probably quite a lot more of them out there to be found too, so there's a little exciting archaeological side quest. Right, if any of you guys are in Sweden, please go and buy metal detectors, especially if you're near the coast or near a river, something like that. You might find something unexpected. Anyway, the other main route led to the Byzantine Empire, that is the Eastern Roman Empire. Viking Rus expeditions navigated down the Dnieper to the Black Sea, arriving at the imperial city of Constantinople, which the Norse just called the Great City, or Miklagader. The Byzantines, being Christian of course, did not publicly market slaves on the same scale as the Muslim world, but slavery was still very much present in their society. There was a difference, though, and that difference was that the Byzantines preferred non-Christian slaves, that is, pagans from the steppe or the north. Of course, the Rus, they were happy to oblige. They bought back slaves, usually Slavs or Finnic peoples from the forests of Russia to Crimean and Black Sea ports, where Byzantine purchasers could acquire them. Some Slavs undoubtedly found their way to Constantinople's own markets, though Byzantine records rarely brag about this. Rather, we hear it indirectly. For instance, a 10th century treaty between the Rus and the Byzantines includes clauses about the treatment of Rus's merchants in Constantinople, suggesting an established trading relationship that likely included slaves among other commodities. It's not mentioned directly in that treaty, but we can put two and two together, can't we? At least pretty safely in this regard. Now, the Byzantines also employed many northern mercenaries. You've heard of the Varangian Guard, of course. They were the bodyguards of the emperor, composed of Norsemen. And that shows that northerners could either come as hired guards or as sold chattel. Two very different fates in the great city. The Viking trade network extended even to the Islamic Iberian Peninsula, so that's modern-day Spain, Portugal. There were instances of Vikings raiding in Spain and selling captives. For example, in 844, a Viking fleet made an attack on Seville. After being repelled, survivors reportedly sold whatever captives they had taken earlier in their voyage from Galicia or Portugal in the North African ports. This was not, by the way, a primary trade route, but it does show how Vikings could plug into the broader slave trading circuits wherever they went. So in all these markets, the price of a human being had to vary by age, gender, destination, lots of different factors, and of course everything was up for a good bargain. A young woman in Cordova or Constantinople might fetch premium, a fate sealed as a concubine. A strong male captive could be sold cheaply to a Bulgar furrier, and then be resold at a higher price further south to work on an estate or row a galley. The Vikings learned to maximize profit too. They would transport slaves long distances to reach the wealthier buyers. Adam of Bremen, writing in the late 11th century, commented on the piles of riches, especially hoarded silver and gold, that the Scandinavian pirates amassed by trading these poor souls. He even remarked, rather disapprovingly, that Vikings, quote, have no faith in one another, and as soon as one of them catches another, he mercilessly sells him into slavery. While this is likely an exaggeration, born of Adam's understandable disdain for the Vikings, it certainly does speak to the reputation that these slave traders had. Utterly ruthless in the pursuit of profit. Seems to be something you got to put on the cover letter if you want to become a slaver. But we've talked about the slavers. When we talk about the slaves, what exactly was life like for those unlucky enough to become thralls? I like that word, thrall, you know. We should have kept that one instead of slave. It sounds a bit more effort behind that word, I think. Anyway, the Norse word for slave, that is thrall, it became synonymous with labor and degradation. In day-to-day life, the thralls filled the lowest and most difficult occupations. On a typical day on a Scandinavian farm or homestead, the thralls were tasked with all the arduous labors that the free people often shunned. Think about it. Male thralls plowed the fields, herded cattle and sheep, chopped firewood, and built or repaired buildings under the master's direction. And the female thralls, they tended to more domestic chores. They carried water from the well, ground grain into flour by hand, milked the livestock, cooked the meals, washed the clothes, spun the wool. Essentially, every menial or back-breaking chore fell upon their shoulders. Norse legal codes confirm this division of labor too. The Norwegian Gulathing law, for example. It explicitly notes that carrying water and tending to the hearth were the duties of a bondswoman, and it assumes that every substantial household would have at least one female thrall for such work. Thralls were also used as personal servants and concubines. It was common for a Viking master to take advantage of their slave women in this way. An enslaved woman could become a master's concubine or unofficial secondary wife, bearing him children who were technically also born into slavery. Unless, of course, the father chose to free them, but, well, good luck with that. The sagas mention these relationships occasionally too. A master laying with, quote, a thrall girl or a slave who becomes the mother of an acknowledged son. One famous saga example that we did mention earlier was Melkorka. She actually became Hoskuld's concubine and bore him a son, despite being a purchased slave. Well, her story, while it is a little unusual because of her noble birth, shows the real situation of many enslaved women. Male slaves, too, might be used in intimate roles. Some sources hint at male thralls being used as bed servants, or having to endure abuse, though such details are sparsely recorded by decorous medieval writers. But what about in legal terms? Well, legally, slaves in Norse society were property. They were not people. They had no rights to speak of. A thrall could not own anything of his own. He could not marry without permission, and he could not testify in court. Pretty much the same as how they treated the livestock. The master had almost total authority over a thrall's life and death. And if a master killed his own slave, it wasn't even considered murder under the law. At most, it was the destruction of valuable property. If someone else harmed or killed a slave, well, they had to compensate the owner for the loss, much like one would pay for killing a neighbor's cow or pig, something like that. And the compensation was usually pretty low. A slave's life was valued at a fraction of a free commoner's life. And the reasoning behind it all was quite clear. Slaves were akin to domesticated animals in the eyes of the law, important only in terms of the economic output, and of course the loss to the owner. One clause from an early Icelandic law book puts it this way: a slave is given full freedom when he is led into the law. Now that implies that until manumission, a slave literally stood outside the law's normal protections. Of course, if we go back 1,000 years earlier, if you've watched my videos on slavery in Roman societies, the ancient Romans had better legal protections for those under servitude than the Vikings ever did. I suppose the modern world doesn't always catch up with itself, doesn't it? I suppose there's always a time and a place. But what about the monetary value of a slave? Well, that could vary too. Historical sources suggest that a healthy young male thrall might cost as much as a good sword, or about 0.5 to 1 marks of silver, which is about 100 or 200 grams. Pretty significant, but affordable for a prosperous farmer or chieftain. As we've already mentioned, that most houses had at least one servant. Women, especially if considered attractive or of childbearing age, could of course be more highly valued. Children were sometimes sold quite cheaply. The reason for that is they required years of rearing before they could work fully. But very young children, and this is quite tragic, might just be killed, then raised in hard times. It just wasn't worth the effort for them. The value of specialized skills, however, was recognized. You see, if a slave happened to have a craft, that might be blacksmithing, weaving, something like that, he or she might be sold at a premium. On the other hand, an elderly or infirm slave had little value and might actually be freed as an act of charity, or just more likely cast out. Of course, with no one to look after them, you can imagine their fate. Despite these grim conditions, some masters actually exercised a degree of practical leniency, particularly to those intended for sale. As one Arab observer, Ibn Rusta, noted, the Rus Vikings would dress their slaves well and keep them presentable, because for them, the slaves were an article of trade, and a healthier-looking specimen would definitely fetch a better price. On the farm, a prudent master might ensure his slaves were adequately fed to keep up their strength for work. However, this was a calculated kindness. Physical punishment was omnipresent. Masters would whip, beat, brand the slaves as they saw fit. Now, runaway slaves, if they got caught, and you do not want to get caught, could expect brutal retribution. They might cut your foot off, gouge one of your eyes out, or at the very least, you would have permanent iron fetters riveted on. There are hints that thralls were sometimes marked by distinctive haircuts, or even iron collars inscribed with their owner's name. Indeed, archaeology provides us actual iron restraints from the Viking Age, shackles and collar fragments discovered in former Viking areas. Living conditions with the slaves were generally poor too, as one might imagine. They often slept in barns, stables, or even byre houses with the animals, rather than in the main family dwelling, though a favored house slave might sleep by the hearth. Their clothing was coarse and second-hand. One medieval commentator remarked that thralls could be recognized by their rough appearance, weather-beaten skin, scarred backs, and calloused hands. The Norse mythic poem Riksfugla reflects this image too. It describes the progenitors of the thrall class as ugly with crooked backs and knotted knuckles, and gives them demeaning names. Now, the demeaning names is interesting, because it indicates too that there was a societal view that slaves were almost a separate breed, suited by nature for toil and nothing else. But there were rare cases of slaves who gained a measure of trust, even affection from their masters. A thrall who grew up in the household from childhood might become a loyal retainer. Some saga stories speak of devoted old slaves who are almost part of the family, though still never free, it must be said. But in general, however, the social distance was maintained strictly, eating at separate hearths, addressing free people with honorifics but being addressed with contempt in return. The word thrall itself had very much become a byword for somebody subservient or base. To call a free person a thrall, that was a grave insult in Norse culture. Sagas record quarrels where one man accuses another of having the mind of a thrall or being the son of a slave. Slights so serious that they often provoked violence. And such insults show how deeply slavery was despised from the free person's perspective, and conversely, also how hopeless it was to be trapped in that status. So could a thrall ever escape bondage? Manumission, the freeing of a slave, yeah, it did happen in the Viking world. A slave might be freed as a reward for long service or fidelity, and some masters freed slaves as part of their last will. Perhaps it was to ease their conscience or gain spiritual merit, especially after the coming of Christianity. Freeing slaves was considered quite a pious act. A thrall could occasionally save enough money, perhaps through tipping or small trading on the side, to buy his or her freedom, though that was very difficult. In Icelandic and Norwegian law, formal procedures for manumission were outlined. For full freedom, the act had to be publicly witnessed at a local assembly, or later in a church. A newly freed person, called a lesingi, still remains socially inferior to the freeborn. Freedmen and freed women often continued working for or living on the land of their former masters, effectively as tenant farmers or servants. They couldn't easily sever ties. One law stipulated that a freedman's children could not inherit from a freeborn spouse unless both parents had been freed and the former master's patronage was acknowledged. So in essence, freedom for a thrall was a gradual process of integration over a generation or two, but manumission did allow some ex-slaves to rise in society. In the Icelandic Book of Settlements, for example, several early settlers are noted as being former thralls or children of thralls who were freed and went on to become landowners, often in new colonies where social mobility was a little bit more flexible. There is a particularly interesting aspect of slavery in Viking societies, and this was its intersection with religion and ritual. In the pagan Norse belief system, slaves could be and were sacrificed on various occasions. The most well-documented case is the sacrifice of slaves during funerals of powerful people. Ibn Fadlan's account of the Rus funeral famously details how a slave girl volunteered, under heavy coercion and intoxication of course, to join her dead master in the grave, and she was ritually killed during the cremation ceremony. In Scandinavia, several archaeological finds, ship burials, grave mounds, have revealed the remains of human servants buried alongside high-status individuals, likely sacrificed to accompany them to the afterlife. Slaves were also killed sometimes as offerings to the gods. The Arab traveller, Ibrahim ibn Yaqub, reported that the Norse, which he probably meant Swedes, but, would sacrifice a portion of their captives in honor of the gods, a practice possibly connected to a major pagan festival or dedications at temples like Uppsala. These grim practices show that a thrall's life was at the absolute disposal of their owner, not only useful in life, but even in death. A thrall might be served up as some kind of spiritual or ritual commodity. No escape. Alright, so we know that the Vikings were not unique in practicing slavery. Of course not. In the medieval world, many societies did, but they were a bit different. They interacted with several different slave systems in the course of their adventures that made them, well, it makes the whole thing a little bit standing apart from the others. A brief comparison can show you how the Norse fit into this broader picture in the model of the Islamic Caliphate. You see, slavery was a vast institution there, fueled by enslavement of non-Muslims from many different regions. Viking traders became important suppliers of slaves from Europe to the Islamic markets. The Abbasid Caliphate, centered in Baghdad, by the way, and the Umayyads of Al-Andalus in Islamic Spain, both had high demands for slaves as soldiers, laborers, and concubines. In fact, Islamic law encouraged the conversion of slaves to Islam, but did not mandate manumission upon conversion. Many Slavic European slaves, those Sakaliba sold by the Vikings into Muslim hands, ended up assimilating after conversion, though others remained in hereditary bondage. The Vikings, as pagan outsiders, could capture and sell Christians without any religious qualms, and Muslim purchasers could buy these, quote, heathen slaves with a clean conscience. It was a mutually reinforcing arrangement, despite the cultural gulf that existed between them. But on a few occasions, Vikings themselves were captured by Muslims. Let's take the example. When the Emir of Cordova defeated the Viking raiding force, some of the Norsemen were taken as slaves in Spain. But this is, of course, a rapid departure from the general rule. Circumstances were quite exceptional in this particular case. Generally, the power dynamic was that Vikings were suppliers and middlemen, and the Muslim societies were endpoint consumers. The Byzantine Empire, being an Orthodox Christian state, officially disapproved of enslaving fellow Christians. However, it still condoned slavery for non-Christians and maintained a slave market, though less openly than in Islamic tradition. The Byzantines eagerly bought Turkic, Slavic, and other pagan slaves for domestic service and for eunuch training, among other uses. Vikings interfaced this system with delivering pagan slaves from the north to Byzantine ports. But there was also a twist. Many Vikings served willingly in Byzantium as mercenaries, the Varangian Guard, and they became celebrated for their loyalty. So, as we mentioned, if you were going to Byzantium, a Norseman might either be a coveted royal bodyguard or, under less desirable circumstances, a chained captive. Over time, as the Rus converted to Eastern Christianity, the pool of pagan slaves for Byzantium shifted further east, Turkic nomads and the such like that, and the Viking role in supplying Byzantium declined. It was all a geographical problem. But during the height of the Viking Age, the Norse were an important conduit of slaves into Constantinople's sphere. Byzantine laws, influenced by Christian mercy, sometimes allowed slaves to be ransomed or freed, and a child born to a slave and free parent was often considered as such, points of contrast to the Norse practice. But still, everyday life of a slave in Constantinople or Kiev was not so different from that in Uppsala or Dublin, filled with the same old hard labor and subjugation. In Western European Christendom, slavery was gradually being curtailed during the Viking Age, especially as the Church pushed for freeing of the Christian slaves. In the early part of the era, that is the 9th and 10th centuries, the Vikings took full advantage of the fact that their victims were mostly Christian. They kidnapped thousands of Christian people, who ideally should not have been enslaved under Christian law, and sold them abroad where that law did not reach. Now this clash is evident in contemporary sermons and letters. Christian leaders decried the tragedy of baptized men and women being sold to heathens. In England, Bishop Wulfstan of York thundered against those who sold fellow English into foreign slave markets, calling it the greatest abomination. Over the 10th and 11th centuries, as states became stronger, laws were passed to prohibit the export of Christian slaves. After the Norman conquest of England, for example, the practice of selling English slaves overseas, often to Viking Ireland, was aggressively suppressed. In 1102, the Church Council of London explicitly banned the slave trade within Christendom. Similar pressures were felt in Scandinavia once the region itself became Christian. Essentially, as nearly everyone in Europe became Christian, the only legitimate targets for enslavement in the European view were people who were not Christian. This shrinkage of acceptable targets directly impacted the Viking trade, and by 1100 there were far fewer easy pagan targets around Europe. Most of the Slavs had also been converted or were protected by Christian kingdoms. Thus, the Vikings' window for slaving seemed to have slowly shut, and they were forced by this new circumstance to abandon the practice or turn to other pursuits. There were several converging developments that led to the decline and eventual complete disappearance of the slave trade, at least in the Viking part of it by the High Middle Ages, and foremost was the Christianization of Scandinavia. Denmark, Norway, Sweden, as they all converted, roughly between 960 and 1020, the ideological landscape seems to have taken on quite a shift. As for the church, they didn't immediately eliminate slavery among the new Christian populations. Indeed, early Christian Scandinavians continued to hold thralls for some time, but it introduced a few moral qualms and legal obstacles to acquiring new slaves. Enslaving fellow Christians was now religiously forbidden. Former Viking raiding targets like England and Ireland, they were just no longer fair game, and newly Christian Scandinavians had to at least publicly renounce capturing people in those realms. Moreover, Christian influence encouraged manumission. Chronicles and law codes from the 12th century Scandinavian records show a growing trend of freeing slaves and an eventual prohibition on the sale of Christians at all. Royal power reinforced that shift. Emerging monarchs such as King Olag Tryggvason and King Olaf Haraldsson in Norway, or King Canute who ruled Denmark and England, aimed to consolidate internal peace and align their laws with Christian norms. They discouraged the private warfare and raiding that had been the lifeblood of the slave trade. All just cultural shifts. The world getting a little bit better, slowly. I suppose any progress is good progress. A step forward is better than a step backward. But there was another critical factor too, and that was the changing economic system in Europe. As society evolved, outright slavery gradually gave way to serfdom, a system where unfree laborers, that is, serfs, were tied to land, but they were not technically personal chattel. If you ask me, it's just slavery in a velvet glove, just by a different name. Anyway, in England, by the 1100s, the old class of slaves had mostly been merged into the peasantry as serfs. A similar process occurred in Denmark and Sweden somewhat later. References to thralls diminish, and by the 13th and 14th centuries, medieval Scandinavian law no longer even mentions slave sales rather, only tenants and servants. Essentially, it became more profitable, and not to mention socially acceptable, for landowners to have tenant farmers who paid rent or sharecropped rather than maintaining slaves. Not ideal, but, like I said, baby steps forward. In any case, the shift economically made the capture of new slaves as less pressing. And then there was the diminishing external markets. They played a role too. The great eastern route to the Caliphate had dried up by the mid-10th century, when the flow of silver currency had faltered, possibly due to the collapse of the Samanid dynasty in Central Asia and a few other minor disruptions. Without a flood of Islamic silver to pay for slaves, the incentive for Varangian slavers to send expeditions into the Slavic hinterland gradually began to wane. The game was just not worth the candle anymore, it seems. In Western Europe, by the 12th century, Any open slave markets like those in Dublin were shut down or went underground from pressure of Christian authorities. When the Normans took control of Dublin in 1170, they too were Christian princes who would not openly allow a slave market. Thus, one by one, the major outlets for Viking slaves closed. At home in Scandinavia, kings and lawmakers took steps reflecting new attitudes. We hear of decrees that a certain number of thralls should be freed each year in memory of Christian mercy. As late as the 14th century, a Swedish law code still instructs that any remaining thrall should be treated well and allowed certain rights, showing how rare by then they had actually become. By around 1200, the large-scale Viking slave trade was effectively over. The descendants of Vikings still voyaged, they still fought, for example, joining the Crusades or serving as mercenaries. But that era of slave raiding and trading as a staple enterprise had passed. Scandinavia's integration into Latin Christendom meant it could no longer sustain the role of slave exporter. And ironically, within a few more centuries, Scandinavians would participate in European colonial ventures and later slave trades too. For instance, the Danes and Swedes in the transatlantic slave trade of the 17th and 18th centuries. But that was, of course, a very different story, far removed from the medieval thrall system and conducted under very different justifications. The legacy of the trade did not vanish overnight, however. It left its subtle marks. The genetics of populations. For example, many Icelanders carry Celtic blood from their slave ancestors. In place names too, and folklore, and even in literature. The Icelandic sagas, penned in the 13th century, look back on the time of their great-grandparents, when having Irish or British thralls was commonplace. They sometimes portray the end of slavery as part of the march of a Christian progress. For example, one saga character freed his slaves upon converting to Christianity, and this is present as a virtuous deed, rather presented as a virtuous deed. By then, slavery had become something almost antiquated to the authors, a feature of a bygone heathen age. Well, to sum it all up, once again we look at another dimension of the institution of slavery. And once again we realize that, well, it's all over the place, isn't it? Whether it be by time or geography, everyone's doing it. Sometimes popular things, it doesn't mean that they're always good just because they're popular. Aren't you glad that we have somewhat moved on from these things? Unfortunately, slavery still does exist. Believe it or not, there's plenty of slaves still around. Problems that hopefully we will sort out soon. But we can't live on hope alone, can't we? Well, the Vikings are known for many things, chief among them being battle, and of course their ships. But far from being mere ferocious raiders, the Norse people of the Viking Age were deeply religious, in their own way. They lived in a world alive with divine powers, where everyday activities and grand feasts alike were suffused with ritual. Understanding how the Vikings worshipped their pantheon requires a journey into their beliefs, rituals, and a bit of evidence left behind by both archaeological finds and the writings of medieval observers. And that's what we're going to look at today. An exploration of Norse pagan worship, all the way from the humblest daily devotion to those spectacular seasonal sacrifices. Across the Norse world, certain key patterns do emerge: a reverence for a pantheon of gods tied to nature and fate, an emphasis on sacrifice and feasting as acts of communion with the gods, and of course a blending of public ceremony with private household acts of faith. I think by the end of the next hour together, you'll have a pretty good understanding of how the Vikings worshipped their gods. But of course, let me welcome you to the channel first. Hello to any newcomers, good to meet you, and hello to anyone coming back, good to have you with us again. Now, you won't have to be worried about getting interrupted during this video by ads, because we hate them as much as you do, which is why we've turned them all off. It's far better that we are supported by those on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the occasional donation, and of course those who choose to check out the merch store, all links available in the pinned comment. But short of that, you're helping out by just enjoying the content and learning something. And if you want to go a little bit further, leave us a like, comment, and subscribe. That always helps push us out to new audiences. Now, with that being said once, we don't need to say it again. Let's go back to the Norse world and learn all about Viking worship. Right, so first things first, Norse religion was polytheistic. Of course, poly meaning many, and theistic meaning of gods and deities. So we have monotheism, like Christianity, Islam, which is basically one god. Well, the Vikings had a pantheon of gods and goddesses at its center. They believed that these deities shaped the visible world and the hidden forces of nature. Now, the chief gods, often called Aesir and Vanir, included Odin, the All-Father, god of wisdom, war, and the dead; Thor, the god of thunder, protector of humanity; Frey, a god of fertility, harvest, and prosperity; Freya, the goddess of love, fertility, and magic; Tyr, an older war god associated with law and honor; and then there was others like Njord, a god of the sea and wealth; Frigg, who was Odin's wife, associated with motherhood and foreknowledge; and then of course Loki, who was kind of like a trickster-like figure. Now, to the Viking mind, these gods were not distant, abstract entities. They were powerful beings who could intervene in human affairs at will, grant victory or defeat, bring good seasons or famine, and even, here's the interesting part, father human lineages. Seems a little bit like the Greek tradition, too. A few parallels, we'll get to them later. Now, many Viking kings and noble families traced their ancestry to the gods, a kind of divine right. For instance, some Swedish royal legends claim descent from Frey, while others in Norway and Anglo-Saxon England link their line to Odin. This intimate connection between the gods and the people meant that worship was not just reverence, but also seen as kinship and contact. The Vikings honored the gods with offerings, and in return crossed their fingers that they would get blessings like good harvests, healthy offspring, and of course success in trade or battle, whichever one came first. Now, crucially, Norse religion was a folk religion, and it was passed down through oral tradition and customary practice, rather than a codified belief system with scripture. The old Norse word for faith was "sidr," doing my best with the Old Norse pronunciations. And now "sidr" basically meant a custom or way. Their pagan faith was simply the old way, foreign sidr, in contrast to Christianity as the near sidr, the new way. There was no organized church or priestly caste comparable to modern Christianity or Islam, or even the earlier versions of Christianity and Islam with their power structures already in place from the early times. Instead, religious leadership was often part-time and community-based. Kings and chieftains took on the role of priests during major ceremonies, and heads of households performed rites for their families. The myths and stories about the gods, such as those later written down in the poetic Edda and Snorri Sturluson's prose Edda, were known through poems and songs recited by bards or taught within families. These myths, which of course for the people at the time were not myths but very real stories, think of things like the creation of the world from the giant Ymir, Odin's quest for knowledge, Thor's battles with giants, or the foretold doom of Ragnarok, and gave context to the Norse worldview. They depicted a cosmos that was governed by fate, where even gods must face destiny, and where bravery and honor were paramount virtues. But it's important to note that while core beliefs were widely shared, you can't really say that it was completely uniform across the Viking world. There was never a one-size-fits-all for their spirituality. There was a great deal of regional variation in which gods were most revered. For example, archaeological finds and place names suggest Thor was very widely honored across Scandinavia. Now, in particular, this was among farmers and common folk who would seek protection and good weather. Pretty normal concerns. Now, whereas Odin, a deity of kings, aristocratic warriors and poets, was particularly esteemed in Denmark and Sweden by the ruling elites. Frey appears to have been especially popular in Sweden as a fertility god, ensuring bountiful crops and peace, with the legendary Uppsala kings acting as high priests. In Norway and Iceland, Thor again seems to dominate the devotion of many communities, being seen as a friend of the common man and a guardian in daily life. After all, he is the protector god. Tyr, a deity associated with war and justice, had a strong cult in Denmark early on. Now, actually, his name survives in the word Tuesday, which is Tyr's Day, in English and Scandinavian languages. Now, we must not forget the Vanir gods like Frey, Freya, and Nord, who were linked to fertility, wealth, and the sea. Pretty vital concerns for agrarian and seafaring people. This regional emphasis meant that the average Viking might focus his or her worship on the deity most relevant to their needs. A farmer in rural Norway might primarily call on Thor for rain and the earth's blessing. A sailor from Denmark might pray to Nord or Aegir for safe voyages, while a warrior in a Swedish king's service might make a sacrifice to Odin for victory and the promise of Valhalla after death. Yet all these deities were part of a shared cultural pantheon, and a Viking traveling from one area to another would recognize the local gods as essentially the same pantheon under perhaps different guises and names. The Norse cosmos was understood as an immense ash tree called Yggdrasil, connecting various worlds, including Asgard, the realm of the gods, Midgard, the world of humans, and others, and the well-being of each realm, of course, was interlinked. Thus, keeping the gods satisfied through proper worship was seen as crucial to maintaining balance and prosperity in Midgard, the world of the humans. So there's your general overview, so we all know where we stand now with the pantheon in general. Let's talk a little bit about the more personal side of things. Worship for the Vikings was not confined to grand festivals. It was just a daily part of normal life, or a normal part of daily life, whichever one comes first. Well, while the Norse did not have daily prayer services in the way of more organized religions, an average Viking paid respect to the gods in simple and more personal ways, and on a regular basis. One common form of personal devotion was the use of amulets and talismans. Foremost among these were pendants in the shape of Thor's hammer, the Mjolnir. Archaeologists have unearthed numerous Thor's hammer amulets across Viking Age sites, often crafted from iron but sometimes silver or bronze, indicating that many people, men and women alike, wore them as a symbol of Thor's protection. For a Viking, wearing a hammer of Thor around the neck was both an expression of faith and a practical charm. It invoked both Thor's power to ward off evil and to ensure fertility of crops, animals, family, and also to protect the wearer on journeys. In the late Viking Age, when Christianity began spreading in Scandinavia, Thor's hammer amulets became especially popular, seemingly as a proud statement of loyalty to the old gods, analogous to how Christians wore crosses. There's even a famous example of a 10th century silver hammer amulet from Denmark with a runic inscription that reads, "This is a hammer." Now, that is possibly to distinguish it clearly from a cross. People didn't want to get confused. Such artifacts speak to how personal and portable that Norse worship could be. They might carry a faith literally on their person. Now, aside from the amulets, Vikings likely offered small prayers or invocations in moments of need. While there is no equivalent of a Norse prayer book, the sagas and historical sources contain examples of individuals calling on gods. A sailor might be caught in a storm and shout a plea to Thor for safe passage. A warrior, before a duel, might whisper Odin's name for strength. One account comes from the Arab diplomat Ibn Fadlan, who met a group of Viking Rus traders on the Volga River in 922. He observed that each morning these traders engaged in a brief ritual. They would go to a wooden idol, roughly carved post figure set up on the riverbank, that is, and prostrate themselves, saying something like, "O Lord, grant me profit," before commencing the day's trade. Now, of course, when they eventually made a sale, they would place offerings of food or coin before the idol in thanks. If business was slow, they offered additional gifts to the gods, even addressing the lesser wooden figures beside the main one, which they would call the wives and children of the chief god, to intercede on their behalf. When fortune did smile and trade went well, they sacrificed animals. Ibn Fadlan describes how a successful merchant would slaughter a goat or perhaps a cow and lay the pieces of meat along with the animal heads before the idols as payment. By nightfall, gods or wild animals might come to eat the offerings, which the Vikings interpreted as the gods accepting the sacrifice. This remarkable eyewitness description shows religion functioning at a more individual level. Each merchant acted on his own initiative to seek divine favor in a very practical manner, without needing a priest or large ceremony. But it also highlights the transactional aspect of the Viking faith, a kind of mutual benefit with the gods, a give and take, the casual blending of worship into daily business. Everybody benefits. Now, inside the home, worship was likely quieter, but no less meaningful. Many Viking households maintained some form of household cult, venerating spirits and minor deities for the luck of the farm and family. The Norse believed in land spirits, unseen beings inhabiting the fields, that is, forests to waterfalls, big rocks, etc., really anything, and they could bring good fortune if respected. Of course, if you offended them, well, you'd get the opposite. For instance, it was customary in Iceland and elsewhere to avoid doing certain things that might anger the land spirits, such as refraining from noisy activity or bloodshed on lands deemed sacred to them. Some saga literature indicates people would leave small offerings or food or drink in places frequented by these land spirits, like pouring out a bit of ale on the ground for the local spirit or leaving a portion of meal aside. Women of the household often took the lead in these domestic rites as the keepers of the hearth. In fact, the sagas credit some early Icelandic women with particular devotion to local spirits or elves. One saga speaks of a farm where each autumn the family performed a elves sacrifice, alfablot, a private sacrifice to ancestral spirits or elves. And during that time, no strangers were allowed on the property, indicating the secrecy and intimacy of the rite. Children's births and naming were also quite a big deal and had quiet religious overtones. The sources tell us that newborn infants were not considered fully part of the family until a ritual called ausavatni, sprinkling with water. This was performed by the father. Well, about 9 nights after birth, the father would splash water on the child and give it a name, while seated in the high seat of the house. This act formally acknowledged the child, and perhaps served as a sort of blessing. Of course, you might have caught it that it sounds a little familiar. Scholars have speculated it could be a faint pagan analogy to baptism, though without a Christian meaning. Maybe so. It might just be a coincidence. Some later sources suggest that in this vulnerable time around childbirth, families might pray to female deities like Frigg, Odin's wife, a patroness of motherhood, or Freya, and even sing special calming songs for the protection of the mother and child. The very choice of a child's name often invoked divine protection. Now, Vikings commonly gave their children names containing the names of gods, hoping to secure that god's favor. You've got a few examples like Thorstein, which means Thor's stone, Thorbjorn, which is Thor's bear, Astrid, beautiful like a god, or Freydis, priestess of Freya. And that indicates how the gods were woven into personal identity from birth. Even writing could be an act of faith. The Vikings inscribed rune stones to commemorate the dead or mark important events. A notable example is a 10th century runestone in Denmark, the Glavendrup stone, which ends with the phrase, "May Thor protect these runes." In Sweden, the Valander runestones and others bear similar invocations to Thor to hallow or bless the memorial. And this shows that when Vikings carved words into stone, a major act in a largely oral society, they occasionally invoked Thor's name to safeguard the message and curse anyone who would deface it. There was even mention on the Glavendrup stone that the honored man was a priest of a sacred place, which tells that by the Viking Age the concept of a priestly role in the holy site was well established. More on that shortly. But these runic invocations, along with many everyday expressions, such as Thor bless you, for example, might have been a customary saying, just as much as God bless you is today. They remind us that Viking religiosity was not limited to these huge sacrifices. There was very much a grassroots level of spirituality that permeated daily life. Of course, while personal piety was important, the Vikings also worshipped together in the more formalized settings, especially during festivals or communal sacrifices. The physical setting for Norse worship, of course, varied widely, from simple outdoor altars to more elaborate buildings. The religion had deep roots in nature worship, so many sacred spaces were found under the open sky. Groves of venerable trees, springs, and large rocks could all serve as holy sites. For example, Tacitus, the Roman historian writing in the 1st century, now this is, yes, long before the Viking Age, but describing Germanic tribes, the cultural ancestors of the Norse, noted that these people sanctify groves and woods and often had no idols at all in those earlier times, worshipping at natural shrines, and that was it. Pretty much the same sort of situation as the Druids up in Britain and Gaul. Well, echoes of this persist in Viking Age accounts. Adam of Bremen, an 11th century German chronicler, famously described the temple at Uppsala in Sweden as being surrounded by a sacred grove, where every 9th year a great sacrifice took place. In that grove, he was told, the bodies of the sacrificed animals, including humans, were hung from the branches of the trees. The Uppsala grove was so sacred that, according to Adam's informants, even the dogs and horses that were sacrificed hung alongside the human victims, making the sight a gruesome tableau of offerings to the gods. This emphasis on a grove highlights that even when there was a temple building, as at Uppsala, the natural world remained crucial to the atmosphere. Well, temples in the Viking world, often called Hof or Gårdahaus, Gårdahaus, did exist. Now, Gårdahaus basically means just the house of the god. Though they were not ubiquitous in every village like a church in medieval Christendom, they were a bit more unique than that. Rather, a few important cult centers had purpose-built halls or shrines. Uppsala is the best documented. Adam of Bremen in 1070 described it as a splendid wooden temple, plated with gold, where images of Thor, Odin, and Frey stood enthroned. He mentions that Thor's statue took the central position, flanked by Odin and Frey, with Frey being depicted as with an immense phallus, apparently, symbolizing fertility. And this accords with other evidence that Frey's cult emphasized prosperity and reproduction. Indeed, a small bronze statuette found in Vralinga, Sweden, shows a bearded figure with an erect phallus, likely reflecting the kind of idol that Adam described. Adam wrote that people would bring offerings of grain and livestock to Uppsala year-round, and every 9 years the kings and commoners of the Swedes gathered for a great festival of sacrifice to ensure peace and plenty. The number 9 was significant. 9 male creatures of each species were sacrificed. 9 horses, 9 dogs, 9 humans, a total of 72 carcasses, and these were hung up in the grove. Although Adam's account is second-hand and certainly colored by a bit of Christian horror, archaeology at Gamla Uppsala has confirmed that it was indeed a major center with rich burials and signs of feasting, and that lends credence to the idea of a grand temple complex there. Uppsala's temple likely served as a sort of national shrine for the people of Sweden. But elsewhere in Scandinavia, evidence for temples comes from sagas and archaeology. In Denmark, the chronicler Theodmar of Mersburg around 1015 wrote that the Danes had an important temple at Ler on Zealand, where every 9 years a similar mass sacrifice occurred. He claims 99 humans and beasts were offered to the gods. Ler was the seat of the early Danish kings, the Skjoldung dynasty, and likely a royal cult center, though physical traces of a temple there are pretty scant. However, in the 2010s, an excavation in Denmark at Tiso and other royal sites, archaeologists found royal ritual sites too, including animal bone deposits and great halls that may have doubled as cult houses. In Norway, saga literature, written by Icelanders later, recounts several temples too. For instance, the 13th century saga of Olag Tryggvason describes a temple at Mer on Trondelag, Norway, where a statue of the god Thor presided and the annual sacrifices were held. While we have to be cautious with the saga narratives, Intriguingly, a recent archaeological discovery in western Norway at Os Farm in Orsta, reported in 2020, uncovered remains of a large wooden building from the 8th to 9th century, and this was interpreted as a god house. It featured a distinctive layout with a high central tower, reminiscent of the descriptions of Norse temples, including a possible analogy to early stave church shapes. This building had traces of animal bones and cooking pits nearby, suggesting ritual feasting activity. Such finds are rare, but they show that by the Viking Age some communities did construct dedicated houses for worshipping the gods. The most detailed description of a temple ritual comes from the Icelandic Erbygja saga, which recounts the deeds of settlers in Iceland. Written in the 13th century, by the way, but it describes events in the 10th century. Now, one chieftain, Thorolf Mostraskeg, or Thorolf Most Beard, apparently, was a devout worshipper of Thor. The saga says that upon settling in Iceland, Thorolf built a magnificent temple at a place that he named Thorsness, or Thor's Ness. The saga's account of this temple is remarkably vivid, too. It was a large hall-like structure with a door on one side, and just inside the door stood high-seat pillars of the chieftain, into which were set god nails, perhaps ornamental nails symbolizing the gods. At the far end of the hall, there was an inner chamber arranged like a sanctum, analogous to the choir of a church. In the center of that inner space stood an altar-like pedestal, and on this altar lay a solid ring of silver weighing 20 ounces. This was the oath ring, and all oaths in the district had to be sworn upon this sacred ring, and the temple priest, in this case Thorolf himself as the chieftain, would wear the ring on his arm during community assemblies, signifying his authority under the gods. Also on the altar stood the sacrificial blood bowl and the blood-sprinkling twig or rod. During sacrifices, the blood of slaughtered animals would be caught in a bowl, and the priest would use the twig to sprinkle this holy blood around the room. And then they would spray it onto the altar, onto the wooden images of the gods that stood arrayed around the altar, and finally onto the worshippers themselves. This was a way of sanctifying the space and people with the vital power of sacrifice. The saga notes that idols of the gods were present all around the stall in that holy chamber, indicating that carved representations, likely wooden, of Thor, Odin, etc., were kept there for veneration. The temple was not just a religious site, but also a kind of community center. Everyone in the area had to contribute to its upkeep, a temple tax of sorts, and follow the priest's leadership in both spiritual and legal matters, much as the people of the latter days would follow their local chieftain. Thorolf's saga even describes how he regarded a certain nearby mountain as so sacred that no one was even allowed to look at it unless he was washed clean, nor could any blood be spilled on that holy ground. It had to remain pure. He believed that he and his kin would go to dwell with the god Thor on that mountain after death. Now, the Erbygja description, recorded later, likely preserves genuine elements of Viking religious practice. It matches other accounts in key details. The oath ring is also mentioned in other Icelandic sources, and even appears on runestones. The sprinkling of sacrificial blood is described by Adam of Bremen and others as a hallmark of Norse sacrifice rituals, and the presence of idols aligns with reports by Ibn Fadlan and the sagas of Christian conversion, which frequently mention the statues of Thor and other gods being toppled or destroyed by zealous kings or missionaries. It appears that every major community or region would have a designated sacred place. In many cases, this might have been simply the homestead of the local chieftain, who would host feasts and rites in his own feasting hall, blurring the line between temple and hall, of course. Indeed, in Iceland and parts of Norway, the term for a chieftain was actually gothi, which literally meant priest, one who speaks for the gods, showing how political and religious leadership sort of tied in together. Excavations at sites like Hofstadr in northern Iceland have uncovered large halls with evidence of high concentrations of animal bones, especially cow skulls, which archaeologists interpret as possible feast halls used for sacrificial banquets. The very name Hofstadr means temple farm. Likewise, numerous villages and farms across the Scandinavian region carry the prefix Hof or Ve in their place names, indicating they were known for a temple or sacred enclosure. Examples include Hof in Norway, Odensvi, Odin's sanctuary, and Frosvi, Freya's sanctuary in Sweden. Additionally, some cult practices involved processional sites, places where idols might be brought out and paraded through the land. One intriguing artifact, the 9th century Osberg ship burial, the richly furnished grave of two high-status women in Norway, contained a decorated wooden wagon and tapestry fragments depicting what looks like a ceremonial procession of people, and perhaps a figure in a cart. Scholars have hypothesized that the Osberg wagon, adorned with carvings of cats, might have also been used to carry an image of a goddess, possibly Freya, who is associated with cats during fertility rites. And this resonates with a much earlier account from Tacitus in the 1st century about the earth goddess Nerthus, whose idol is said to be pulled in a wagon throughout the countryside, bringing blessings to the fields, after which the idol and its carriage were washed in a sacred lake. It's quite possible that the Viking Age people inherited or emulated such rituals, especially for fertility gods like Frey or Freya, periodically taking the god's image on a circuit around the community to bless the soil and ensure growth. And while we cannot be certain of the exact Viking practice, the Osberg tapestry's depiction of wagons and the presence of a ceremonial cart in that grave strongly hint at cult processions. It just makes sense to put two and two together when we see something like that. You see, if a noble woman in Osberg was indeed a priestess of Freya, or some local goddess, it shows how religious roles could be intertwined with social status, and how mobile certain rites could be, literally bringing the god to the people. Now that's convenient. So the Old Norse word for sacrifice was blot, and it essentially meant a ritual offering to the gods or spirits. That usually involved the slaughter of animals and, more rarely, other offerings like weapons, carved images, or even human lives. The sacrifice was the cornerstone of Viking religious practice. It was the moment when humans gave something of value to the gods in hope of receiving something valuable in return. A trade offer, whether it was tangible or intangible. The act of sacrifice was usually accompanied by feasting, alcohol consumption, prayers or invocations, and sometimes the making of vows. In the Norse belief, the gods delighted in the offerings and the celebration, and by partaking in a sacrificial feast, the community also strengthened its social bonds. There were both scheduled, seasonal, and ad hoc blots, sacrifices that is. The seasonal feasts formed a kind of ritual calendar tied to the cycle of the year. Medieval sources and later folklore indicate that at least 3 major annual feasts, roughly corresponding to autumn, midwinter, and spring, early summer. At the end of autumn, around late October, marking the beginning of winter in the Old Norse calendar, a feast was held to thank the gods for the harvest and prepare for the winter. And this could also be a time to honor the ancestors. Some sources equate this with the Disablot, a sacrifice to the Disir, female guardian spirits possibly identified with the ancestral mothers or the Valkyries. In Sweden, a Disablot was known to be held at the town of Uppsala at this time of year, and it included a fair called the Disting. The idea was to ask the gods and perhaps ancestral spirits for protection through the cold, dark months and for the eventual return of light. Some sagas also mention Alfablot, the elf sacrifice in the autumn, which was a smaller scale family rite focusing on the spirits of the home and farm, the elves often being equated with departed ancestors. Notably, Heimskringla, a collection of sagas about the old Norwegian kings by Snorri Sturluson, relates that in the 11th century, King Olaf, who was a Christian, by the way, traveling through Sweden, was turned away from farms during the Alfablot season. The locals told him that no outsiders could witness their private sacrifices, showing how secretive and sacred these household rites were, especially if they're going to turn away a king. The Midwinter Festival was perhaps the most important. Yule took place around the winter solstice, late December or early January. It was a multi-day feast. Later sources say it lasted 3 nights, celebrating the turning of the sun, the longest night of the year and promised of returning daylight. The primary purpose of Yule was to encourage the gods to bring back the sun and ensure fertility and peace in the coming year. Heimskringla recounts that at Yule the Norse made offerings for a good season and peace. This feast was rich in ritual, as described in the Hakonar Saga Gotha, the saga of Hakon the Good. All the local farmers would gather together at the temple or chieftain's hall, each bringing food, and especially ale for the celebration. Livestock, particularly horses and boars, would be sacrificed. And horses, by the way, they had a special status in Norse paganism. Their meat was eaten only in a religious context, and indeed one clear marker of converting to Christianity was refusing to eat horse flesh, since the church banned horse eating due to its pagan associations, though I'm sure when times got tough, people flouted that rule. At the Yule sacrificial feast, the blood of the slaughtered animals was ritually sprinkled on the altar and the walls of the hall and on participants as described earlier. Huge vats of ale or mead were blessed and passed around for ritual toasts. According to the sagas, the order of toasts at Yule was formalized. The first toast was dedicated to Odin, for victory and the king's success. The second, to the gods Nord and Frey, for good harvests and peace. A third toast to the king or chieftain himself. In heathen times, this might have been a toast to the departed ancestors or the local leader's lineage. And subsequent drinks could be taken braggaful, boasting or oath-swearing cups, where men would make solemn vows. An interesting Yule tradition recorded in both saga and later medieval sources was the Sonergotr, or Yule boar. A live boar was brought into the hall before the feast. The participants would lay their hands on the boar's bristles and swear oaths for the coming year. Often grand promises or resolves, kind of like a New Year's resolution, but a little bit more binding in a culture where oath-breaking was deeply dishonorable. After everyone had sworn their oaths on the boar, it was sacrificed to Frey, who was associated with the boar as a sacred animal. Frey's own boar, Gulinbursti, was a mythical creature of lore. The boar's meat would then be roasted and shared by all, its sanctified status perhaps lending weight to the oath sworn upon it. This practice is mentioned in the saga of Hervor and Heidrek, and even the Eddic poems allude to the boar being brought in and men laying hands on it to swear great oaths. The continuation of this tradition may survive dimly in the modern Scandinavian customs of eating a Christmas ham, not a Christian ham, a Christmas ham, a last echo of the sacred Yule boar feast, albeit without the oath swearing in modern times, at least not until a week later at New Year's perhaps. The Yule celebrations could be rowdy, and were certainly hearty. Plenty of meat, toasts, possibly other entertainments like songs, games, and storytelling. Just a big party, basically. Yet beneath all the revelry was a very serious religious intent to bind the community together and to gain the favor of the gods during the most forbidding time of the year. With the coming of warmer weather, usually around late April or early May, or what would be the beginning of summer half-year in the Old Norse calendar, Vikings held a blót to welcome the light and seek victory and good fortunes for this year's activities. Now this is less documented than Yule, but Sturluson notes that in pagan times a sacrifice for victory in war and good winds for seafaring was held at the start of summer. Given that spring was when raiding or trading voyages would set out, and when planting occurred, this ritual asked for the gods' blessings on both military and agricultural endeavors. The deity Odin was likely a focus here, alongside perhaps Frey or Thor for growth and fair weather. Some modern scholars connect this with a feast known in a later saga, known as the Sigurblot, the sacrifice for victory, or perhaps the Sumarmal, the summer's onset. It might have coincided with late April, roughly when days and nights were equal length, similar to a vernal equinox festival. Just as Yule corresponded in part to later Christmas and New Year celebrations, this spring blot has echoes in May Day or Easter-like themes: rebirth, victory, of life over winter, this kind of thing. And you could imagine Vikings sacrificing a lamb or calf at this time, or pouring out the first brew of the season in honor of the gods, while toasting the upcoming success of the expedition, whether that be trade or otherwise. But beyond these collective seasonal rites, sacrifices were also held on special occasions, or perhaps in times of crisis. If a particularly severe famine or disease struck, a community might decide to offer an extraordinary sacrifice to appease the gods. In the Ynglinga saga, which is part of the Heimskringla, there is the legendary tale of the Swedish king Domald. When crop failures and famines plagued the land for years, the Swedes escalated their offerings, first sacrificing oxen, then men, and then finally, in desperation, they sacrificed the king himself to Odin. This myth illustrates the belief that the great enough sacrifice, even the life of a king, might be required to restore harmony with the gods. While we cannot be sure that such an event actually happened in historical terms, it is telling that the concept of human sacrifice appears in multiple sources. Now, Adam of Bremen, as mentioned, reported that at Uppsala, human sacrifices were part of the 9-year blot. Deitmar reported similarly for Lear. Ibn Fadlan provides an eyewitness case in a different context: funerary sacrifice of a slave girl. Another Arab writer, Al-Turtushi, visiting Hedby, a Danish trading town in the 10th century, casually noted that the Danes still sacrificed humans, among other things, to their gods. And though his account is brief, it suggests that he saw or heard of such rites. Moreover, archaeology has increasingly provided confirmations that human sacrifice was not just a clerical fantasy projected on pagans. For example, at the Viking ring fort of Trelleborg in Denmark, excavations found the remains of several humans, including children, disposed of in wells alongside animal bones and ritual objects, dating to the late 10th century. These seem to have been sacrificial killings, possibly dedicated to Odin, who in mythology was associated with hanging and wells. Odin sacrificed himself by hanging on Yggdrasil and gave an eye to Mimir's well for wisdom. Similarly, at Tysor, a major Viking estate in Denmark named after the god Tyr with evidence of a cult center, human skeletons were found buried in what appears to be a pagan ceremonial context. Such finds match the written record and are certainly enough to conclude that, while probably not a daily occurrence, human offerings were indeed real. However, the vast majority of Viking sacrifices were of animals. Farm animals, especially cows, pigs, sheep, goats, and the prized horses, were slaughtered as gifts to the gods. But what varied was the method. Some texts mention the victims being killed by a blow. For example, a saga referenced a sacrificial bull being felled with an axe or club. Others, like the imagery on a stone from Gotland, Sweden, Stora Hammar's picture stone, that is, go and look that one up, seem to depict a human sacrifice by hanging or throat-cutting over an altar. For Odin, in particular, hanging was a dedicated form of offering. Odin was known as the Lord of the Hanged, and it was said that those sacrificed to him, including possible war captives or criminals, were strung up on trees. In battle, the Vikings might dedicate the slain enemies to Odin. There is a saga account of the 10th century Norwegian Earl Hakon, a pagan leader, who, facing a tough war, secretly sacrificed his own son to Odin by hanging him, hoping to secure victory. The saga's author notes grimly how the Earl considered the war more important than his son's life, reflecting how high stakes were in their mindset when calling upon Odin's aid. During peacetime communal blots, the feasting aspect was just as important as the killing of an animal. Once the animals were slaughtered and their blood used for sanctification, the carcasses were cooked into stew or roasted, and everybody present shared the meal. This communal eating was a way of partaking in sacrifice together. In essence, the people dined with the gods. But you can't talk about Viking sacrificial practice without mentioning funeral rituals, which were a special category of worship, honoring the gods but also sending a person off to the afterlife properly. Funerals were the ultimate rite of passage, and they illustrate the Viking beliefs in the afterlife and the role of sacrifice therein. The most famous account comes from Ibn Fadlan, who witnessed the cremation funeral of a Norse chieftain by the Volga River. He describes how the ceremony lasted 10 days, and the dead leader's body was initially buried temporarily while preparations were made, including sewing fine new clothes for him and gathering grave goods. Slaves of the deceased were asked who among them would volunteer to die to accompany their master. In the case of what Ibn Fadlan saw, one young slave girl was volunteered, and once she did, there was no turning back. Now the girl was treated almost like a revered sacrifice. She was closely attended by older women, given copious amounts of alcohol to drink daily, perhaps to numb her or put her into an ecstatic state, and she participated in ritual acts. On the day of the funeral, the deceased chieftain's ship was hauled onto shore and loaded with a tent, treasures, weapons, and the bodies of animals. The slave girl underwent a series of rites orchestrated by an old woman who Ibn Fadlan calls the Angel of Death. Clearly, a priestess figure expert in these ceremonies. Well, the girl also slept with a couple of the chieftain's companions as part of the ritual, possibly a form of imbuing her with fertility, or transferring vital energy to the dead, or symbolizing a last service to her master. She was then led onto the ship and gave symbolic gifts, and was finally killed by that Angel of Death. The method described is that 2 men strangled her with a rope, while the old woman stabbed her with a knife. The dead chieftain, now placed in a wooden chamber on the ship with his grave goods, and the girl's corpse beside him, were then buried together as the assembled people looked on. The pyre consumed the vessel, sending the smoke and presumably the souls up to the heavens. One of the Vikings told Ibn Fadlan that because of this girl, the chieftain will enjoy a grand service in the afterlife, implying that they firmly believed that she was going to continue serving him in Valhalla, or the realm of the dead. Afterwards, they built a mound over the ashes and placed a marker with the chieftain's name. In Norse society, there was no separate caste of priests who were distinct from the rest of society, unlike, say, the Christian clergy or the priests of the Roman temples. Instead, priestly functions were often carried out by the community leaders. The term Gothi, the priest or chieftain, in Iceland and parts of Norway, shows this dual role. A Gothi was a secular leader of a district, but his duties included organizing the local sacrifices and maintaining the sanctuaries. In Iceland's Commonwealth period between the 10th and 13th centuries, the Gothar, plural of Gothi, were essentially chieftains who also led religious feasts, and their followers were bound to support them in both worship and law. Women, too, could hold analogous roles. The sagas use the word Geitha for a priestess, although examples are a little bit rarer. One might cite the Book of Settlements in Iceland, which mentions a woman named Odd the Deep-Minded, who upon settling in Iceland held a ritual feast and even had what was described as a cross erected. Likely this is a Christian cross, since Odd was supposedly Christian. But in pagan contexts, saga writers occasionally acknowledge that a widow or a daughter of a Gothi might continue cult practices. However, our clearest glimpse of women in religious roles comes not so much from them leading sacrifices, but rather from the realm of magic and divination, which in Viking times was closely connected to religion. One category of religious specialist was the seeress, or the vulva. These were women, in rare cases men though, who practiced seithra, a form of Norse shamanistic magic. They could go into trances, communicate with spirits or gods, and foretell the future or cast spells. While not worship in a strict sense, seithra was a way to tap into the supernatural, something Odin himself was said to have done. He learned seithra from Freya, according to lore. Now, the saga of Eric the Red contains a famous passage describing a seeress named Thorbjörg, Little Sibyl, who visits a Greenlandic farm during a famine. The household prepares a high seat for her, and she arrives dressed in special ritual garments, carrying the symbolic staff of a seeress. The community forms a circle, and young women sing sacred chants to help draw spirits to her. In her trance, Thorbjörg communicates with unseen beings, and then prophesies that the famine will soon end, and the good times will return. Notably, she mentions that the gods and spirits were pleased with the hospitality that was shown to her, implying that through her the god's will was being expressed. This account, though describing events in a colony, likely reflects practices known in Scandinavia too. In addition to seeresses, there were also skalds, poets that is, and rune masters, whose roles kind of intersected with religion. Skaldic poets would recite mythological poems and praises to gods during ceremonies, preserving the sacred stories and invoking divine favor through poetry. The very recitation of Odinic myths could be seen as a devotional act. Runes, often carved for magical purposes, were sometimes used in a religious context. For example, to consecrate a rune-inscribed amulet, or to curse an enemy with the god's power. The line between magic and religion was not clearly drawn. Casting lots or runes to discern the god's will was likely a common practice. For instance, the Vita Ansgari, the biography of St. Ansgar, a 9th century missionary, recounts that when a Christian preacher first came to the Swedish trading town of Birka, the pagan locals consulted their gods by drawing lots and inspecting the outcome to decide whether to permit this new religion. The result of the divination was interpreted by a pagan priest as the gods not being offended, so they allowed Ansgar to preach, for a time. Now, this little anecdote indicates that even in civic matters, Norse priests would use ritual means, which could be marked twigs like lots or just chips drawn blindly, to get a yes or no answer from the deities, or at least their interpretation of it. The principal gods themselves had specialist priests in some locales. We already saw how Uppsala likely had priests devoted to its 3 main gods. In saga accounts of the missionary kings of Norway, there are sometimes references to local cult leaders. For example, the story of Olav Tryggvason speaks of a figure named Svein, a priest of Thor in Trondheim, who debates with King Olaf about religion. Though semi-legendary, it is plausible that by the late 10th century there were men recognized as primary caretakers of specific temple sites, effectively acting as full-time priests. Also, some families maintained hereditary roles. One Icelandic saga, called Hrafnell's saga, tells of a man named Hramfkel who was so devoted to Frey that he was called Frey's Gothi, Frey's priest. He built a temple to Frey on his farm and dedicated his best horse to the god. No one was allowed to ride it on pain of death. When a sheepherd disobeyed and rode Frey's sacred horse, Hramfkel felt religiously obligated to kill the man. This saga, albeit written later, dramatizes how seriously some took the role as the god's custodian and how religion could motivate harsh action. But we can't leave this topic without mentioning Odin's particular cult, which often involved warriors and occult practices. The mysterious band of warriors called berserkers, those who fought in a trance-like fury, may have had religious significance, possibly dedicating themselves to Odin or to animalistic totems. Odin was a god of frenzy. Now, Othr actually means divine inspiration or fury, and select warriors might have worked themselves into battle frenzies as a form of a living sacrifice, believing that Odin would guide their blades and take their souls if they fell. Additionally, the Valkyries, Odin's female battle choosers, were important supernatural figures, and some human women perhaps styled themselves as shield maidens or used talismans to invoke Valkyrie protection, blending martial and religious roles. Lastly, as conversion to Christianity loomed, we have accounts of how pagan priests reacted. When King Olav Tryggvason forcefully converted Norway around 995 to 1000, he confronted local cults. One story tells of Dale Gudbrand, a rich landowner in Gudbrandsdal Valley, who kept a large statue of Thor. Olaf gathered the locals during the day, and as they were about to witness a showdown between Christ and Thor, Olaf's missionaries smashed the Thor idol to pieces, revealing inside it was hollow and had been infested with mice and snakes eating the offerings placed there. A polemical tale meant to show the powerlessness of the pagan god. But it also indicates that devotees really did leave food at the statue's feet, and the remnants attracted vermin. The priest of Thor had told people that Thor was angered or pleased depending on fortunes. Well, when the idol was destroyed, the spell of belief was broken for many. In Sweden, the later King Inge, in the 1080s, was actually overthrown temporarily because he refused to sacrifice at Uppsala. The Swedes replaced him with a pagan zealot who was willing to do the old customs. And this suggests that even at the 11th century's close, Some Scandinavians fervently insisted on keeping up the sacrifices, and their leaders, of course, were expected to comply. And so you see that Viking worship was not just a separate sphere of life, but it was woven into everything. They worshipped their gods in their halls, filled with laughter and song, but also on mountain tops shrouded in silence, at stone altars sticky with blood, and in front of weathered idols, carved by their own hands. It was an experiential religion. One felt the presence of Thor in the crash of the thunder, invoked Frey in the first furrow of spring planting, and toasted Odin in the golden glow of a winter ale horn. These rituals could be grand, as when an entire community gathered under winter skies to sacrifice and feast, or just modest, a housewife leaving a loaf of bread on a rock for the land spirit. It really lived in story and practice, in the telling of myths during long dark nights, the reenactment of those myths symbolically through rites of sacrifice and celebration. We certainly learned that an average Viking saw that the divine was in many forms: the stern All-Father, to honor before battle, the thunderer to call for rain and justice. They didn't build towering cathedrals. Their church might just be a sacred grove of oak trees, or a chieftain's torch-lit hall. Their priests didn't wear any special uniforms. They were often just the respected farmer down the lane, or a war leader who also poured the sacrificial ale. And so we can say that their gods were their companions and patrons in every endeavor, great or small. And so long as the sagas are told and the rune stones stand, the legacy of how the Vikings worshipped their gods continues to captivate us. It gives us an insight into a fascinating religious culture at the heart of the medieval North. A wind-swept Nordic shore 1,000 years ago. A longship rests on a pyre, a fallen chieftain laid out within it, surrounded by treasures and the bodies of sacrificed animals. As torches ignite the ship, flames leap toward the sky. The scene is a popular image of a Viking funeral, one of the most captivating rituals of the Viking Age. But how accurate is it? And what did Viking funerals truly involve? Well, it's far from mere legend. The real funerary practices of the Vikings were rich, complex, and deeply tied to their beliefs about life, death, and honor. It's a tradition that we are here to discuss today. I think you'll find a few surprises along our journey. But first, let me welcome you to the channel. How about you hit the subscribe button if you haven't already, and leave me a comment as to where you're listening from. Always interesting to see the geographical breadth of the channel. Now, I'll just issue the normal thank you to those supporting on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the occasional donation in the merch store. You are the reason why the entire channel is ad-free and can continue to remain so. If you want to become a part of that group, well, look in the pinned comment, video and channel description, and you'll find where you need to go if you want to go there. Anyway, enough said about that. Let's get nice and relaxed, and we can begin our exploration into Viking funerals. Now, of course, at the worst interpretation, the Vikings are just a bunch of bloodthirsty savages. That is the worst interpretation, but in reality, they were steeped in a rich mythology, and of course a warrior ethos that shaped the way how they viewed death. Central to their belief system was the idea that death was not the end, but rather a transition to another realm of existence. Warriors who fell bravely in battle might be chosen by the god Odin to reside in Valhalla, the Hall of the Slain, where they would feast and fight until the final battle, Ragnarok. Those who were not taken by Odin might go to the goddess Freya's hall, or to Hel. Now, that is Hel with one L. Don't get it too confused. The peaceful abode of the dead beneath the earth, not the place of punishment, but simply a realm of the departed. Well, these beliefs gave Viking funerals a profound purpose. The rites were meant to equip and send off the deceased to their next destination, ensuring that they had everything they needed in the afterlife, and that their spirits would not linger uneasily among the living. One famous anecdote from Norse tradition attributes the very custom of cremation and burial to the god Odin himself. In the Ynglinga saga, which blends myth and early history, which will be a prevailing theme among many of the sources, Snorri Sturluson describes Odin's law-giving on funerals. Here's a direct quote from the work. Thus he established by law that all dead men should be burned, and their belongings laid with them under a pile, and the ashes be cast into the sea or buried in the earth. Thus, said he, everyone will come to Valhalla with the riches he had with him upon the pile, and he would also enjoy whatever he himself had buried in the earth. End of quote. Well, according to this legend, Odin taught that burning the dead with their possessions would allow the departed to take their worldly goods into the next life. For the more mightier of men, a burial mound should be raised as a memorial, while lesser warriors might have a standing stone marker, customs which, Snorri notes, quote, remained long after Odin's time. We're talking about Christian period, getting into that now, but we are going to stay in those pagan times. Now, this mythological explanation reveals the ideology behind grave goods and cremation. The Vikings believed the dead could literally make use of whatever was sent with them. If a fallen warrior was burned with his weapons and wealth, well, then he got to carry those honors into the next world. Likewise, anything hidden in the earth, perhaps hoarded treasure, would be enjoyed by its owner after death. Such beliefs justified the tremendous resources that were sometimes invested in funerals. Of course, we know all this from archaeology. Now, another vivid detail from the Ynglinga saga shows how the Norse imagined the funeral pyre working as a kind of, I suppose we can say, a spiritual elevator. While Odin himself died, in the lore he departs alive to the spiritual realm, then his body is burned. Quote from Snorri Sturluson, Odin was burnt, and at his pile there was a great splendor. It was their faith that the higher the smoke arose in the air, the higher he would be raised whose pile it was, and the richer he would be, the more property that was consumed with him. End of quote. God, we are so lucky to have Sturluson to explain all this to us. Well, in other words, tall flames and thick smoke were believed to carry the deceased upward toward the heavens, and the more wealth that went up in smoke with that body, the greater the honor and prosperity of the soul. This idea helps explain why funerals of important individuals could be quite spectacular. Burning heaps of valuables and treasures, it was never seen as a waste, but a final act of homage that benefited the dead person's spirit. But not all Norse beliefs about death were so optimistic. The Vikings also greatly feared the prospect of a restless dead, the ghosts or revenants of those not properly laid to rest. Old Norse sagas and folk tales abound with mentions of Draugr, the undead corpses of the greedy or evil, who might haunt the living if their burial was insufficient. There was an element of caution and even taboo around death. It had to be handled correctly to prevent the deceased from waking up and walking the earth again. Nobody wants that. For example, the sagas describe how if a dead person was suspected to be haunting a house, drastic measures might be taken. The corpse could be dug up and a stake driven through the body, or the head cut off to finally still the undead spirit. Tales like that show that Viking funerary rites weren't just about honoring the dead, but protecting the living. A proper funeral with due rites performed helped the soul be at peace and not return to cause mischief, especially in the case of slaves or low-status individuals. The burial might be deliberately minimal and handled in a way to prevent any haunting. One source suggests a slave might be thrown into an unmarked hole to ensure he did not return to haunt his masters. Thus, Vikings approached death with a mix of reverence and fear. Reverence in terms of sending off their loved ones to join the ancestors and gods, and fear in making sure the dead stayed that way. Fame and memory were also crucial to Norse concepts of death. In a society with no written gravestones for much of the pagan period, reputation was the true immortality. The Vikings believed that while a person's body would perish, their name and deeds could live on in the stories told by survivors. An Old Norse verse encapsulates this idea. This is a line from the Havamal, which shows that honor outlives death. It goes like this: cattle die, kinsmen die. One day you die yourself. I know one thing that never dies: the fame of a dead man's deeds. A grand funeral, therefore, was as much for the living as for the departed. It proclaimed the glory of the deceased to all present and imprinted their memory in the community's lore. But if you were to die without recognition, or to be cast aside without proper rites, that was the most terrible fate in the Viking mindset. By contrast, a well-conducted funeral ensured that the departed would be remembered and spoken of kindly, achieving a measure of immortality through story and song. If you're lucky enough, they might even write a whole saga about you. So, I think we can agree that these funerals were deeply rooted in cultural beliefs that death was a journey to another realm requiring provisions, and that honoring the dead could influence their fate, and even your own luck, and that a person's legacy on earth was secured by how they were memorialized. All beliefs that set the stage for the remarkable funerary customs that we are about to explore. Customs which aim to give the dead a fitting farewell, and to reinforce that social fabric of the living souls left behind, waiting for their turn. So how exactly did they dispose of the dead? Well, the answer is basically that they practiced both cremation and inhumation, that is, burial, and the method could vary by time, place, and personal preference. During the early Viking Age, that is, between the 8th through to the 9th centuries, cremation on a funeral pyre was the more common thing. In fact, as the myth of Odin's lore suggests, it was considered the proper way to send off a soul to Valhalla. The body of the deceased would be placed on a wooden pyre and burned, often along with their possessions and any sacrificial offerings, reducing everything to charred bone and ash. These remains might then be buried, or sometimes scattered. In many cases, Vikings gathered the ashes and bones after the pyre cooled and buried them in a mound or pit, often contained in an urn or a small wooden box. The cremation grave might then be marked by a heap of stones, a mound of earth, or even an arrangement of stones in symbolic shapes, such as the outline of a ship. Cremation was often seen as a way to ritually free the spirit from the body. The consuming fire had a purifying and transformative significance. It meant the person was truly delivered from the world of the living to the realm of the dead. As one modern scholar put it, the grave goods had to be subjected to the same treatment as the body if they were to accompany the dead person to the afterlife. If a person were immolated, that is, cremated, then the grave goods had to be burned as well. Now, in other words, quite simply, when Vikings chose cremation, everything got burned up. They burned everything intended for the afterlife along with the body, weapons, clothing, even animals, so that these too would be spiritually transported with the soul. Fire is the vehicle to which you reach the afterlife. And this is why in major cremation burials, archaeologists often find a mixture of calcined bone fragments among blackened and contorted metal artifacts, like melted sword blades or warped shield bosses. All of these were on the pyre together, and they undergo the same fiery passage. But that is not to say that cremation was the only practice. Throughout the Viking Age, many people were also buried unburned, whether in coffins, graves, or chambers dug into the earth. Such inhumation burials could be simple, a body laid in a dug grave with a few goods, or an exceptionally elaborate one involving wooden burial chambers and even entire ships used as coffins. We will discuss the famous ship burial shortly. But burial without burning might reflect local customs or the status of the individual. It's notable that by the late Viking Age, that is the 10th to the 11th centuries, inhumation became more prevalent, influenced in part by the spread of Christianity, which frowned upon cremation. In fact, as Christianity gained hold in Scandinavia, the old rites began to hybridize with new customs. Archaeologists have found transitional graves from the 900s, where, for example, a body is buried in Christian style, but still accompanied by grave goods or a ritually slaughtered animal. A little bit of a mix of Christian and pagan practice. Old habits die hard, it seems. One recently studied burial site in northern England, dating to the Viking presence there, demonstrated exactly this blend. A man was buried following Christian norms, but grave goods and possible remnants of a sacrificial ritual were present, indicating a Norse pagan element. Such finds show how over time cremation gave way to burial as the dominant rite, especially once conversion to Christianity took hold around the 10th century. By the 11th, most Scandinavians were being buried in churchyards without grave goods, marking the end of the classic Viking funeral era. But during the height of the Viking Age, both cremation and burial were common, and either one of them was acceptable. But what determined whether a person was cremated or buried intact? That could depend on regional tradition, also the deceased family's preferences, and not to mention the circumstances of death. In some Norse societies, cremation was more preferable for most people, with the notable exception of certain aristocratic burials where an unburned body in a monumental grave was seen as a more impressive memorial. There is evidence, too, that in early periods burning was nearly universal for the Norse, so much that later Scandinavian writers referred to ancient times as the Age of Burning. Snorri Sturluson, writing in the 13th century, indeed divides mythical history into ages based on funeral customs. First, that Age of Burning, where all notable dead were burned, and then later the Age of Mounds, where bodies were buried under barrows. This schematic may reflect a memory of real shifts. Archaeology in Scandinavia shows that during the late Iron Age, there was a move from predominantly cremation burials to more inhumations in certain areas, and then back again to the widespread cremation during the early Viking Age, and finally a swing again to inhumation with the new Christian influence. But the reality was never so neatly divided. It is true, however, that diversity in burial practices is a hallmark of Viking Age mortuary archaeology. In major Viking burial grounds, such as those at Birka in Sweden or Hedeby in Denmark, researchers have found a mix of cremation bits and unburned skeletons in coffins or chambers side by side. Now this suggests that Vikings did not see one method as inherently exclusive of the other. Both were valid ways to honor the dead. It's important to note, too, that cremation in the Viking way did not always involve a full-sized ship going up in flames, contrary to popular imagination. In fact, there's a lot of popular imagination that goes along with the Vikings. We'll try to give credence to the things that have a little bit of backing. While literary accounts and modern movies certainly love depicting a longship being set ablaze and pushed out to sea, this was likely an uncommon spectacle. More often, a funeral pyre would be built on land, maybe on a beach, a hillside, or a designated sacred clearing, using a stack of wood. In some instances, a small boat could serve as a bier for the body. Ibn Fatlan, the Arab observer of the Viking Rus, noted that when a poor man died among them, he is cremated in a small boat built by his fellows. Now this implies that even those who weren't wealthy might receive a token boat cremation, but it would be a pretty modest affair. We're not talking a long ship. We're more so looking at a rowboat or a simple wooden skiff used as the pyre base. Such a practice symbolically used the boat as the vehicle to the afterlife. Even if it wasn't a magnificent warship, it was still something. For the truly wealthy, though, we have archaeological examples of cremation taking place within a boat on land. At some sites, charred boat rivets and burnt wood in burial contexts show that a wooden vessel was indeed part of the pyre. In these cases, the boat and body burned together, and then the remains were buried on the site, often under a burial mound. Thus, the iconic Viking ship funeral did happen, sure, but usually the burning of the ship did not sail off into the sunset. It was a stationary pyre. The sea burial, where a burning longship is floated out on the water, is attested mainly in Norse legend. For example, the mythic funeral of the hero Balder involved his ship being set aflame and launched into the sea. And think about it in practical terms, a send-off like that would have been extraordinarily expensive, not to mention logistically tricky. And indeed, no definitive archaeological evidence of a ship burnt at sea has been found. That being said, it was burned, so it's something difficult to find. The real Viking elites were often buried in their ships on land, rather than immolated at sea. And we will explore those ship burials next, as they do represent some of the most spectacular discoveries from the Viking Age. It is perhaps the most famous aspect of Viking funerals, certainly one of the most archaeologically striking, the use of ships in burials. The image of a Viking chieftain laid to rest in a great longship, surrounded by treasure. Now that's pretty cool, right? If we go off the academic record. Ship burials were indeed a real practice, though typically reserved for the elite. You see, in Viking society, ships were potent symbols of status, wealth, and a journey to the afterlife. A ship was the grandest vehicle that one could have. That was both in life and death, and as such, being buried in a ship was quite a high honor. So, there were two main ways that ships figured into Viking funerals. The first was as burial vessels on land. The deceased's body, sometimes with one or more other people and many goods, would be placed inside a ship or a boat, and the whole vessel then buried under a mound or earthworks. The ship essentially became an enormous coffin and tomb. Several spectacular finds illustrate this as well. For example, in Norway, the excavation of a Osberg ship burial in 1904 revealed a 22-meter-long wooden Viking ship that had been hauled to a burial site inland and covered by a mound. 22 meters being about 70 feet from the general calculation. Well, inside it, archaeologists found remains of two women, one around 80 years old, possibly a very high status, and a younger woman in her 50s, along with an astonishing array of grave goods. Although grave robbers had stolen any gold or silver, what remained was a treasury trove of everyday and ceremonial items. 3 ornate wooden sleighs, a finely carved four-wheeled cart, multiple beds, wooden chests full of textiles, tapestries, clothing, and household utensils. The ship also contained the bones of 15 horses, 6 dogs, 2 cows, clearly sacrificed to accompany the women into the afterlife. But the sheer wealth of goods and animals in this tomb, not to mention the labor required to inter a full longship, marks it as, well, perhaps the most important Viking funeral-related discovery ever. It is believed one of the women was a person of great importance, maybe a queen, maybe a high priestess, and the other might have been an attendant, possibly even sacrificed for the burial, though the forensic evidence is unclear whether the second woman died at the same time or was already dead. And the Osberg burial, dating to about 834, showcases how Viking royalty was sent off in grand style. Their ship was literally their grave, filled with everything thought necessary for a comfortable voyage to the afterlife. Another famous Norwegian example is the Gokstad ship burial from around 900 CE. In that mound, a roughly 24-meter long ship was found with the remains of a male, about 40 to 50 years old, who had been buried with rich grave goods including weapons, a gaming board, tent equipment, and the bones of several horses, dogs, and peacocks. The man in the Gokstad burial may have been a local king or chieftain. His ship had space for 32 oars and was seagoing, yet it was deliberately used as a burial chamber on land, and then covered by a great earth mound. These ship graves show a significant point. In the Viking mind, a ship was not only a vehicle in life, but more of a ceremonial vessel to the land of the dead, and by burying someone in a ship, the survivors were perhaps symbolically ensuring that the deceased had this safe passage, as if they were sailing one last time. The second way ships featured in funerals is through the cremation ceremonies involving boats. We touched upon it a bit earlier. Now, in these cases, the ship might serve as a container for a pyre. One extraordinary eyewitness description of such ritual comes from Ahmad ibn Fadlan, a 10th century Arab traveler who observed a Viking Rus chieftain's funeral on the Volga River. He describes how a dead leader's body was placed in a boat and set on land, effectively a sacrificial vessel, and after days of ritual, the boat was burned and later covered by a mound. We will return to the full details in a later section, but it's worth noting here that this narrative confirms ship cremation did occur for high-status funerals. The ship was drawn onto shore, loaded with the corpse and an abundance of offerings, and then ignited. Afterwards, a barrow of earth was raised over the charred remains. Thus, in some cases, the ship ended up buried anyway, but only after serving as a grand funeral pyre. Of course, goes without saying that not every important Viking received a full-sized ship. Sometimes a smaller boat or even just a stone outline in the shape of a ship was used for a more symbolic effect. Across Scandinavia, archaeologists have found many grave sites where rocks were arranged in an oblong outline resembling the keel and ribs of a boat, and these are called stone ship settings. At the large cemetery of Lindum Hoy in Denmark, for instance, dozens of burials from the Viking Age are marked by patterns of stones, some triangular or circular, and many in elongated shapes suggesting ships. Such stone ships could be small, just a few meters long, Others could be quite large. They likely denoted the graves of people for whom the community wanted to convey a sense of maritime identity or honor, even if an actual wooden ship was not used. In effect, the symbolic ship of stones invokes the same idea. The grave is a ship sailing into the afterlife, with the stones as its eternal outline on land. Ship burials were not exclusive to Scandinavia proper, though. Viking warriors and settlers who travelled abroad sometimes carried these customs with them. In the British Isles, which the Vikings colonized, we have evidence of boat burials. For example, a notable 10th century boat burial was excavated in Scotland in 2011, containing a Norse warrior, his weapons, and equipment, buried in a 5-meter or 15-foot wooden boat. The practice is a broader Germanic one as well. Before the Viking Age, the Anglo-Saxons famously buried a king, perhaps Raedwald of East Anglia, in a ship at Sutton Hoo, England, in the early 7th century. Although that predates the Vikings, it shows a shared cultural idea, ships as the ultimate container for a high-status burial. The Vikings in the 9th and 10th centuries were carrying on and elaborating this tradition. But it should be emphasized that burning a ship at sea, the quintessential Hollywood Viking funeral, was likely quite rare. There are hints of it in literature, as mentioned. In Norse mythology, Baldur's great ship is set ablaze and pushed out to sea during his funeral, requiring the strength of a giantess to launch. Some legendary sagas also tell of sea burials, but these are poetic and heroic embellishments. The logistical reality and the cost of sending a valuable longship into the water and burning it completely would have been prohibitive in most real scenarios. Instead, Vikings achieved the same ritual goals by burning the ship on land or burying it intact. The barrow or burial mound that covered a ship grave remained as a permanent memorial on the landscape, something a ship sent off to sea could not really accomplish. In fact, Viking burial mounds were often intended to be visible symbols of lineage and power, which we will discuss more in another section, but we'll keep the burial on land ensured as a lasting monument. Of course, perhaps one of the most distinctive features from an archaeological point of view is the inclusion of the grave goods, the belongings and offerings placed with the dead. Now, these could range from everyday personal items to highly valuable treasures, and they often reflected the social role of the deceased, their occupation, and also their wealth. The guiding idea, as we have seen, was that these goods would accompany the person into the afterlife, either literally in a spiritual sense or symbolically as marks of honor. Accordingly, grave goods in Viking burials are richly varied, but there are some common patterns based on gender and status. Let me give you a bit of an example. When we talk about free men, they were usually provided with their weapons and tools of war. A typical male burial might include a sword, an axe, a spear, a shield, maybe a bow with a couple of arrows. The presence of weapons signified not only that a man could defend himself in the next world, but also served as a testament to his warrior identity or free status in the old world. Now, in many male graves, archaeologists find weapons that have been deliberately broken or bent, a ritual of killing of the weapon, perhaps to release its spirit for the dead to use, or to prevent the weapon's power from being misused by the living. Then we have women's graves. They often contain jewelry, brooches, necklaces, beads, and the accoutrements of household management or textile work. Elaborately ornamented oval brooches used to fasten apron dresses are almost a signature item of female burials in Scandinavia. Additionally, women were sometimes buried with tools like weaving batons, spindle whorls, or cooking utensils. objects related to their domestic roles and skill. The presence of keys in some high-status women's graves is particularly symbolic. You see, in Norse society, the mistress of a household carried the keys to chests and food storage. So burying a woman with the keys signified her authority over the home in both life and presumably in death. One exceptional example is the Osberg ship burial, which, as we have noted, likely held a woman of very high status. Among her many grave goods were textile tools, and even a fine woven tapestry depicting a ceremonial procession. Perhaps this tapestry was something she worked on or valued, and it may have had religious significance. But in general, the sumptuous goods given to the Osberg women, including that tapestry, beautifully carved sledges, a decorated cart, luxurious fabrics, etc., indicate a status on par with royalty or priesthood. It's little wonder, then, that Osberg is considered by archaeologists as an opulent find beyond compare, at least when we talk about Viking Age graves. A demonstration that at least one Viking-era woman was sent off with goods befitting a queen, but who knows what we'll find in the future. I'm sure there's plenty more, just waiting to be found. Specialists like artisans or tradespeople might be buried with the tools of their trade. For example, a blacksmith's grave could contain his hammer, tongs, anvil, and other smithing tools, effectively his entire workshop in miniature. One Norse text indeed notes that an artisan received his entire set of tools in burial. Well, the idea here is pretty clear, I think, that the man could continue his craft in the next life, or that the tools mark his identity for eternity. And I must say it's a pretty good hint for the archaeologists to find out what this person was doing, that's for sure. If only every find was so easy. Now, as for the farmer, he or she might be buried with a scythe or a plough, the hunter with hunting gear. There are even graves with cooking pots and ladles, suggesting provision of food preparation in the afterlife journey. But beyond personal goods, the Vikings also included provisions of food and drink for the dead. Earthenware or wooden vessels found in graves often contained remnants of food or alcoholic beverages such as mead or ale. In Ibn Fadlan's recounting of the Roos funeral, the dead chieftain was initially put in a temporary grave with nabid, a type of fermented drink, also with fruit and a drum, while they prepared the final cremation. Later, when placed on the ship for burning, he was given bread, meat, onions, and more nabid around him. So what does this tell us? Well, it shows that the practice of giving sustenance to the dead for their voyage was around, and indeed many graves yield animal bones that seem to be cuts of meat, placed as food offerings, separate from any sacrificed animals, of course. Barrels or buckets in graves might have been filled with ale for the deceased to drink, too. But one can't discuss Viking grave goods without talking about the practice of animal sacrifice as part of the funeral. It was indeed very common for animals, especially horses, to be killed and laid in the grave or on the pyre with the dead. Horses were of great importance as status symbols, and as transportation, in both life and, it was assumed, the afterlife. In the vulgar Roos funeral observed by Ibn Fadlan, 2 horses were made to gallop until sweaty, and then sacrificed, cut into pieces and thrown into the ship with the dead. In the Osberg burial, as highlighted, no fewer than 15 horses' remains were found, likely sacrificed to accompany the honored women. The sheer number suggests a display of wealth and devotion, giving up a stable's worth of fine horses so that the deceased woman would have a full team in the next world. But along with horses, dogs were frequently sacrificed. They could serve as a faithful companion or protector. The Osberg grave actually included 6 dogs, and dog remains are found in many Viking graves, sometimes at the foot of the human body as if lying loyally by their master. Other animals can include oxen or cattle, for strength and as sources of meat. Birds like chickens or hawks, perhaps symbolic or practical. A hawk might denote noble status. Chickens might be a food source. You know what I mean. Tell you what, I can't go without eggs. I usually eat 7 or 8 of them a day. It's good for testosterone, that's what I hear. Seems to be working, I suppose. Well, anyway, in one account by the chronicler Theotmar of Mersburg, though describing a pagan Slavic rite not strictly Viking but similar in ethos, it was said that people sacrificed horses, dogs, and hens so that these would serve them in the kingdom of the dead. The logic was analogous for the Norse. The animals were given so the deceased would have livestock, transportation, and meat in the afterlife. While such sacrifices might strike us as cruel or lavish, to the Viking mourners they were acts of devotion and necessity, sending off the departed with the proper entourage and supplies. It'd be rude not to do that, right? But most sobering of all is the evidence of humans sacrificed during some Viking funerals. The idea that a trusted servant, slave, or even a family member might follow the deceased in death to continue serving them or to keep them company in the next life. This practice, while certainly not the norm, is attested in both literature and archaeology. The most famous description comes again from Ibn Fadlan's 922 AD account among the Rus Vikings. When a chieftain died, his household asked, "Who among you will die with him?" And one of his slave girls volunteered. So over the next few days, the girl was treated like a revered sacrifice. She was given stupid amounts of intoxicating drink and participated in ritual acts. On the day of the funeral, after many ceremonies, she was led onto the ship, where she had final sexual activity with the chieftain's men, and was then ritually killed, strangled by 2 men, while an old woman, aptly called the Angel of Death, stabbed her with a dagger. The girl's body was placed beside her master on the ship, and they burned together. Ibn Fadlan's graphic account leaves no doubt that this was a human sacrifice specifically for the funeral, intended to send a servant to attend the dead chieftain in the afterlife. But such a ritual is quite horrific, don't you think? To us, maybe, but to the participants, it was highly sanctified. And don't forget, the slave girl was willing, at least by the account, even joyful in the belief that she would join her lord in paradise, as evidenced by her statements during the rite. Apparently she claimed to see her master beckoning her to a green and beautiful place. This particular example occurred among the Norse who had settled in what is now Russia, and scholars debate how widespread the practice was in Scandinavia proper. It might not have been common in the Scandinavian homelands, or may have been limited to certain contexts. However, there are hints elsewhere. The Arab geographer Ibn Rusta also noted that the Rus, or Norse slave women, were sometimes burned with their masters. In the Icelandic Njál saga, there is a mention that at a great chief's funeral, some of his retinue were to be sacrificed, though in the saga, a Christian convert comes along to prevent this. Archaeologically, indisputable evidence of human sacrifice in graves is rare, really rare, but the traces that we do have are quite intriguing. The Osberg ship's second woman has prompted a few theories. Was she a devoted servant, sacrificed for the principal lady? In fact, her age, 50, makes that less likely. You see, if she was a sacrifice, you might expect that she'd be a younger attendant. Another case, at a Viking ceremony, of Birka in Sweden, one grave contained a warrior and the remains of another individual at his feet. The positioning suggested the second person might have been placed as a sacrifice, or a very low-status burial alongside this warrior. There are also instances in Danish bog finds and the Salme ship burials of Estonia of multiple human remains that could indicate sacrificial killings. But often, these can be explained by other violent events like battles. So while not every noble burial had a retainer killed, the concept of sacrificial followers, that was certainly a part of Viking funerary ideology, a notion likely inherited from older Germanic customs. It calls to mind the retinues buried with the Bronze Age and Iron Age chieftains in other parts of Europe, but that is a tale for another time. But even apart from outright sacrifice, the treatment of slaves and thralls in death was marked different from that of free people. A slave's burial might be a pit in the ground with very little ceremony, and in some accounts, when a slave died naturally, their body was not given burial at all, but it was just discarded for scavengers. Ibn Fadlan mentions again that among the Rus, quote, "When a slave dies, the dogs and carrion devour the body." And this shows how low worth assigned was to a slave's individual life in that society. Of course, not unique to the Vikings, but just a little footnote there. However, paradoxically, a slave could gain significance in death if chosen to accompany a master, and in such a case, the slave becomes part of a grand funeral. Even a central figure of ritual, such as the volunteer girl in Ibn Fadlan's story. One might say that for the Vikings, the funerary treatment reflected social status. A king gets a ship, and perhaps a sacrificed servant. A warrior gets his weapon and a decent mound. A thrall gets very little, unless he or she is being given as part of someone else's send-off. I suppose you've got to take what you can get. Now, moving on from all that, the physical acts of burning or burying a body, that was just one part, the Viking funeral. It didn't start there, and it didn't end there. What was equally important were the rituals and ceremonies that surrounded the event, the rites of farewell that helped the community process the death and honor the departed. Now, these rituals could be quite complex and drawn out over many days, and while there was some continuity, there wasn't really a one-size-fits-all, especially when we're talking about geographical differences between Rus Vikings and Scandinavian Vikings and Vikings in places like, Dublin or northern England, things like this. In any case, through both archaeological evidence and written accounts, we know that Viking funerals were often highly theatrical and performative, involving processions, incantations, feasting, and sometimes dramatic sacrificial acts. One of the first steps in any funeral would be the preparation of the corpse. The Vikings, like many cultures, likely washed the body and dressed it in special clothing for burial. Snorri Sturluson notes a curious detail in the prose Edda. There was a custom to trim the fingernails of the dead. Now, this is it's probably one of the most interesting things that I've found, probably a little bit more macabre. You see, it sounds a little bit mundane, but it had a mythological rationale. Snorri explains that the ship Naglfar, which will carry the giants at Ragnarok, the end of the world, is foretold to be made from the untrimmed nails of dead men. Thus, by cutting the nails of the deceased, the Norse ensured that those nails couldn't contribute to Naglfar's construction, thereby slightly delaying doomsday. Now, while this belief is mythic, unless we find a giant ship made of human fingernails, which I hope we don't. It does point to an actual practice. Preparing a corpse included grooming tasks, and it suggests that even small rituals like nail trimming had a great symbolic weight to them. Certainly the dead would be clothed in their finest garments, or in new garments made for the occasion. Ibn Fadlan observed that the Rus sewed new clothes for their chieftain's corpse during the 10 days of mourning, so that when they took him from his temporary grave, they dressed him in fresh, custom-made funeral attire before the cremation took place. And this indicates a belief that one should meet the afterlife looking one's best. The body might also be adorned with jewelry or given amulets. In the case of that Rus chieftain, they even propped him up in a sitting position on the bed within the ship, surrounded by cushions arranged by that angel of death, the ritual officiant. Could have given her a less threatening name, but, I suppose it's suitable. One can only imagine if normal modern funeral homes, instead of calling their master of proceedings that, they would call them the angel of death. Good Lord. Well, anyway, this arrangement made it appear as if he were seated in state, ready to receive those offerings around him. During the days leading up to the final funeral, various ceremonies and rites would take place. These could include chanting of poems, incantations, dirges, that is, ritual laments, presumably sung by kin or skalds, that is their word for poet, and possibly shamanistic practices. The account of Ibn Fadlan provides unique insight. The slave girl, designated to die with the chieftain, underwent what we can only call an initiation ritual into death itself. She drank heavily and sang, and at one point was lifted above a door frame 3 times by the men, each time speaking of a vision she saw. First seeing her father and mother in the spirit realm, and then seeing her deceased relatives. Finally, seeing her master in that green, pleasant afterlife, beckoning her to join. This doorframe hoisting is a dramatic ritual that likely has symbolic meaning. You see, doors, they often represent thresholds, and here she is, literally lifted through a threshold to glimpse the other side. And interestingly, there is a similar motif that appears in Norse lore. A medieval text called Volsabater mentions lifting someone over a doorframe in a pagan rite. Now this suggests that the ritual described by Ibn Fadlan was not a one-off oddity, but part of a broader set of Norse ceremonial practices, possibly to induce visions or prophecy during funerals. Throughout such proceedings, it seems women often played key roles. Eyewitness accounts credit women as the directors of the funeral drama. That angel of death in the Rus funeral was an older woman who orchestrated much of the ritual, from the sacrifice of animals to the killing of the slave girl. She was essentially the priestess of the ceremony. In Norse societies, there were indeed volur or seeresses, who would have taken charge of important rites. We might think of these women as a kind of pagan clergy. The fact that Ibn Fadlan calls her the angel of death, perhaps translating a Norse term, indicates that she was recognized as a ritual specialist. Moreover, saga literature sometimes depicts women as lamenters, or as those who prepare the dead. For example, in Egil's saga, women tend to the bodies of the fallen after a battle. Thus, Viking funerals were not exclusively a warrior's affair. They involved the whole community, and gender roles in ritual were pretty well defined, with women often handling the spiritual mediation, and men performing the supportive tasks like building the pyre or digging the grave. Sacred spaces were likely chosen for ceremonies too, equally important. While burials often occurred in established grave fields or family burial grounds near farms, The actual rites might utilize prominent natural features. Ibn Fadlan noted the funeral he saw was near a river, the body initially put into a grave by the river, and then the boat pulled onto the bank. Other sources suggest that clearings, hilltops, or even sites near lakes or large trees were favored ritual spots. In Norse religion, certain groves or boulders were considered holy, so it's plausible that funerals, which are a form of sacrifice or offering in their tongue the blot, took place in those consecrated locales. Some high-status funerals might have been semi-public events for many attendees, from neighboring districts almost akin to a festival for the dead. Now, one cannot forget the role of feasting and alcohol either. The funeral was not a somber farewell, not in a strict sense. It was more of a critical social gathering. After the burial or cremation, the family would host a funeral feast, also known as arvel or erfi, inheritance feast in the more familiar tongue. The specific tradition was the Sayund, the seventh-day funeral ale. Now, as the name implies, on the seventh day after death, the community gathered to drink a ritual ale in honor of the deceased. This ale drinking had profound legal and symbolic significance. It was only after drinking the funeral ale that the heirs could rightfully go and claim their right to their inheritance. In other words, this act of communal toasting and drinking marked the official close of the deceased life chapter and the transfer of their roles and property to the next generation. At this feast, the high seat, the ceremonial seat of the head of the household, would be occupied by the heir for the first time, signifying the passing of authority. This tradition shows that a funeral was not a private goodbye, but rather a public handover, a way to reassure the community that life would continue with new leadership or structure. The sagas and historical sources mention funeral feasts as important social events. Failing to hold a proper feast could be seen as disrespectful, could even cause disputes about legitimacy or inheritance. And, well, then you've got a real problem on your hands. In any case, the mood at the funerals likely swung between sorrowful to celebratory. There are indications of eulogy-style speeches or songs praising the dead, and indeed poetry was a huge part of Viking culture, and skaldic verses were composed to commemorate great deaths. For instance, upon the death of King Hakon the Good, the skald Eyvind composed a poem describing the king's reception into Valhalla, essentially a eulogy in verse. It's called Hakonarmal, if you want to go and look that up. We can imagine at a chieftain's funeral, a poet might recite the lineage and deeds of the departed, while the listeners responded with ritualized affirmations or communal chanting. Some funeral rituals were downright macabre by design. Ibn Fadlan's narrative includes the detail that when the slave girl was being killed inside the tent on the ship, the Vikings made a racket by beating their shields with sticks so her screams would not be heard outside. This suggests a custom of masking or driving away evil spirits at the moment of death. The noise could confuse the spirit of the dying or ward off malevolent forces, but it also added to the dramatic crescendo of the ceremony. Similarly, after the pyre was lit, there might be shouts of praise, or even the clash of weapons by the assembled warriors, saluting their fallen leader one last time. The saga of Hakon the Good describes... Hang on, where am I? Oh, sorry, I lost where I was reading. Let me start that again. The saga of Hakon the Good describes that as he died in battle, he was going to Odin, and later poets imagined him welcomed with clashing and feasting in Valhalla. so the line between ritual and theatre was pretty thin. Viking funerals were performances that engaged all the senses: sight, the fire, the costumes, the procession, the sound, the chants, the songs, the ring of weapons, taste, the ale and the feast, and even the smell, the wood smoke, perhaps the incense of herbs like basil, which Ibn Fadlan curiously noted was used in the Rus funeral. Well, time was an important factor. The funerals were not rushed. The account of a drawn-out funeral lasting 10 days is corroborated by Ibn Fadlan. It took time to sew garments, you see, prepare the ship if there was one, and a grave, and allow people from far-flung areas to arrive and pay their respects. Meanwhile, the body of the dead might be temporarily buried or kept in some preserving material. The Rus buried their chieftain in a shallow grave with some offerings for 10 days. But in colder climates, winter funerals might even wait until spring if the ground was frozen. There are hints of sagas that sometimes burial was delayed for practical reasons, and all this shows a bit of flexibility, but also the importance of timing. The funeral happened when the omens were right. The arrangements were complete, and the community was assembled, rather than just quickly, immediately upon death. And so, when the moment finally came to commit the body to its final rest, whether lighting the pyre or closing the burial mound, it was likely accompanied by ritual gestures. The closest male relative of the deceased had a very specific task in Ibn Fadlan's account. He approached the ship completely naked, walked backwards towards it with a torch in hand, and lit the pyre while covering his anus with the other hand. Yes, you heard it right. Well, this bizarre detail probably had ritual meaning, perhaps an act of humility or a gesture to ward off the spirit from injuring him. One can only speculate. Once the fire took, others threw more wood onto the flames, ensuring a thorough cremation. After the cremation, the Vikings would collect any remaining bones and ashes, and then build a barrow over them, a kind of burial mound. In the Volga case, they erected a birch post on the mound inscribed with the dead man's name and his king's name, effectively a tombstone made of wood. In Scandinavian context, raising a mound or a standing or carved rune stone often served to mark the grave and eternalize the memory of the person. So it is clear that a Viking funeral ritual was community-centered. It was not private, family-only affair, but involved a wider society. At times, multiple individuals might be interred or commemorated in one ceremony. For example, if several died in battle around the same time, you see. The saga literature even tells of great funerals where multiple ship burials were made together for a group of warriors. The funeral thus reinforced group bonds, transferring the loyalty owed to the deceased to their successor, hence the inheritance feast. And so in a way the funeral was the last act of the deceased's social life, and the first act of the survivor's new social order. And finally, after all of the rituals were done, the pyre burnt out, or the grave sealed, the feast completed, life had to return to normal. People had to move on. The Norse, practical as ever, had rituals to help with that transition. They would sometimes hold a house-cleaning ritual to spiritually cleanse the homestead after a death. One hint of this is that after Baldur's cremation in mythology, the gods sweep the hearth and move on, though they are grieving. The living had to literally pick up the pieces, redistributing the remaining property, caring for any dependents of the deceased, and perhaps moving the high seat. But they did so with confidence that the proper rites had been observed, the deceased soul was sent on its way, and the favor of the gods and the ancestors was finally secured. In the late 8th century, a menace materialized on the horizon of Europe. Monastic chroniclers recorded terrifying portents. Fiery dragons streaking across the northern sky, and unearthly lights flashing in the darkness, seemingly to foreshadow an unprecedented calamity. And in 793, that calamity struck. Heathen raiders from Scandinavia descended without warning on the holy island of Lindisfarne off the coast of Northumbria, miserably devastating God's church by looting and slaughter. The shock of this attack echoed through Christendom. A Northumbrian scholar at the time, Alcuin of York, captured the horror in a letter to the king. Never before has such terror appeared in Britain. Behold, the church of St. Cuthbert spattered with blood of the priests of God, given as prey to pagan peoples. The Viking Age had well and truly begun, ushering in nearly 3 centuries of intermittent warfare in which sea-born Scandinavian warriors, later romantically dubbed the Vikings, raided, plundered, and sometimes even conquered far-flung lands. What followed Lindisfarne was not an isolated atrocity, but the beginning of a vast saga of raiding that would touch almost every corner of Europe, from the British Isles and Frankish Francia to Muslim Iberia and even the distant rivers of Eastern Europe. Viking raiders became a byword for terror and ferocity. Yet beyond the blood and fire recorded by terrified monks, there lies a complex military and cultural phenomenon. How exactly were these raids conducted across the Viking Age? How did small bands of Nordic adventurers evolve into great armies capable of toppling entire kingdoms? What motivated them? Was it greed for gold, hunger for land, a thirst for glory, perhaps even a religious zeal? And how did their onslaught reshape the politics of Europe? A lot of questions, but don't worry, we've got a lot of answers. I think by the end of it, you'll understand what happened and why it happened. So how about you come with me? Because today, we go back to the Viking Age together. But first, let me welcome you to the channel. If it is your first time here, or if you are among the few who have not clicked the subscribe button yet, I invite you to do so. Also leave a like, a comment. It's all good for the algorithm. You'll also have 0 ads on this video, which is a very nice touch. I'm sure you can agree. It is due to the generous contributions of those on Patreon, YouTube memberships, those who chose to donate, and those who checked out the merch store. Even out of curiosity, I do appreciate it. And you have my thanks, everyone supporting the channel. Now, without further ado, let's get down to the topic at hand. Nice and slow as usual. Get nice and relaxed. The first phase of Viking raiding, late 8th through the 9th century, was characterized by more hit-and-run assaults launched from the sea against vulnerable coastal targets. And there were plenty of vulnerable coastal targets. In these decades, Norse warbands were generally small and highly mobile, relying on surprise and speed as their greatest weapons. Their signature tool? The clinker-built longship, a sleek wooden vessel with a shallow draft, both sail and oar-powered, capable of remarkable speed and able to beach on any coast or glide far up a river estuary. These ships gave the Vikings strategic and tactical mobility unmatched by their contemporaries. They could peer out of the morning mist, land a force of warriors directly on the shore, and depart before local defenses could even have a chance to muster. Monasteries, isolated port towns, coastal villages, rich in provisions and treasure, but usually lacking garrisons. That was their favored prey. The weak, the defenseless. An early entry in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle notes that when three strange ships arrived on the Dorset coast in 789, the local reeve, who rowed out to greet these presumed traders, was unceremoniously killed. Quite rude, and a grim harbinger of what was to come. In these initial raids, Viking tactics emphasized surprise, ferocity, and quick extraction. We mentioned that raid on Lindisfarne. Well, that exemplified this. The Norse longships landed without warning. The raiders fell upon the monastic community with sword and axe, and then vanished with slaves and holy treasures before any organized resistance could arrive. Contemporary accounts stress the utter shock of such attacks on places deemed inviolate. Alcuin, writing of Lindisfarne, marveled that, quote, ships could suddenly appear from over the horizon to wreak havoc in a land that had felt safe for centuries. The psychological impact of these early strikes was immense too. Christian writers interpreted them as divine punishment, or even worse, portents of apocalypse. Language of lamentation and wrath permeates all the reports. A chronicle entry for 793 speaks of, quote, immense flashes of lightning, fiery dragons, and a great famine, preceding the heathen onslaughts, and framing the Viking raids as a nearly supernatural catastrophe. Yet not all early raids went unopposed, and not all of them ended in a Viking victory. A lesser-known incident in 794, for example, saw a Viking band plundering the monastery of Jarrow, that is, Wearmouth in Northumbria, and they were met with disaster. The chronicle records that while the raiders sacked the site, local forces struck back. Several Viking leaders were slain as the Norse fled to their ships. A sudden storm shattered some of their vessels, drowned many of their warriors, and those who swam ashore were promptly cut down at the river's mouth. Now this account shows that early Vikings often gambled with fate. Sure, swift riches, they were possible, but reversal of weather or armed locals could turn a raid into a death trap. Indeed, the North Sea could be as deadly as any foe. If you don't know about that, go and look up some videos of the North Sea. It is not a gentle ride. Well, the same Northumbrian entry notes that, quote, some of their ships were shattered to pieces by the violence of the weather. Many of the crew were drowned. Viking raiders had to navigate not only enemy swords, but also the capricious elements on their long voyage home. And it indeed is a long way when you only have a wooden longboat going between England back to Scandinavia. So by the 830s and 40s, Viking raids were accelerating in frequency, and with that, they were growing bolder. No longer content with summer forays from Scandinavia, some Viking bands began to establish winter bases on islands or river mouths near their targets. The Annals of St. Bertin, a Frankish chronicle, record that in 843 a fleet of Northmen attacked Nantes in Brittany, killing the bishop and many clergy and laity, and then settled there for the winter, as if it was their new permanent dwelling place. Now this is interesting, because it is one of the first hints that Vikings were learning to stay and exploit a region, rather than just the old-fashioned hit and run. But it also suggests a growing logistical sophistication. You see, these raiders could provision themselves on foreign soil through plunder and extortion rather, allowing year-round operations. In 845, the Viking onslaught reached a new peak of audacity. A fleet estimated at 120 ships sailed up the Seine River and attacked Paris, the West Frankish royal capital. West Frankish King Charles the Bald mustered an army, but, finding victory doubtful, resorted to paying a hefty ransom of 7,000 livres of silver to buy off the invaders. This payoff, one of the earliest recorded Danegeld in Francia, shows a lesson that many would learn. Well-organized Viking forces could sometimes be satisfied with tribute in lieu of battle, and quite often it was a more pragmatic choice by kings who saw little hope of outright defeating the raiders in the field. It would become quite a trend. As the 9th century progressed, Viking warfare seems to have evolved quite dramatically. What had begun as seasonal raiding by small autonomous bands had transformed into full-scale invasions by large coalitions, often referred to by Anglo-Saxon and Frankish writers as great heathen armies. The most famous of these was, of course, the Great Heathen Army, not so much an umbrella term anymore, but rather a term for a specific large group. Now, this large group in particular was one that descended on England in 865. Thankfully, the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle gives us a quite good clue of what was going on. According to the Chronicle, this Viking army, composed of warriors from Denmark and elsewhere in Scandinavia, landed in East Anglia in 865, and immediately secured horses, either by purchase or as tribute from local kings. The Chronicle and later sources note that King Edmund of East Anglia provided the invaders with horses in exchange for peace. Well, perhaps we could use provided. Perhaps he was robbed of them. Who knows? Terminologies. Mounted on local horses, the Vikings gained strategic mobility inland. By late 866, they seized the city of York in Northumbria, exploiting the internal dissension among the Northumbrian rivals. In subsequent years, this army roved across England with alarming effectiveness. Northumbria and East Anglia quickly fell under their control. East Anglia's King Edmund himself was captured and gruesomely martyred in 869, according to legend. Rest in pieces to Edmund. And even the Kingdom of Wessex was hard-pressed to survive their onslaught. The great army's commanders, figures like Ivar the Boneless, Halfdan, and Guthrum, traditionally identified as sons or kinsmen of the legendary Ragnar Lothbrok, by the way, coordinated multi-year campaigns of conquest, rather than just simple hit-and-run raids. But importantly, it has to be said that these Viking armies did not simply raid and depart. Those days were over. They wintered in enemy territories and established semi-permanent encampments known in Old English as long forts or winter quarters, a term used in Irish chronicles too. Archaeological discoveries at Repton in Mercia and Torksey on the River Trent, for instance, have revealed traces of sizable Viking camps with defensive earthworks and evidence of workshops, trading and feasting, effectively proto-towns that sustained armies during the cold months. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle mentions that Vikings wintering in York to 867 to 868, in Mercia at Nottingham 868 to 69, and later at sites like Thetford and London. That's right, that London. It's been around for quite some time. With these entrenched bases, Viking forces could refit ships, care for animals, and plan fresh offensives come spring. Better weather makes things easier. The logistical organization of the Viking great armies thus marks a step change from the earlier times. Supply lines were secured by extorting food and tribute from local populations, and the armies could split or regroup as needed. In 871, for example, a great summer army of reinforcements arrived from Scandinavia and joined the fray in Wessex, showing how Viking forces could be replenished from overseas. By the late 9th century, the British Isles were witnessing not mere raids, but a Scandinavian invasion and settlement. You know it's trouble when they bring their wife and kids with them. They're here to stay. Large swaths of eastern England became what was known as the Danelaw under Viking rule, while in Ireland, Viking warlords founded coastal kingdoms, such as Dublin itself, established as a Norse longfort in 841, still of course existing as quite the nice city today, albeit with a few changes in decoration. Continentals, too, they faced large-scale Viking incursions. Francia, fragmented by civil wars among Charlemagne's grandsons, proved to be quite the inviting prospect. Viking armies repeatedly sailed up the great rivers, the Seine, the Rhine, the Loire, to sack cities deep inland. Paris was again besieged in 885 by a massive Viking force. An eyewitness to that siege, the monk Abbo of Saint-Germain, described the Seine River literally choked with hundreds of Viking longships. We have the quote from his text as follows: 700 sailing ships, not counting the smaller barks. At one stretch, the Seine was lined with vessels for more than 2 leagues, so that one might ask in astonishment what cavern the river had been swallowed up. The defenders, led by Count Odo of Paris, endured months of onslaught, repelling assaults on the walls and a key bridge fortification despite desperate moments when siege engines and arrows shook their hastily built wooden tower to its foundations. Eventually, Emperor Charles the Fat arrived with an army, but instead of fighting, he infamously paid the Vikings off. And then it got worse, he even allowed them passage to raid Burgundy. Well, he basically did this because they were in rebellion against him at the time, basically making his problem somebody else's. It was all part of the deal. Incidents like this, they show how by the late 9th century, Viking forces had grown into formidable armies, capable of siege warfare, and even protracted campaigns. Their organization had adapted. They fielded units that could divide tasks between raiding outward and guarding a base camp. They negotiated diplomatically for advantage, or more likely for gold, and some leaders even adopted the titles king, or in their tongue konungur, in the lands they overran. Now if that doesn't show a solid political control, I don't know what does. It was in this period that we also saw Vikings turning from the pure barbaric raiders into long-term settlers. After decades of plundering the Frankish realms, one Viking chieftain, Hrolfr, Latinized as Rollo, accepted a grant of land in Normandy from King Charles the Simple in 911, essentially exchanging his transient raiding for the role of a Christian count, and later Duke of Normandy. A similar pattern occurred in the British Isles. The men of the great heathen army in Northumbria shared the land and farmed it in 876, according to the Chronicle, signifying permanent colonization. Now all these developments, you might think they could mean an end to the Viking raids, settle down for a more peaceful life, but it was far from it. They were rather an evolution in strategy. Raiding could bleed into conquest and state building when conditions were favorable. and for the moment, they were. So let's understand a bit more how the Viking raids were conducted. You got to appreciate the military technology to do this, along with the tactics. It all underpinned their success, catching everyone off guard. Different tactics, of course, to everybody else. A shock to the system of those established kingdoms. At the heart of Viking logistics was the iconic long ship. You all know the ones. A technological marvel of the age. These vessels, typically built 15 to 30 meters in length, were constructed with overlapping planks. We call this in naval terminology clinker built, which made them light and flexible on rough seas. A shallow keel allowed navigation in as little as 1 meter of water, meaning Vikings could beach their ships on any sandy strand or sail far upriver, deep into the hinterland. In Francia, for example, they navigated the Loire to sack Tours and Garonne to reach Toulouse. In England, they ascended the Thames and the Ouse. In the east, Swedish Vikings rowed down the Dnieper and Volga. The longship's combination of sail power for open ocean travel and oar power for maneuvering and speedy bursts gave the Vikings a technical edge. They could appear and disappear rapidly at whatever point of their choosing. No less important, by the way, these ships were double-ended, facilitating quick reversals of direction, and could be portaged over short land crossings. According to some sagas and later accounts, Vikings even dragged ships overland to bypass river obstructions, feats that of course astonished their adversaries and allowed attacks from unexpected directions. Viking raiding tactics emphasized mobility and shock. They typically landed at dawn or under the cover of early morning light, when communities were least prepared. Warriors disembarked carrying round shields, spears, axes, swords, often advancing in intimidating shield wall formations if they met with resistance. In open battle, Viking troops favored aggressive charges to break enemy lines, but they were also capable of feigned retreats and ambushes, stratagems learned from both experience and perhaps encounters with steppe nomads and others. However, pitched battles were not their first choice. Surprise and terror were preferred to risking heavy casualties. A small coastal settlement might be stormed outright, but a fortified town, that could be bypassed in favor of softer targets, unless of course the prize was worth a protracted fight. Think about the siege of Paris or London, not just for the treasure of it, but for the general prestige. The psychological aspects of Viking attacks cannot be overstated either. The raiders deliberately cultivated a reputation for ruthlessness and brutality to encourage defenders to flee or surrender. Frankish nobles describe how in 843 at Nantes, the Vikings slaughtered clergy and congregants alike during Mass. That's right in the middle of a church service, barbarically going there and just cutting throats. In Britain, monasteries like Jarrow, Iona, and Kells were hit repeatedly. The attackers often killed or enslaved the monastic community and made off with reliquaries, jeweled crosses, and liturgical plates, thus spreading tales of horror that in turn often led to panicked flight at the first sight of a sail. But what about organizationally? Well, in those terms, Viking forces in the early period had been loose bands led by a chieftain or a jarl, bound by personal loyalty and the prospect of shared loot. But over time, those structures somewhat professionalized. By the era of the Great Army, Viking hosts showed evidence of divided commands and coordinated strategies. They could, for instance, split into 2 or 3 contingents to cover more territory or trap opposing forces in a pincer maneuver. In 865 and 66, while one Viking division secured Northumbria, another negotiated in East Anglia, and yet another probed into Mercia. A multi-pronged approach. All comes down to logistics. But they also demonstrated the ability to build or utilize fortifications. The old Norse word borg, which means fort, appears in some contexts, and Saxon accounts speak of Vikings fortifying camps with ditches and ramparts. When King Alfred of Wessex countered the Vikings by building a chain of fortified burhs or towns in the 880s and 90s, the Vikings responded by avoiding these or attempting sieges, indicating a constant tactical interplay. And here's a remarkable account from the Chronicon of Abo, describing the 885 siege of Paris. It recounts how the Viking leader Sigfrid first parleyed, offering to spare the city for a price. A diplomatic tactic. Well, it didn't work. He was rebuffed. So he proceeded to deploy siege machines and battering rams in a protracted assault. Now that shows that Vikings were not just rabid berserkers. They were capable warriors, prepared to adapt and use any means. Negotiation, intimidation, even engineering. The most important thing was achieving that goal. Now, logistics we've discussed a little bit, but in a little bit more detail. Of course, they were equally as crucial. A large fleet required immense supplies, food, water, fodder for the horses after the 9th century, etc. So early on, Vikings solved this by living off the land. Plundering was both their mission and their supply chain. They would seize grain, livestock, stores from settlements. But as their ambitions grew, so did their logistical footprint. Overwintering forces needed reliable provisions. Hence, the Vikings often chose winter camps near fertile regions, or traded with locals when not openly in war. Silver and loot could purchase goods as well as loyalty. And moreover, they established semi-permanent markets at their bases. Archaeology tests that theory too. We find a lot of things from Viking camps in England, including weights, scales, imported hack silver, even some craft works. That indicates an active trade, even during active military campaigns. But then we have communication and intelligence. There were also factors at play. And while we admittedly have few records of Viking scouts or spies, it is evident that they possessed information about their targets, likely gleaned from earlier traders or even from local dissidents. The very fact that the first recorded raiders in England in 789 and 93 struck rich, poorly defended monasteries, it suggests that Vikings knew where wealth was concentrated and where defenses were weak. In some cases, maybe disgruntled locals could have tipped them off. Frankish chronicles even hint that Viking leaders were sometimes invited as mercenaries in Frankish civil wars, and that was when they learned the lay of the land in the process. Either way, the Vikings' extensive trade networks also doubled as intelligence networks, keeping them informed of political turmoil or lucrative opportunities abroad. Of course, loose lips sink ships, as we say. If you want to know more about medieval spies in general, I made a video about it, I think a couple weeks back. You might want to go check it out. Medieval playlist. Well, we can move now to one of the most astonishing aspects of the Viking Age, and that's the sheer geographic breadth of the Norse raiding activity. It really is something to behold, You see, over 3 centuries, Scandinavian adventurers carried their raven-bannered ships to the very distant shores, not only striking the well-known targets in the British Isles and Frankish Gaul, but Iberia, Italy, even North Africa, and of course, into Eastern Europe too. This wide range was facilitated by the Vikings' extraordinary seafaring skills, but also their opportunistic adaptability. So let's start with the British Isles. They endured some of the earliest and most persistent raids. After Lindisfarne, attacks multiplied along the coast of England, Ireland, and Scotland. The Hebrides, Orkneys, and Shetlands were frequented by Norse seafarers by the early 800s, often used as bases to launch raids on mainland Scotland and Ireland. The Annals of Ulster record that in 795, quote, the burning of Retru by the heathens took place, likely referring to Rathlin Island off the coast of Ireland, marking Ireland's first Viking raid. And soon, Viking longships became a yearly menace to the Irish shores. Irish annals called the Vikings Gael. In their tongue just means foreigners, or just simply heathens. And by the 830s, they note fleets plundering deeper inland via river systems. In 837, perhaps 60 Viking ships sailed up the River Boyne, and another 60 up the Liffey, wreaking havoc in the Irish interior. The Irish learned, to their despair, that no monastery was safe. Yet interestingly, modern historians point out that the Vikings were not uniquely evil in targeting churches. You see, in Ireland, rival Irish warlords had already been raiding each other's monasteries for wealth, well before the Vikings even arrived. Monasteries functioned as wealthy repositories of goods, and sometimes as fortified refuges in local conflicts, so they of course became natural targets for raiders, whether they be Irish, Norse, or otherwise. There was a difference though, and the difference was that Vikings, as pagan outsiders, inspired a special kind of dread. Their attackers weren't constrained by Christian norms or local truces, and their motive appeared to contemporaries as sheer lust for destruction. Nonetheless, the pragmatic motive was treasure. It's always about the money. Monasteries held gold, silver, jeweled relics, fine fabrics, food stores, and, or perhaps most disturbingly, potential slaves. All, of course, highly prized commodities. In England, the Kingdom of Wessex under King Alfred, 871 to 899, was the only Anglo-Saxon realm to withstand the Viking tide at its height. Alfred fought numerous battles against the great heathen army, such as Ashdown in 871 and Eddington in 878, eventually forcing the Viking leader Guthrum to accept baptism and agree to a division of territory. Alfred's Kingdom of Wessex thus survived, and over the next century his successors reconquered the Danelaw. However, it's not all good news. Viking raids on England didn't cease because of that. They just shifted in their scope. In the late 10th century, new Scandinavian forces, mostly Danes and Norwegians, began raiding England again. But this time, under leaders like King Sweyn Forkbeard of Denmark. These renewed raids were larger strategic invasions, aimed at conquering, not just plundering, and indeed led to King Canute of Denmark seizing the crown of England in 1016, kind of a low point for the Anglo-Saxons, establishing, of course, a North Sea empire. Thus the arc in the British Isles went from supplies raids to major wars of conquest. Even the end of the Viking Age in 1066 is defined in England by battles against Viking descent invaders. That year saw the Norwegian king Harald Hardrada lead a Viking army in invasion of England. He was defeated at Stamford Bridge, however, and shortly after, Duke William of Normandy, himself of Viking descent, successfully conquered England at Hastings. By 1066, the lines between raider and ruler was quite blurry. Vikings had become kings, and their military expeditions had evolved into organized armies, resembling those of other feudal states. The Carolingian Empire and its successor kingdoms, West Francia, East Francia, etc., but they were also lucrative theatres for Viking raiders. Not only were there wealthy cities and monasteries, Paris, Rouen, Nantes, Bordeaux, Hamburg, etc., but the internal strife among the political factions of the Franks often left defences weak. Well, in 841, the Vikings sacked Rouen. In 843, as I noted, they took Nantes as well. In 845 came the dramatic sack of Paris by a fleet under the legendary chieftain, often identified Regnar or Ragnar. This pattern in Francia was that whenever the Frankish kings were preoccupied or divided, Viking incursions would multiply. They sailed up the Scheldt to attack what is now Belgium, up the Rhine into Germanic lands, and repeatedly up the Seine and Loire in France. The annals of St. Bertin recount a particularly adventurous foray in 844, where a Viking force sailed down the Atlantic coast and into the Iberian Peninsula. They, quote, ascended the Garonne as far as Toulouse. Some, after leaving this region, went into Galicia. Others went farther into Spain and engaged in long and desperate combats with the Saracens. Defeated in the end, they withdrew. Well, what does that tell us? Well, it reveals that the Vikings tested even the powerful emirate of Cordova. That was in Islamic Spain. In 844, a Viking fleet attacked Lisbon, which was then under Muslim rule, pillaged Cadiz, and sailed up the Guadalquivir to sack Seville, before the Muslim emir's forces ultimately expelled them. Arabic sources marveled at these Majus, Norse fire worshippers they called them, who appeared on strange ships. One source notes the use of cavalry and crossbowmen by the Andalusians to finally defeat them. And indeed, the Frankish annals confirm that in Galicia some Vikings fell to the arbalests, that is, crossbows, of the defending troops. One of the earliest references to crossbows being used in Spain, incidentally. But although these Iberian raids were not consistently repeated, the Vikings did not establish enclaves in Spain as they did in France or Britain. They do demonstrate the far reach of the Viking enterprise. Beyond the 844 attack, Vikings made other incursions into the Mediterranean world. In 1859-62, a large Viking fleet under the famous leaders Hastin and Bjorn Ironside allegedly sailed from West Francia to the Strait of Gibraltar, raiding as they went, of course. Now, if we trust the later saga embellishments from the saga of Ragnar's sons and other tales, Bjorn and Hastin harried the coast of Spain and southern France, then wintered in Morocco, raiding the Balearic Islands, and even sacked the city of Luna in Italy, which they had apparently mistook for Rome, according to legend. Quite lucky for the Romans, though. One colourful little detail from these later accounts describes how the Vikings gained entry to Luna by a ruse. Feigning that Hastin had died, they begged for a bishop for Christian burial. Once Hastin's coffin was carried into the town church, he leapt out, quite alive, and then, led his men in a surprise attack. While the saga literature must be treated with a little bit of caution, the core truth is that Vikings did reach the western Mediterranean. In 861, a Viking fleet attacked Pisa in Italy and fought a Moorish fleet off the coast. Some Vikings even pushed on into the eastern Mediterranean. There are reports, though pretty rare ones, of Vikings serving as mercenaries in North Africa and the Levant. However, the eastern Mediterranean expeditions were limited, and more often than not they ended badly. Europe's southern waters were not as favorable to Viking longships, and strong Muslim and Byzantine navies eventually checked their ambition. In the east, Swedish Vikings, often termed Varangians or Rus, traced a very different but equally fascinating path. Rather than raiding Christian monasteries, these Norsemen penetrated the river networks of what is now Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus, navigating routes from the the Baltic Sea southward. Their motives here were largely trade and opportunistic warfare. They established trade towns like Novgorod and Staraya Lagoda, and by the mid-9th century, a group of Varangians known as the Rus had founded a polity around Kiev. These East Vikings traded furs, amber, and slaves for Byzantine silks and Islamic silver. But of course, they could also turn violent. The annals of St. Bertin record that in 839 a delegation of men calling themselves Rus appeared out of the court of Louis the Pious in Francia, claiming that they were envoys from the Byzantine Empire. Well, Louis was suspicious that they were in fact Swedes, disguised as diplomats. Now that marks the first appearance of Rus in Western records, and it suggests the Vikings by then had reached Constantinople. Indeed, the Byzantines themselves soon felt the force of the Rus. In 860, a fleet of Rus Vikings launched a surprise attack on Constantinople, catching the city undefended, while the imperial army was away on campaign. Byzantine patriarch Photius, an eyewitness, wrote that the city was nearly taken by this sudden onslaught. He said they were like a swarm of wasps, and only divine intervention was believed to have saved Constantinople on that day. Although that raid eventually dissipated, the Rus would return. Later, Princess Oleg and Igor of Kiev led expeditions against Constantinople in 907 and 941, extracting trade concessions via treaties. By the late 10th century, relations had returned to the point where the Varangians, or the Viking mercenaries, became the elite Varangian guard of the Byzantine emperors, feared for their axe-wielding prowess and unwavering loyalty. The Eastern Vikings did not stop at the Black Sea, however. Some traveled further south via the Caspian. In the 10th century, there were at least 2 major Viking expeditions into the Muslim world of Persia. Arab chroniclers like Ibn Miskawayh tell of a Rus fleet that sailed down the Volga, entered the Caspian, and raided the territories of modern Azerbaijan and Iran around 912 to 913, before being largely annihilated by a coalition of Muslim forces. Another enormous expedition around 1041, led by a Swede named Ingvar the Far-Travelled, sought wealth in the lands of the Circland, the Norse word for the Caliphate, roughly. This journey became legendary for its ambition, but also its tragic end. About 30 runestones in Sweden, the so-called Ingvar runestones, commemorate those who travelled to the east with Ingvar and never returned. The inscriptions on these stones paint a sobering picture. Many a family lost sons and fathers on that adventure, who met their fate in Circland, fighting battles far from home. It was the last great Viking roaming expedition of the Viking Age, and it shows that even as late as the 11th century, Scandinavians were still seeking plunder and glory across the known world. But when we really look at it, what drove the Viking expansion and all these ferocious raiding enterprises? Well, I must caution you against any single cause explanation. It's rather a mix: social, cultural, economic, and even environmental factors. First and foremost, economic gain. We can't pass that one up, can't we? It's clearly a major incentive. The Viking Age coincided with a growing market for silver and slaves in Europe and the Middle East. Vikings targeted monasteries and towns because, well, that was where all the portable wealth could be found. Gold and silver chalices, coin hoards, jewels, fine cloth, livestock, and of course human captives who could be sold in the slave markets from Dublin to Constantinople. Enslaved captives were a very lucrative commodity. The Vikings established slave markets in places like Dublin and Hedeby, and many unfortunate victims were sold onward to the Islamic world, which at the time had an extremely high demand for slaves. Indeed, Arab dirham coins found in hoards in Scandinavia point to a massive influx of silver from trading slaves and furs eastward. If you want to learn more about that, I did a full video about the Islamic slave trade. About a week ago, I think. Anyway, go and check that one out. Yet, profit alone, that doesn't explain the timing and ferocity of the raids. Political and demographic pressures at home have to also be considered. You see, Scandinavia in the late 8th century was undergoing internal changes. The consolidation of kingdoms. Well, Denmark, for instance, was coalescing under Godfred and later Harald Finehair in Norway. Ambitious chieftains who lost power struggles, or younger sons deprived of inheritance under the strict Scandinavian rules of succession, might have taken to raiding overseas as a way to carve out their own fortunes. It's an old-fashioned get-rich-quick scheme. Some scholars have suggested that a shortage of farmable land or a population boom in Scandinavia could have pushed surplus warriors abroad. However, evidence for a population boom, well, that's a little bit debatable. There was another theory, though: retaliation or opportunism. The pagan Norse army may have been reacting to external threats. For example, Charlemagne's forcible conversion and the massacre of the Saxons in the 780s. Well, that might have alarmed their pagan neighbors somewhat, stirring a desire for reprisal or preemptive wealth acquisition. Though, once again, there's a bit of speculation around that. But it's speculation that we should engage in. Cultural and religious elements, they also had their role to play. In Norse culture, going a Viking, to go raid overseas, had a kind of social prestige behind it. Young Scandinavian warriors sought to win fame and glory, which in their honor-based society was just as valuable, if not more valuable, than any gold they could carry back. The sagas, though written later, depict raiding as an almost rite of passage for adventurous men, a way to gain reputation, the praise of skaldic poets, and even nicknames commemorating deeds. Status in Norse society could be earned by successful warfare abroad, which brought not only riches, but renown. Recent scholarship emphasizes this aspect too. Exotic loot was prized not merely for its monetary value, but as a kind of status symbol. And one archaeologist in our modern time, Stephen Ashby, has noted that Viking warriors often kept unique treasures intact rather than melting them down, using them to signal their exploits. Kind of like a souvenir, I suppose. Items like silks, jeweled reliquaries, or strange ornaments from far-off lands, they would have been displayed back home, conferring on their owner a kind of magical prestige for having been to the unknown world and returned with full pockets. Possessing a relic from a distant monastery, or an ornate Frankish sword, it marked a man as a veteran of foreign campaigns, and of course it elevated his standing. In short, honor and heroism were key motivators. The Vikings were not solely profit-driven pirates, but rather competitors in a heroic economy of reputation. As Ashby observes, the very act of participating in a successful raid could win a man accolades for courage and cunning, might even earn him a bit of a nickname, and everyone's proud of that. And just imagine you being the Viking, having a few buddies around, and saying, "Oh, that thing, that jeweled cross? Yes, I looted that from an English monastery about 10 years ago." It's not bad, isn't it? Yeah. We also have religion and ideology. Though often overstated in popular imaginations, they did factor in subtly. You see, the Vikings, they were pagan at the outset. We all know they worshipped gods like Odin and Thor, that kind of thing. Dying sword in hand was, according to their belief, a pathway to Odin's great hall. This warrior ethos may have made them more fearless or even reckless in combat, unafraid of death, keen to display their berserk ferocity. But on the flip side, their paganism and the targets they chose led Christian monks to frame the Vikings as instruments of God's wrath. Alcuin admonished the sack of Lindisfarne, saying it was not accidental, but rather, indeed, a sign from God for the sins of the people. Many clergy in Europe thought the impious Northmen were a scourge sent to chastise a Christendom that had gone off the rails. The Vikings themselves probably didn't see it in such terms. It just wasn't that deep. To them, churches were just fair targets, a big pile of money to be taken. They didn't think of them as a spiritual thing. Still, later on, when some Vikings converted to Christianity, we can think of Guthrum or the early 10th century Norse in Normandy, religious motivations could shift. Christian Danes in the 11th century, like King Olaf Haraldsson of Norway or King Canute of Denmark, still led raids or wars abroad, but they justified them in these new ways, as legitimate wars, or even as crusading endeavors, rather than just mere plunder. But by and large, I don't think many people are arguing that the Viking raiders were driven by pragmatic considerations of gain and personal advancement, framed within this cultural ethos, a rather thin frame, I suppose, but it did celebrate adventure and martial achievement quite a lot. So it does have to be discussed. So how do we sum it all up? It's a bit difficult, isn't it? Well, I tell you what, I think we can all agree that the Viking raids were not just wanton bursts of random violence, but they were a lot more complex than that. Militarily, they introduced new tactics in naval mobility and siegecraft, and politically, they forced kingdoms to reform or perish, and even spawned together new polities led by Norse elites. Economically, they knitted far-flung regions together through trade and tribute. One might even argue they were agents of an early form of globalization, connecting Baghdad to York via trade routes. Culturally, they left behind a richer, more hybrid society in many regions, one that blended Norse and Christian practices. And at the human level, they left behind stories of terror, yes, but also of adventure and exploration. By the close of the Viking Age around 1066, all those raids faded away as Scandinavia's kingdoms themselves became Christianized and integrated into European polities. Kings like Olaf of Norway and Sweyn of Denmark had far less incentive to permit freebooting when they could build centralized kingdoms and just tax people. Many former Vikings became royal housecarls or turned to mercenary work abroad. Europe, having learned hard lessons, also improved its own defenses. There were, by the 11th century, a lot less easy targets left. But for all that, the saga of how Viking raids were conducted, with daring ruthlessness from Lindisfarne's devastating sack all the way to the high walls of Paris and the distant banks of the Volga, it's still quite captivating. At least, I think so. I assume you do. You're still here an hour later. It's still a chapter of history replete with the clash of cultures, though. Tactical ingenuity and larger-than-life characters steering their dragon-headed longboats to the edges of the known world. So, I think that's all we have for today. And as we close it up, you can't help but imagine the terrifying sight back then, but romanticized sight now of Viking longships cutting across a sea at dawn. It's a vision that held a doom for some, fame for others. But ultimately, just another sign of the changing tides. A new era in the medieval world. And that's where we ended. Thank you so much for joining me today. I hope you had fun. I did. Of course. I would like to thank my top-tier patrons and supporters: Kimberly, Christine, Sally, Ember, Susan, Cameron, Legitmus, Gary, Charlene, Lynn, Therese, Katiana, Nicholas, Ulfadnir, Alexander, Charles, Christine, Dr. Neuro Nerd, Erin, Jaden, Jim, Jeffrey, Jessica, Madeline, Melissa, Orthodox Review, Scott, Shell, Wendy, Josie, Sarah, Ryan, Thor, Cameron, Stefan, Kevin, HMSHH, Crystal, Dalbury, Anthony, Lucy, Brandon, Gugu Bubonic, Nicholas, Craig, Neftis, Alexander, Gokhan, Dorsey, Benita, Claire, Courtesy, Carol, Robert, and Mary. And that's it. Thank you so much. I will see you next time. Lots of love to you all as always, and farewell for now.